Garner's Art Through the Ages, a global history with focus on diverse cultures. Written by Haya Vent, narrated by Kara Miller. Chapter 1, Introduction to Art and Culture. Art is a universal form of human expression that transcends time, geography, and culture. It is a reflection of the societies from which it emerges, shaped by the values, beliefs, and practices of the people who create it. In this chapter, we explore the deep connection between art and culture, understanding how art serves as a mirror to the complexities of human existence and its evolving role in history. The definition of art is not fixed. It is fluid, constantly adapting to the shifting landscapes of cultural norms and values. Throughout history, art has taken many forms, from ancient cave paintings to contemporary digital installations, each representing a unique lens through which individuals express their worldview. Art is not confined to visual forms alone, but encompasses a wide range of media, including music, dance, performance, and literature, all of which play integral roles in the cultural narrative of societies. Culture at its core is a shared system of knowledge, customs, and practices that define a group of people. Art is inextricably linked to culture, serving as both a product and a conduit for cultural expression. It is through art that societies communicate their identity, history, and values to future generations. From the earliest known cave paintings to the great monuments of ancient civilizations, art has been used to convey stories of gods and heroes, to mark significant life events, and to capture the spirit of a particular time and place. The evolution of art is deeply intertwined with the development of human civilization. Early forms of art were closely tied to survival and spirituality. In prehistoric times, cave paintings were often associated with hunting rituals or shamanistic practices, while ancient civilizations such as Egypt and Mesopotamia used monumental art to honor gods, kings, and heroes. As societies became more complex, so too did their art. The rise of written language and the establishment of cities led to the creation of more sophisticated forms of artistic expression, from the grand architecture of Greek temples to the intricate sculptures of Indian gods. Art also plays a vital role in shaping social and political landscapes. Throughout history, it has been used to communicate power, challenge authority, and inspire change. From the religious iconography of the medieval period to the political cartoons of the modern era, art has continually served as a vehicle for both maintaining and subverting the status quo. In this way, art is not just a reflection of culture, but a powerful tool for shaping the cultural dialogue itself. In the context of global history, art serves as a bridge between diverse cultures. As trade, migration, and conquest have connected peoples across continents, art has facilitated the exchange of ideas, styles, and techniques, enriching cultures worldwide. This chapter sets the stage for understanding art as a global phenomenon, one that continuously evolves and adapts while maintaining its essential role as a cultural touchstone. Defining art, a cultural perspective. Art is a deeply ingrained aspect of human culture, a language that transcends barriers and expresses the diversity of human experience. To define art through a cultural lens means to acknowledge its evolution and significance within the context of specific societies and their unique ways of understanding the world. Art is not a static concept. It is fluid, shaped by cultural, historical, and social factors, and is continually redefined across time and space. From a cultural perspective, art is not merely a decorative or aesthetic pursuit, but a vital means of communication. It serves as a tool for individuals and communities to express identity, emotions, beliefs, and ideas. In many societies, art is intricately linked to spiritual practices, religious rituals, and societal norms. For example, in ancient Egypt, art was used as a way to honor deities and immortalize the pharaohs, while in ancient Greece, art was often an expression of human achievement and intellectual pursuit. Each culture's understanding of what constitutes art is inherently shaped by its values, traditions, and worldview. In some cultures, art is defined by the materials used or the methods of production. For instance, in many indigenous cultures, art often takes the form of intricate crafts, such as weaving, pottery, and beadwork, which carry deep cultural meaning and convey stories and traditions passed down through generations. Similarly, in cultures where oral traditions dominate, the art of storytelling through performance, music, or dance becomes an essential form of artistic expression. In these contexts, art is not just a visual experience. It is something experienced through the body, sound, and movement, reflecting the lived experiences of a community. The role of the artist is also shaped by cultural expectations. In some societies, artists are viewed as sacred figures or as individuals with special access to knowledge and creativity, while in others, they may be regarded simply as craftsmen or tradespeople. In many indigenous cultures, for instance, the artist is often seen as an intermediary between the physical and spiritual worlds, creating works that are meant to connect people to ancestral knowledge and supernatural forces. In contrast, in more secular societies, the artist may be seen as an individual creator, someone who expresses personal visions and emotions, often challenging the norms and conventions of society. Ultimately, the definition of art is deeply tied to the cultural context in which it is created and experienced. It is not a universal concept, but one that varies widely across different societies. While what may be considered art in one culture might be viewed differently in another, the centrality of art to human experience remains universal. It is a medium through which people communicate, question, and reflect upon their lives, values, and the world around them. The evolution of art across time. The evolution of art is a fascinating journey that spans across millennia, reflecting the dynamic changes in human society, culture, and technology. From the earliest cave paintings to the highly conceptual art of the modern world, art has continuously evolved, mirroring the shifting priorities, beliefs, and experiences of different civilizations. Understanding this evolution helps us to appreciate how art not only reflects the world around it, but also influences the course of history. In the earliest periods of human history, art served practical and symbolic purposes. Prehistoric cave paintings, such as those found in Lascaux, France, are some of the earliest examples of human artistic expression. These works were likely created as part of ritualistic or survival-related practices, potentially linked to hunting magic or spiritual beliefs. The forms of art during this time were raw and symbolic, focusing on the representation of animals and human figures in a manner that was deeply tied to the natural world. As societies advanced, so too did the complexity of their art. The emergence of ancient civilizations in Mesopotamia, Egypt, Greece, and China marked a pivotal shift in the role of art, which began to be used to commemorate rulers, gods, and important historical events. Art became a tool of political power, with monumental structures like the pyramids of Egypt and the ziggurats of Mesopotamia standing as testaments to the power and authority of their creators. This period also saw the rise of highly sophisticated sculpture and painting, which celebrated human achievement, divine power, and the afterlife. With the advent of the Renaissance in Europe during the 14th century, the evolution of art took another significant turn. Artists like Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, and Raphael brought humanism to the forefront, focusing on the realistic depiction of the human figure and an increased interest in perspective, anatomy, and light. This period marked a renewed interest in classical ideals, which were further explored during the Baroque and Rococo periods. Art became more ornate and expressive, reflecting the turbulent political and religious changes of the time. In the modern era, art continued to break from tradition, with movements such as Impressionism, Cubism, and Surrealism challenging established norms. Artists like Picasso, Van Gogh, and Dali pushed the boundaries of artistic expression, experimenting with new styles and media. The 20th century saw the rise of abstract art, where artists sought to break free from representational forms, reflecting the growing complexities of modern life, technology, and individual consciousness. Today, the evolution of art is marked by an ever-growing diversity of styles, techniques, and mediums. Digital art, performance art, and interactive installations reflect a globalized world where cultural exchange and innovation continue to shape the future of artistic expression. Art has become more inclusive, incorporating voices from all corners of the world and exploring a broader range of human experience than ever before. The evolution of art, from its earliest forms to the present day, showcases humanity's unyielding desire to understand, express, and connect with the world in new and meaningful ways. Cultural significance of art. Art holds profound cultural significance across the world, serving as a bridge between past and present and between individuals and communities. It is much more than a mere form of expression. It is an integral part of human culture, reflecting the values, beliefs, and experiences that shape societies. Throughout history, art has been used to communicate complex ideas, preserve traditions, and tell stories that define the identity of a people. From ancient cave paintings to contemporary digital installations, art has always been a powerful medium for cultural dialogue. One of the most important functions of art is its ability to preserve history and culture. Ancient civilizations used art to document their histories, religious beliefs, and societal norms. In Egypt, the tombs of pharaohs were adorned with murals and hieroglyphs that depicted the afterlife, ensuring that the cultural and spiritual practices of the time were passed down to future generations. Similarly, Native American art, through storytelling and visual representation, preserved the history and values of various tribes, ensuring that their cultural heritage remained intact. Art, in this sense, becomes a form of cultural memory, safeguarding the legacies of past generations and passing them on to the future. Art also plays a significant role in shaping cultural identity. It serves as a reflection of the values and worldviews that define a particular group of people. In this context, art is a means of expressing pride, unity, and shared experiences. For example, African art, with its rich use of color, pattern, and symbolism, reflects the diverse traditions and spiritual beliefs of African societies. Similarly, indigenous art, often centered around nature, spirituality, and community, reinforces the connection between people and the land. Through these visual expressions, individuals within a culture can find common ground and affirm their sense of belonging. In addition to preserving history and shaping identity, art is also a means of social commentary and political expression. Throughout history, artists have used their work to challenge authority, protest injustice, and bring attention to social issues. In the 20th century, for instance, movements such as Dada and Surrealism questioned the societal norms that led to the devastation of war, while the civil rights movement in the United States was powerfully supported through art, with works by artists like Jacob Lawrence and Faith Ringgold reflecting the struggles of African Americans. Art, in this sense, becomes a tool for social change, provoking thought and inspiring action. Ultimately, the cultural significance of art lies in its ability to transcend the personal and connect individuals to a collective experience. It is a means of understanding the world and our place within it, whether through its role in preserving history, shaping identity, or challenging the status quo. Art remains a vital force in human culture, one that continues to reflect and influence the societies in which it exists. Art as a reflection of society. Art has always functioned as a mirror to the society in which it is created, offering a powerful reflection of the cultural, social, and political landscapes of its time. It captures not only the outward expressions of a culture, but also the underlying currents of its values, ideologies, and collective consciousness. Through art, we can gain insight into the lives, beliefs, and struggles of people from various periods and places, making it an invaluable tool for understanding the dynamics of human societies. From ancient civilizations to modern times, art has documented societal structures and the priorities of different cultures. In ancient Egypt, for example, monumental architecture, and grand statues of pharaohs were designed not only to commemorate rulers, but to reflect the deeply hierarchical and religious nature of Egyptian society. These works reinforce the belief in divine kingship and the importance of the afterlife. Similarly, the art of ancient Greece and Rome celebrated human achievement and civic life, reflecting the ideals of democracy, civic responsibility, and individualism that were central to their societies. Through these artistic representations, we gain an understanding of how these societies valued power, beauty, and the human experience. In more recent history, art has been a tool for social commentary, offering critical insights into the conditions of society. During the Industrial Revolution, artists like Charles Dickens used their writing and illustrations to shed light on the harsh realities of urbanization, class disparity, and labor exploitation. In visual arts, the works of painters like J.M.W. Turner captured the tumult of industrialization and the changing relationship between nature and humanity. These artists highlighted the complex relationship between technological progress and the human condition, showing how society was being shaped by economic and industrial forces. The role of art in reflecting societal values is also evident in the way it addresses social issues. The Harlem Renaissance, for example, saw African American artists, musicians, and writers express the joys, pains, and struggles of Black life in America. Figures like Langston Hughes and Zora Neale Hurston used their art to challenge racial stereotypes, assert cultural pride, and advocate for social equality. In the 20th century, the art movements of Surrealism, Dadaism, and Abstract Expressionism reflected a disillusionment with traditional values, especially in the aftermath of two world wars. These movements pushed against established norms, symbolizing the upheavals in social and political ideologies. Today, contemporary art continues to be a reflection of society's changing values. Artists use their work to explore themes such as identity, technology, globalization, and environmental issues, all of which are central concerns of modern societies. Art, in this sense, is not just an aesthetic pursuit, but an ongoing conversation about the world we live in. Whether addressing issues of race, gender, or the environment, contemporary artists engage with the social, political, and cultural realities of their time, using their art as a lens through which to critique, understand, and ultimately shape society. Through this lens, art serves as an enduring and dynamic reflection of the world and its people. The global landscape of art history. The global landscape of art history is as vast and diverse as the cultures that have contributed to it. While Western art traditions, particularly those rooted in European history, have long dominated academic discussions and exhibitions, the art world today is increasingly recognizing the rich and varied contributions from all corners of the globe. This global perspective not only enriches our understanding of art, but also highlights the interconnectedness of cultures throughout history, offering a more comprehensive and inclusive view of artistic expression. Historically, art has been deeply tied to geography, with distinct styles and traditions emerging in different parts of the world in response to unique cultural, social, and environmental factors. In the Middle East, for example, the intricate calligraphy and geometric patterns of Islamic art reflect the religious and cultural prohibitions against figural representation, while also symbolizing the vast intellectual achievements of the Islamic Golden Age. In contrast, the art of ancient China, with its focus on landscapes, nature, and harmony, reveals the philosophical ideals of Confucianism and Taoism, where balance and respect for nature were central to the culture. In Africa, art traditions are incredibly diverse, ranging from the vibrant and symbolic masks and sculptures of West and Central Africa to the rich textile art of East Africa. African art has long been integral to ritual practices, community life, and the expression of social and spiritual beliefs. Similarly, in the Americas, indigenous art forms reflect a deep connection to the land, nature, and spiritual realms. Native American, Mesoamerican, and Andean cultures all produced art that told stories of creation, power, and identity, often with a profound reverence for the natural world. The global exchange of ideas and art began to accelerate with the expansion of trade routes, colonization, and cultural contact. The Silk Road, for example, facilitated the spread of artistic styles and techniques between China, India, the Middle East, and Europe, while the transatlantic slave trade brought African art forms into the Americas, influencing the development of new artistic traditions. The colonial period, though marked by exploitation and cultural erasure, also led to a blending of artistic styles as European techniques merged with indigenous practices in places like the Americas, Africa, and Southeast Asia. In the modern era, the concept of global art history has gained momentum as the art world has become more interconnected through globalization and technology. Today, artists from all backgrounds are contributing to a diverse, multifaceted global dialogue about identity, politics, culture, and society. Major art biennales and exhibitions around the world, such as those in Venice, São Paulo, and Dakar, showcase the richness of contemporary global art and emphasize the importance of recognizing a plurality of artistic voices. Ultimately, the global landscape of art history is one of constant exchange, innovation, and transformation. By embracing this broader, more inclusive view, we can better appreciate the complexities of human creativity and the ways in which art continues to shape and reflect the diverse cultures of the world. Chapter 2: Prehistoric Art. Prehistoric art, the earliest form of human expression, provides a vital window into the lives of our ancient ancestors. Long before written language, early humans relied on visual representation to communicate, document their world, and give meaning to their existence. While much of prehistoric art remains shrouded in mystery, it offers invaluable insights into the spiritual, social, and cognitive development of early societies. The art produced during this period was intimately tied to survival, ritual, and belief systems, providing a glimpse of humanity's deep connection with nature and the supernatural. The earliest known examples of prehistoric art date back to the Upper Paleolithic period, roughly 40,000 years ago, and are found in the caves of Europe, Asia, and Africa. These works include the famous cave paintings in Lascaux, France, where images of bison, horses, and other animals cover the walls. The significance of these paintings is often debated, but many scholars believe they were not simply decorative. They were likely created as part of rituals or to communicate important information related to hunting. In some theories, these images may have been linked to sympathetic magic, where painting an image of an animal would ensure a successful hunt or invoke spiritual powers. The use of these cave paintings suggests a complex belief system and a sophisticated understanding of the natural world. In addition to paintings, early humans also created sculptures, including small figurines made from stone, bone, ivory, and clay. One of the most famous examples is the Venus figurines, such as the Venus of Willendorf, which depict exaggerated female forms. These figurines are often interpreted as symbols of fertility, representing the importance of reproduction and the nurturing role of women in these early societies. The creation of such objects indicates an understanding of human anatomy and the symbolic use of form to convey meaning, reflecting the spiritual and social priorities of these early cultures. Another notable form of prehistoric art is portable art, which includes engravings and carvings on tools, bone, and other materials. These artifacts suggest that art was not confined to cave walls, but was integrated into daily life and ritual. The development of these small, portable objects shows an early human desire to express creativity and leave a mark on the world, even in the most practical of contexts. Prehistoric art also serves as evidence of the cognitive and social development of early humans. The ability to create art reflects a level of intellectual and emotional sophistication, indicating that our ancestors possessed abstract thinking, symbolism, and an understanding of their place in the world. As early humans began to engage in art making, they were not only recording their environment, but also grappling with existential questions and cultural identity. In conclusion, prehistoric art offers more than just an artistic legacy. It provides a tangible link to the spiritual and cognitive world of early humans. These works, whether through cave paintings, sculptures, or carvings, reflect a profound understanding of nature, the supernatural, and the human condition, marking the dawn of artistic expression in human history. Early human expression, cave paintings and petroglyphs. Cave paintings and petroglyphs are among the earliest and most significant forms of human expression, offering profound insights into the lives, beliefs, and cognitive abilities of our prehistoric ancestors. These art forms, created during the Paleolithic period, not only serve as visual records of early human existence, but also provide clues to the social, spiritual, and intellectual development of early societies. The creation of cave paintings and petroglyphs marks a pivotal moment in the evolution of human communication, as they represent the earliest forms of symbolic thinking and visual storytelling. Cave paintings, such as those found in the caves of Lascaux in France and Altamira in Spain, are some of the most iconic examples of prehistoric art. These paintings, primarily depicting animals like bison, horses, and deer, cover the walls and ceilings of dark caves, often in places that would have been difficult to reach. The exact purpose of these paintings remains a subject of much debate, but many scholars believe they were tied to ritualistic or symbolic functions. One popular theory suggests that the paintings were part of hunting magic, where early humans believed that painting an image of an animal could ensure a successful hunt or control the behavior of the creatures they depended on for survival. This theory is supported by the often intricate and lifelike depictions of animals, which suggests that the artists had a deep understanding of the creatures they were representing. In addition to hunting-related imagery, some cave paintings also feature handprints, geometric shapes, and abstract patterns. These forms of art are harder to interpret, but they may reflect the spiritual or ritualistic practices of early humans, possibly connected to notions of identity, territory, or symbolic communication. The use of red ochre and other pigments to create these images demonstrates early humans' resourcefulness and their ability to manipulate natural materials for artistic purposes. Petroglyphs, or rock engravings, represent another key form of early human expression. These carvings, which are found in various parts of the world, were often made by scratching or chipping away at rock surfaces to create images or symbols. Unlike cave paintings, which were applied to surfaces, petroglyphs were typically permanent marks on rocks and cliffs, suggesting that they were meant to be seen over time. Petroglyphs often depict animals, human figures, and abstract symbols, and like cave paintings, they are believed to have held spiritual, ritual, or communicative significance. In some cultures, petroglyphs were used to mark important sites, convey mythological stories, or communicate territorial boundaries. Both cave paintings and petroglyphs reveal the cognitive and cultural complexity of early humans. They demonstrate the ability to think symbolically, to create representations of the natural world, and to communicate ideas and beliefs through visual means. These forms of early expression laid the foundation for more sophisticated art forms in later cultures and marked the beginning of humanity's long history of visual storytelling. Through these ancient artworks, we gain a glimpse into the minds of our ancestors, their relationship to the world around them, and their need to express and preserve their experiences for future generations. The significance of symbols. Symbols have long played a crucial role in human communication, serving as a bridge between the tangible and the abstract. In prehistoric art, symbols were used not only to represent the visible world, but also to convey deeper meanings, beliefs, and concepts that were central to early human societies. The use of symbols allowed people to communicate complex ideas, emotions, and spiritual truths in ways that transcended language, making them an essential tool for cultural expression, ritual, and identity. In the context of prehistoric art, symbols often carried meanings that were specific to the community and its worldview. For example, the use of animal motifs in cave paintings such as bison or mammoths, was not simply about depicting the animals themselves, but also about representing the relationship between humans and the natural world. These animals may have symbolized power, fertility, or the spirits of the animals that early humans believed to inhabit the environment. By representing these animals in symbolic ways, early artists were able to communicate their respect for these creatures and their dependence on them for survival. Beyond the representation of animals, other symbols were used to convey abstract ideas or spiritual beliefs. Handprints, for instance, were frequently left in cave paintings, and while they might appear simple, they may have held deep symbolic significance. Some scholars suggest that handprints could represent personal identity, the idea of leaving a mark or claiming ownership of a space, or even a form of communication with the spiritual realm. These marks, often created using pigment and pressed against cave walls, might have been seen as an invocation or a form of connection with the supernatural. In addition to their role in representing animals and personal identity, symbols were also important in the development of early human spiritual and religious practices. Geometric shapes, abstract patterns, and even certain colors had symbolic meanings. For example, circles could represent unity, cycles, or the sun, while spirals might symbolize growth, transformation, or the interconnectedness of life. The use of such symbols helped early humans articulate their understanding of the cosmos, life, death, and their place in the world. The significance of symbols extends beyond prehistoric times. As human societies developed, symbols continued to play a vital role in religious, political, and cultural life. In ancient civilizations, symbols were used in everything from sacred rituals to the design of political emblems, from writing systems to art forms. The ability to convey meaning through symbols allowed societies to communicate complex ideas without the need for written or spoken language, making symbols an enduring and universal tool of human expression. In conclusion, the significance of symbols in early human art and culture cannot be overstated. They allowed our ancestors to express their beliefs, experiences, and ideas in ways that transcend time and language, offering us a glimpse into their spiritual and cognitive worlds. The legacy of symbols continues to shape human communication, serving as a testament to the enduring power of visual language in human history. Artifacts from the Paleolithic and Neolithic periods. Artifacts from the Paleolithic and Neolithic periods provide critical insights into the daily lives, technological advancements, and cultural practices of early humans. These objects, ranging from simple tools to complex works of art, reflect the evolving relationship between humans and their environment. The transition from the Paleolithic, Old Stone Age, to the Neolithic, New Stone Age, marked significant shifts in human society, particularly in terms of subsistence strategies, social structures, and technological innovation. By studying these artifacts, we gain a deeper understanding of how early humans adapted to their changing world and laid the foundations for future civilizations. During the Paleolithic period, which spanned from approximately 2.5 million years ago to around 10,000 BCE, early humans were primarily hunter-gatherers. The artifacts from this period are largely utilitarian in nature, designed to assist in the survival of early communities. Tools such as hand axes, scrapers, and flint tools are some of the most significant Paleolithic artifacts. These tools were crafted through a process called flint knapping, where stones were chipped and shaped to create sharp edges for cutting, scraping, and hunting. Such tools demonstrate the early human capacity for innovation and problem solving, as they were essential for obtaining food, making clothing, and building shelter. The creation of these tools also reflects the development of cognitive abilities, including planning, skill, and the ability to pass knowledge down through generations. In addition to tools, Paleolithic artifacts include early works of art, such as cave paintings and figurines. The famous cave paintings in Lascaux and Altamira are among the most well-known examples, offering not only a glimpse into the animals that early humans hunted, but also their spiritual beliefs and rituals. Figurines like the Venus of Willendorf which depict exaggerated female forms, suggest a focus on fertility and the importance of reproduction, highlighting the symbolic and ritualistic functions of art during this time. The Neolithic period, which began around 10,000 BCE and lasted until approximately 3000 BCE, marked a major shift in human life. During this time, humans began to transition from a nomadic lifestyle to settled farming communities, which led to the creation of more permanent dwellings, agricultural tools, and new forms of social organization. Artifacts from the Neolithic period include polished stone tools, such as sickles and grinding stones, which were used for harvesting crops and processing food. The development of pottery, often decorated with intricate patterns, also emerged during this time, indicating a greater investment in food storage and preparation. The Neolithic period is also known for the construction of monumental architecture, as seen in sites like Stonehenge and Çatalhöyük. These structures suggest an increasingly complex society with shared religious or cultural practices. Artifacts such as burial goods and figurines further indicate the importance of ritual, with some objects potentially linked to religious or ancestral worship. In summary, the artifacts from the Paleolithic and Neolithic periods offer invaluable insight into the technological, social, and cultural evolution of early humans. From the utilitarian tools of the Paleolithic to the more sophisticated and symbolic creations of the Neolithic, these artifacts reflect humanity's growing ability to shape the environment, create art, and build complex societies. They serve as a testament to the ingenuity and adaptability of early humans, laying the groundwork for the civilizations that would follow. The birth of ritual and belief systems. The birth of ritual and belief systems marks one of the most significant developments in human history, as it represents the moment when early humans began to contemplate the metaphysical, the supernatural, and their place in the world beyond immediate survival. These systems, which emerged during the Upper Paleolithic and Neolithic periods, were integral to the social and cultural life of early human communities, providing structure, meaning, and cohesion. They laid the groundwork for the complex religions, philosophies, and spiritual practices that would evolve throughout history. Early evidence of ritualistic behavior can be traced back to the Upper Paleolithic period, around 40,000 years ago, where archaeological findings indicate that early humans engaged in burial practices that were distinct from simple disposal of the dead. The careful placement of bodies, the inclusion of grave goods such as tools, animal bones, and ornaments suggests a belief in an afterlife or a spiritual realm. These early burials, such as those found in the Shanidar cave in Iraq, where Neanderthal remains were discovered with evidence of flower offerings, indicate that even our distant ancestors had a sense of the sacred and the supernatural. The act of burying the dead, along with the symbolic inclusion of objects, suggests that early humans sought to honor and protect the deceased, marking the beginnings of rituals surrounding death and the unknown. In addition to burial rites, the art produced by early humans also reflects the emergence of belief systems. Cave paintings, particularly those in Lascaux and Altamira, may have been part of rituals aimed at invoking spiritual powers or ensuring successful hunts. The depiction of animals and human figures in these paintings suggests a belief in the animistic qualities of the natural world, where animals and natural forces were seen as possessing spiritual significance. The repetition of certain symbols and the locations of the paintings within caves, often deep within the earth, point to the idea of sacred spaces where early humans could connect with the divine or the unseen. The Neolithic period, which began around 10,000 BCE, saw the further development of ritual and belief systems as human societies transitioned from nomadic hunter-gatherers to settled agricultural communities. The construction of monumental structures such as Stonehenge in England and Göbekli Tepe in Turkey indicates the growing importance of religious and ritualistic practices. These sites, with their complex alignments to celestial bodies, suggest that early humans sought to understand and align themselves with natural cycles, such as the movements of the sun and the seasons, which were crucial for agricultural success. Furthermore, the Neolithic era saw the creation of idols and figurines, many of which have been interpreted as representations of fertility, the divine, or ancestor worship. These objects, often highly stylized and imbued with symbolic meaning, reflect the increasing role of deities and supernatural forces in daily life. The rise of agricultural practices also led to the development of seasonal rituals tied to planting and harvest, emphasizing the connection between human life, the land, and spiritual beliefs. In conclusion, the birth of ritual and belief systems represents a profound shift in human consciousness, as early humans began to move beyond survival and material needs to engage with the spiritual and symbolic dimensions of life. These rituals, practices, and belief systems provided early societies with a sense of order, purpose, and connection to the natural world, laying the foundations for the religious and philosophical traditions that would continue to evolve throughout human history. Early sculptural art forms. Early sculptural art forms represent some of the first instances of humans using three-dimensional space to express ideas, beliefs, and a deeper understanding of the human condition. These artworks, created during the Paleolithic and Neolithic periods, reveal not only the technical skills of early artists, but also the symbolic and cultural significance attributed to form and representation. The evolution of sculpture from simple figures to more intricate and abstract representations marks a significant leap in human creativity, reflecting a growing ability to shape the world not just through utility, but through personal and collective expression. The earliest known examples of sculptural art are small, portable figurines, often made from materials such as stone, bone, ivory, or clay. One of the most famous examples is the Venus figurines, a series of small, often exaggerated representations of female figures that date back to the Upper Paleolithic period, around 30,000 to 10,000 BCE. The most iconic of these is the Venus of Willendorf, which features an exaggerated rounded body with enlarged breasts, hips, and abdomen, suggesting a focus on fertility and reproduction. These figurines have long been interpreted as symbols of fertility, though their exact purpose remains unclear. Some scholars suggest they may have been used in rituals related to fertility and the survival of the community, while others argue they could have served as talismans or representations of the ideal female form. In addition to figurines, early humans also created larger sculptural works, often in the form of carvings or reliefs. Some of the earliest examples of these are found in caves, where artists carved images of animals and human figures into the stone surfaces. These carvings often served as representations of the animals that early humans hunted, reflecting the importance of animals in both daily life and spiritual beliefs. For example, the Cave of La Marche in France contains carvings of horses and other animals, which may have been intended to honor these creatures or to invoke their power in hunting rituals. As humans transitioned from the Paleolithic to the Neolithic period, there was a shift toward more permanent, monumental forms of sculpture. This is particularly evident in the construction of megalithic structures, such as Stonehenge and the statues at Easter Island. These large-scale works, though not always figurative in nature, represent a growing sense of collective identity and the ability to manipulate space on a grand scale. The creation of monumental sculptures and architectural works required advanced planning, cooperation, and understanding of geometry, marking a significant leap in both artistic and social complexity. Additionally, the Neolithic period saw the creation of stylized human figures and symbolic idols, often crafted from stone or clay. These figures, sometimes representing gods or ancestors, played an important role in religious and spiritual practices. The rise of agriculture and permanent settlements led to an increase in ceremonial art, with sculptures becoming integral to rituals related to harvests, fertility, and ancestor worship. In conclusion, Early sculptural art forms offer a profound glimpse into the minds of our prehistoric ancestors. From the small figurines of the Paleolithic to the monumental works of the Neolithic, sculpture was a medium through which early humans explored and expressed their beliefs, fears, and aspirations. These early sculptures not only reflect the technical advancements of the time, but also reveal the complex spiritual and cultural life of early human societies. Chapter 3: Ancient Near Eastern Art. Ancient Near Eastern art represents a rich and diverse tradition that spanned thousands of years and shaped much of the cultural, religious, and artistic developments of the region. Covering the area that stretches from Mesopotamia to Persia, this art reflects the changing dynamics of early urban civilizations and their complex relationships with religion, politics, and the natural world. As one of the cradles of civilization, the ancient Near East saw the emergence of writing, monumental architecture, and intricate craftwork, which all played significant roles in the development of their artistic expressions. The art of the ancient Near East is often associated with the great civilizations of Sumer, Akkad, Babylon, Assyria, and Persia, each of which contributed unique advancements to the region's artistic heritage. Early art from Sumer, circa 3500 to 2000 BCE, primarily focused on the divine and the royal, with depictions of gods, kings, and mythological figures dominating the artistic landscape. Sumerians used sculpture, pottery, and relief carvings to create religious and ceremonial objects that often symbolized the power of the gods and the king's role as their earthly representative. One of the most famous pieces from this period is the Standard of Ur, a rectangular box adorned with elaborate scenes depicting warfare and banquets, reflecting the dual aspects of life in Sumerian society: military prowess and celebration of prosperity. As the region evolved, the Akkadian Empire, circa 2334 to 2154 BCE, introduced a more naturalistic style in art, most notably seen in the Victory Stele of Naram Sin. This monumental relief depicts King Naram Sin as a divine figure, showcasing his military success. The portrayal of the king in an idealized and godlike manner demonstrates the blending of political power with divine authority. Akkadian art also embraced a more sophisticated approach to portraiture, as evidenced in the Head of Sargon of Akkad, which captures the regal features of the ruler with intricate detail and a sense of realism. In Babylon, circa 1894 to 539 BCE, art was highly influenced by the growing power of the city and its kings, such as Hammurabi, who is best known for the Code of Hammurabi inscribed on a stone pillar. This stele is both a legal document and a work of art, featuring a detailed depiction of the king receiving the laws from the sun god Shamash. The art of Babylon was marked by monumental structures, intricate relief carvings, and grand gateways, such as the Ishtar Gate, decorated with vivid blue tiles and images of lions, dragons, and bulls, symbolizing strength and protection. Assyrian art, circa 900 to 612 BCE, is known for its powerful and dramatic reliefs, often depicting scenes of battle, conquest, and the king's divine mandate. These carvings were placed on palace walls to communicate the king's power and success. One of the most striking examples is the Lamassu, the mythical winged bull with a human head, which was designed to protect royal entrances and convey both strength and divine authority. Finally, the art of Persia, circa 550 to 330 BCE, particularly during the Achaemenid Empire, introduced a fusion of various styles, incorporating influences from Egypt, Mesopotamia, and the Greek world. Persian art is characterized by its monumental architecture, including the palace at Persepolis, which featured grand reliefs and inscriptions celebrating the empire's vast conquests and the divine favor bestowed upon its rulers. In conclusion, ancient Near Eastern art is a testament to the region's cultural, political, and spiritual complexities. Through sculpture, architecture, and reliefs, the art of this era celebrated divine power, royal authority, and the intricacies of daily life, leaving a lasting legacy that influenced the art and cultures of the ancient world. Sumerian and Akkadian contributions. The Sumerians and Akkadians, two of the earliest civilizations in the ancient Near East, made profound contributions to the cultural, political, and artistic development of the region. Emerging in the fertile land between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, these civilizations played pivotal roles in shaping the foundations of urban society, governance, writing, and art. While Sumerians laid the groundwork for many advancements, the Akkadians built upon and expanded these innovations, leaving a lasting impact on the ancient world. The Sumerians, often regarded as the world's first civilization, are credited with the invention of the cuneiform writing system, one of the earliest forms of written communication. Developed around 3200 BCE, cuneiform was initially used for record-keeping and administrative purposes, such as tracking goods and agricultural production. Over time, it evolved to include literature, legal codes, and religious texts. One of the most famous Sumerian literary works is the Epic of Gilgamesh, a poem that explores themes of mortality, friendship, and the quest for immortality, offering deep insight into Sumerian worldview and values. The Sumerians also introduced the concept of the city-state, where each city was an independent political entity governed by its own ruler, often a priest-king. This structure allowed for the flourishing of arts, trade, and social organization. Sumerian art and architecture, which were closely tied to religious and political life, featured monumental temples, ziggurats, and detailed sculptures. Temples dedicated to gods were often the focal point of Sumerian cities, and ziggurats, massive stepped pyramids, were built to honor the gods. Sculptural works such as the statue of Gudea, a ruler of Lagash, exemplify the Sumerian emphasis on divine kingship, with the king depicted in serene and powerful poses that emphasize his connection to the gods. The Akkadian civilization, which rose to prominence around 2334 BCE under the rule of Sargon of Akkad, adopted and adapted many of the Sumerian innovations. Sargon, often considered the first empire builder in history, unified the Sumerian city-states under a single ruler, creating the Akkadian Empire. The Akkadians refined the Sumerian cuneiform system, which became the standardized script across Mesopotamia. In addition to their political achievements, the Akkadians also made significant strides in art, particularly through their sculptures and reliefs. The Victory Stele of Naram Sin, which commemorates the military triumphs of Naram Sin, Sargon's grandson, is one of the most celebrated works of Akkadian art. It depicts the king as a larger-than-life figure, symbolizing divine power and authority. The Akkadians were also known for their advances in portraiture, creating lifelike depictions of rulers that conveyed strength and authority. Furthermore, the Akkadians introduced the idea of divine kingship in a more pronounced way than the Sumerians, portraying their rulers as both political leaders and earthly representations of the gods. This connection between king and deity became a hallmark of later Mesopotamian cultures. In conclusion, the Sumerians and Akkadians laid the foundation for many of the political, artistic, and technological advancements that would define the ancient Near East. From the invention of writing to the development of monumental architecture and the concept of empire, their contributions continue to influence civilizations to this day. The legacy of these two cultures is a testament to their creativity, ingenuity, and enduring impact on human history. The art of ancient Egypt. The art of ancient Egypt is one of the most recognizable and enduring artistic traditions in human history, marked by its distinctive style, symbolism, and connection to the religious and political life of the civilization. Spanning over 3 millennia, from around 3100 BCE to 30 BCE, Egyptian art was deeply intertwined with the culture's religious beliefs, the power of the pharaohs, and the desire for immortality. Its primary purpose was to ensure a successful afterlife for the dead, and to honor the gods and rulers who were believed to be intermediaries between humanity and the divine. One of the most notable characteristics of Egyptian art is its adherence to a strict set of conventions and symbolism, designed to convey a sense of order and permanence. Egyptian artists often depicted the human figure in a composite form, where the head and legs were shown in profile, while the torso was presented from a frontal view. This style was designed to present the most recognizable aspects of the body in the clearest possible way, creating a visual language that conveyed stability and eternity. Egyptian art was not intended to capture the fleeting moment, but rather to represent an idealized version of reality, one that was eternal and unchanging. Much of Egyptian art was created for religious and funerary purposes. Tomb paintings, statues, and reliefs were often commissioned to accompany the deceased on their journey to the afterlife. These works depicted scenes of the deceased's life, including feasts, hunting, and offerings to the gods, meant to ensure a safe passage to the afterlife and a continuation of earthly comforts in the next world. The famous funerary mask of Tutankhamun, made of gold and inlaid with precious stones, exemplifies the wealth and artistry associated with royal tombs. The mask's serene expression and the symbolism of the materials used emphasize the belief in the pharaoh's divine status and the importance of preserving the king's image for eternity. In addition to funerary art, Egyptian artists also created monumental works of sculpture and architecture to honor the gods and the pharaohs. The Great Pyramids of Giza, along with the colossal statues of pharaohs like the Sphinx, stand as symbols of the grandeur of ancient Egyptian civilization. These structures were designed to reflect the power and divinity of the rulers, who were considered gods on earth. Egyptian temples, with their massive columns and detailed carvings, were built as places for worship and to house statues of gods and pharaohs. The walls of these temples were often adorned with detailed reliefs depicting gods, pharaohs, and religious rituals, all intended to communicate divine order and power. One of the most important themes in Egyptian art was the concept of immortality. The depiction of gods, the afterlife, and the eternal nature of the pharaohs reflected the civilization's belief in life after death. The preservation of the body through mummification and the creation of tombs, statues, and paintings was seen as a way to ensure that the deceased would live on in the next world. In conclusion, the art of ancient Egypt was a powerful tool for conveying religious and political ideals, and its distinctive style and symbolism continue to captivate and inspire people today. From monumental architecture to intimate tomb paintings, Egyptian art remains a testament to the civilization's enduring beliefs in the divine, immortality, and the eternal nature of life and death. The rise of Mesopotamian art. Mesopotamian art marks the dawn of civilization, flourishing in the fertile land between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, which is often referred to as the cradle of civilization. Beginning with the Sumerians around 3500 BCE, Mesopotamian art evolved through several significant cultures and empires, including the Akkadian, Babylonian, and Assyrian. These cultures made profound contributions to the development of art, often intertwining their creative expressions with religious beliefs, political power, and the need to record and commemorate significant events. The rise of Mesopotamian art can be understood as a reflection of the region's complex social, religious, and technological advancements. One of the earliest and most important developments in Mesopotamian art was the creation of cuneiform writing, which allowed for the recording of laws, religious texts, and historical events. Cuneiform inscriptions often appeared on clay tablets, which, in turn, influenced the development of other artistic forms. In early Sumerian art, objects such as cylinder seals and votive statues were used to convey a sense of devotion to the gods and to commemorate important figures, particularly kings and priests. These small, intricately carved seals often depicted scenes of religious rituals or symbolic representations of divine power. As the Sumerians established their city-states, monumental architecture emerged as a hallmark of their artistic achievements. The ziggurat, a massive stepped pyramid-like structure, became a prominent feature of Sumerian religious practice, serving as a temple dedicated to the gods. Ziggurats, like the one at Ur, were decorated with intricate carvings and reliefs that illustrated both divine and royal authority. This focus on monumental architecture continued with later civilizations, such as the Akkadians, who also produced large sculptures and reliefs celebrating military victories and royal power. The Akkadian Empire, which rose around 2334 BCE, saw a shift toward more naturalistic depictions of the human figure in art. The Victory Stele of Naram Sin, a massive stone relief, is one of the most notable examples of Akkadian art, showing the king's divine right to rule and his triumph over enemies. The stele's depiction of Naram Sin as a larger-than-life figure in the midst of battle reflects a new emphasis on human realism and the elevation of kingship to a divine level. This trend toward idealized portraiture would continue to be a central theme in Mesopotamian art. The rise of the Babylonian Empire around 1894 BCE introduced further sophistication in art, most notably through the creation of the Code of Hammurabi, which is both a legal document and a monumental work of art. The Stele of Hammurabi is adorned with a relief depicting the king receiving laws from the sun god Shamash, emphasizing the divine authority behind the legal system. As the Assyrian Empire rose to power in the 9th century BCE, Mesopotamian art shifted to emphasize military strength and royal propaganda. Assyrian palaces were decorated with large-scale reliefs depicting battle scenes, royal hunts, and the king's victories over his enemies. The lamassu, a colossal winged bull with a human head, was created to guard entrances to royal palaces, symbolizing the power and protection of the king. In conclusion, the rise of Mesopotamian art can be seen as a reflection of the changing political, social, and religious dynamics in the region. The development of monumental architecture, the naturalistic portrayal of rulers, and the integration of writing into artistic expression all contributed to the distinctive artistic legacy of Mesopotamia. As a whole, Mesopotamian art served to reinforce the divine authority of rulers, celebrate military conquests, and ensure the continued favor of the gods. Symbolism and monumentality. In the ancient world, art was not merely an aesthetic pursuit, but a powerful tool for conveying deeper meanings, reinforcing societal structures, and emphasizing the divine. In cultures like those of Mesopotamia, Egypt, and later Greece and Rome, symbolism and monumentality were central to the creation of art that was both visually striking and imbued with profound cultural and religious significance. Symbolism in art was used to convey abstract concepts such as divine authority, power, and the afterlife, while monumentality served to create lasting impressions and affirm the status of rulers, gods, and cultural achievements. Symbolism in art was particularly important in ancient civilizations, where visual representations often transcended their immediate literal meaning to express ideas about the divine, the cosmic order, and the ruler's relationship to the gods. For example, in ancient Egypt, the use of hieroglyphs, which combined phonetic and symbolic representations, played a crucial role in the communication of divine principles. Similarly, the use of animals, such as lions and bulls, in Egyptian and Mesopotamian art symbolized strength, courage, and kingship. The king's association with divine creatures or gods was not only a statement of his earthly power, but also an indication of his role as an intermediary between the divine and the human realms. One of the most striking aspects of ancient art was its monumental scale, which served both practical and symbolic functions. The creation of large-scale sculptures, buildings, and tombs was a way for rulers to assert their power and authority, but it also reflected a belief in the eternal nature of the ruler's legacy. In Egypt, the Great Pyramids of Giza were not just tombs, but monumental statements of the pharaoh's divine status and their journey to the afterlife. The monumental scale of the pyramids and their alignment with celestial bodies symbolized the ruler's connection to the cosmos and the gods. Similarly, the massive stone reliefs of Assyrian palaces, depicting scenes of war and conquest, were not merely artistic expressions, but forms of propaganda meant to establish the king's dominance and divine favor. In ancient Greece and Rome, monumentality took on new forms, as public architecture and sculpture were used to celebrate the achievements of cities, rulers, and empires. The Parthenon in Athens, for instance, was not just a temple dedicated to the goddess Athena, but also a symbol of the city's power and cultural superiority. The Romans, too, employed monumental architecture to communicate their imperial power, as seen in structures like the Colosseum and Trajan's Column, which were designed to demonstrate Rome's grandeur and commemorate military victories. Symbolism and monumentality, therefore, were more than mere stylistic choices in ancient art. They were integral to the ways in which societies communicated their beliefs, asserted power, and preserved their legacies for future generations. The lasting impact of these artistic traditions is seen in how monuments and symbolic art continue to be used today to commemorate historical events, celebrate national identities, and honor cultural heritage. Through their symbolism and monumental scale, ancient artists created works that transcended time, leaving a lasting imprint on the collective memory of humanity. Art and religion in ancient cultures. Art and religion have been intertwined throughout human history, with early cultures using artistic expression to communicate their spiritual beliefs and establish connections between the human and divine realms. In ancient civilizations, art was a primary medium for honoring gods, commemorating religious rituals, and ensuring the prosperity and protection of individuals and communities. The sacred and the artistic were inseparable, as religion provided the context in which art flourished and shaped the worldview of ancient societies. This relationship can be seen clearly in cultures such as ancient Egypt, Mesopotamia, Greece, and Mesoamerica, where religious beliefs dictated the creation, purpose, and presentation of art. In ancient Egypt, religion permeated every aspect of life, and art was no exception. The Egyptians believed in an afterlife, where the soul would journey through the underworld to achieve eternal life. As such, the creation of funerary art, including tomb paintings, statues, and reliefs, was essential to ensure that the deceased would be properly guided and protected in the afterlife. Gods and deities were regularly depicted in Egyptian art, not only to honor their divine nature, but also to invoke their power and protection. The Great Pyramid of Giza, a monumental structure that served as the tomb of the pharaoh Khufu, is one of the most iconic examples of religious art and architecture. The pyramid was designed to align with celestial bodies, emphasizing the pharaoh's divine connection to the gods. In Mesopotamia, religious practices and art were also closely connected. The Mesopotamians built massive ziggurats, stepped pyramidal temples, dedicated to their gods. The art created for these temples was intended to honor the deities and ensure divine favor for the community. The Ishtar Gate of Babylon, adorned with images of lions, dragons, and bulls, represented the goddess Ishtar's power over the forces of nature and protection. Mesopotamian rulers, such as Hammurabi, also used art to solidify their relationship with the divine, as seen in the Code of Hammurabi, which includes an image of the king receiving laws from the sun god Shamash. Greek and Roman art, while more human-centered, still retained deep religious significance. Temples dedicated to gods, such as the Parthenon in Athens, were adorned with sculptures that depicted mythological stories and honored the gods in whose name the temple was built. In Roman culture, religious art often included portraits of emperors, who were considered divine figures, emphasizing their role as both political and religious leaders. In Mesoamerican cultures, such as the Maya and Aztec, art was similarly tied to religious practices. Elaborate temples, pyramid structures, and carved stone reliefs depicting gods, rituals, and celestial events served as expressions of devotion and a means to communicate the power of the deities to the people. The Maya stela, tall stone monuments, often depicted rulers and gods together, reinforcing the belief that rulers were divinely chosen and connected to the gods. In conclusion, art in ancient cultures was a powerful means of religious expression, reflecting the deep connection between the divine and the mortal. Whether through the creation of monumental structures, the depiction of gods and deities, or the use of art in funerary practices, the sacred and artistic realms were inseparable in shaping the belief systems, social structures, and cultural legacies of ancient civilizations. Art served not only to honor gods and rulers, but also to communicate spiritual beliefs, ensuring the continuity of cultural and religious traditions across generations. Chapter 4: Art of the Classical Mediterranean. The art of the classical Mediterranean, spanning from the Greek and Roman civilizations, represents a pinnacle of artistic achievement that has profoundly influenced Western art and culture. This era, roughly from the 5th century BCE to the fall of the Roman Empire in the 5th century CE, is known for its emphasis on humanism, balance, proportion, and realism. The classical Mediterranean brought about a transition from the more rigid and symbolic art of earlier periods to a focus on idealized human forms and the exploration of naturalism. This transformation was deeply connected to the philosophical, political, and cultural changes of the time, which sought to explore human experience, reason, and the nature of the universe. Greek art, in particular, marked a shift towards realism and the study of the human body. The Greeks revered the human form, believing it to be a reflection of divine harmony. The Kouros statues, for example, show young men in rigid, symmetrical poses that reflect both an understanding of anatomy and the idealization of the human body as a representation of perfection. However, over time, Greek art evolved to incorporate more naturalistic movements and expressions, as seen in works such as the Discobolus, the discus thrower by Myron, which captures the body in mid-motion, embodying both athleticism and grace. The sculptor Phidias took this idealization further with the Parthenon sculptures, where the human form is depicted with perfect proportions, yet imbued with a sense of spiritual dignity and divine balance. The Greek focus on proportion and symmetry culminated in the creation of the Doric, Ionic, and Corinthian orders, architectural styles that would become foundational to Western architecture. The Parthenon, built in Athens during the 5th century BCE, exemplifies these principles of harmony and balance in its design. The use of columns and detailed sculptural reliefs, especially the Parthenon frieze and the Elgin marbles, conveyed both the grandeur of the gods and the achievements of Athenian society. Roman art, which absorbed much of the Greek aesthetic, was characterized by a shift towards practical realism, particularly in portraiture and architectural forms. Romans valued verism, the artistic representation of subjects with all their natural imperfections, which was particularly evident in their busts of politicians and emperors. These busts were designed not only to capture likeness, but also to convey wisdom, experience, and authority. The Augustus of Prima Porta, for instance, idealizes the first Roman emperor, presenting him in an idealized youthful form, but also incorporates symbolic elements that emphasize his divine right to rule. Roman architecture furthered Greek innovations with the development of the arch, the vault, and the use of concrete, allowing for the creation of expansive structures like the Colosseum and the Pantheon. These buildings, grand in scale and innovative in design, celebrated the power and might of the Roman Empire, while also advancing the functionality of public spaces for entertainment, worship, and civic life. In conclusion, the art of the classical Mediterranean, particularly that of Greece and Rome, established artistic principles that continue to influence Western art today. Greek art's exploration of human form and proportion, combined with Roman innovation in realism and architecture, laid the foundation for future artistic developments in Europe and beyond. The classical Mediterranean's legacy lives on in its enduring focus on human achievement, balance, and the celebration of both the physical and the spiritual. Greek art, the classical ideal. Greek art is widely celebrated for its development of the classical ideal, an artistic vision that emphasized balance, harmony, and the pursuit of beauty in both the human form and the natural world. This ideal emerged during the 5th century BCE, known as the Classical period, and was grounded in the belief that beauty could be achieved through the use of proportion, symmetry, and naturalistic representation. Greek artists focused on achieving an idealized portrayal of the human body, often striving to represent figures that were not just accurate, but also embody the divine perfection that the Greeks associated with the gods and their ideals of human excellence. One of the key aspects of Greek art was its exploration of the human form, which was regarded as a symbol of both divine beauty and human potential. Early Greek sculpture, such as the Kouros and Kore statues, reflected a rigid and formal representation of the human body. These figures, often of young men or women, stood in symmetrical poses with little to no movement. They were stylized to some extent, showing a focus on idealized proportions rather than realism. However, as Greek art progressed, artists began to explore more naturalistic and dynamic representations, giving the human body a sense of movement, emotion, and realism. One of the greatest achievements of Greek art was the development of contrapposto, a pose in which a figure stands with most of its weight on one leg, creating a naturalistic shift in the body's posture. This technique, most famously seen in sculptures like Discobolus, the discus thrower, by Myron, and Doraphoros, the spear bearer, by Polykleitos, allowed Greek artists to convey the balance and harmony of the human form while also imbuing their works with a sense of life and motion. These sculptures embodied the Greek ideal of symmetria, or perfect proportion, which was central to their aesthetic values. The Greeks were also pioneers in architectural design, particularly in the development of the Doric, Ionic, and Corinthian orders. These styles of columns were used in the construction of temples and other public buildings, with each order reflecting different aspects of Greek culture. The Parthenon, dedicated to the goddess Athena, is perhaps the most famous example of Greek architecture, combining elegant proportions with detailed sculptural reliefs to convey the harmony between human achievement and divine favor. The Parthenon frieze and Elgin marbles depict mythological scenes celebrating both the gods and the prowess of the Athenian people, while also showcasing the mastery of Greek sculptors. In conclusion, Greek art, particularly during the classical period, is a celebration of the human form, the pursuit of beauty, and the quest for idealism. Through their focus on proportion, balance, and naturalism, Greek artists set the foundations for Western art that would influence generations of artists in the centuries to come. The classical ideal remains a symbol of the harmony between the human and divine, capturing both the physical and philosophical aspirations of ancient Greek culture. Roman art and architecture. Roman art and architecture reflect the empire's ambition, practical achievements, and deeply rooted traditions, blending influences from Greek, Etruscan, and other cultures while innovating new forms and techniques. Unlike the Greeks, who idealized human figures and nature, Romans often emphasized realism and verism in their art, depicting subjects with a focus on individuality and experience. Roman art served multiple purposes, including political propaganda, religious devotion, and personal commemoration, making it a versatile tool for shaping both public and private life. One of the most notable features of Roman art was its commitment to portraiture. Roman busts are characterized by their detailed and lifelike depictions of individuals, often highlighting age, imperfections, and facial expressions to convey wisdom, authority, and experience. These portraits, commonly made of marble, were not merely representations of the physical appearance of emperors, senators, or other prominent figures, but also visual statements of their character and status. The bust of Julius Caesar and the bust of Cicero exemplify the Roman emphasis on realism, with their deliberate focus on wrinkles and imperfections to project an image of age and gravitas. Roman sculpture also extended to grander, more monumental works, such as the Column of Trajan and the equestrian statue of Marcus Aurelius, which not only portrayed emperors in heroic forms, but also depicted historical events, military victories, and divine favor. These sculptures were intended to solidify the emperor's power, celebrate military conquests, and communicate the empire's success and strength to the public. In architecture, the Romans were incredibly innovative, and their use of materials and engineering techniques allowed for the creation of expansive, durable, and functional structures. The Romans perfected the use of concrete, enabling them to build monumental buildings such as the Pantheon and the Colosseum, which were not only architectural marvels, but also served as symbols of Roman power and ingenuity. The Pantheon, with its massive dome and oculus, exemplifies Roman mastery of space and light, creating an interior that feels both vast and intimate. The Colosseum, an iconic symbol of the Roman Empire, was used for gladiatorial games and public spectacles, embodying the Roman values of entertainment, spectacle, and power. Roman architectural achievements also extended to infrastructure, with the construction of roads, bridges, aqueducts, and baths, which were integral to the functioning of the empire. These public works were not only practical, but also served as expressions of Roman engineering prowess and their ability to unite vast territories under imperial rule. In conclusion, Roman art and architecture were characterized by a pragmatic yet grandiose approach to both the representation of individuals and the construction of public spaces. The focus on realism in sculpture, the monumental scale of buildings, and the Roman innovations in engineering set the foundation for Western art and architecture for centuries. Through their art, the Romans communicated their values, cemented their legacy, and demonstrated their ability to shape the built environment on an unprecedented scale. Greek and Roman sculpture, techniques and styles. Greek and Roman sculpture are often considered the high points of classical art, renowned for their technical mastery and their exploration of the human figure. Both civilizations revolutionized the way in which the human form was represented, setting standards that would influence artistic traditions for centuries. While Greek sculpture focused on idealization and harmony, Roman sculpture embraced realism and individualism, with each civilization contributing unique techniques and styles that are still admired today. Greek sculpture began with a relatively simple and stylized approach, seen in early figures like the Choros, a young male figure, and Chore, a female figure, which were rigid and frontal, emphasizing symmetry and proportion. Over time, however, Greek artists advanced their techniques to create more lifelike and dynamic representations of the human body. This shift was marked by the introduction of the contrapposto pose, in which the figure's weight is shifted onto one leg, creating a more relaxed and natural stance. This innovation, perfected by sculptors like Polykleitos and seen in his famous statue Doryphoros, the spear-bearer, brought a sense of movement and balance to Greek sculpture that had never before been achieved. Greek artists also focused heavily on idealizing the human form, influenced by their belief in perfection and harmony. They sought to capture not just the physical body, but the essence of beauty, believing that the perfect proportions of the human form reflected divine order. Sculptures like the Discobolus, discus thrower, by Myron, and the Venus de Milo sought to represent the idealized human body in motion, emphasizing symmetry and the balance of muscles, posture, and expression. Roman sculpture, while heavily influenced by Greek techniques, diverged in its approach by focusing more on verism, or the accurate depiction of age and character. Roman portraiture, exemplified by busts of individuals like Julius Caesar or Cicero, emphasized realism by highlighting the subject's wrinkles, facial expressions, and imperfections. This approach served a political function, emphasizing the wisdom, experience, and gravitas of the subjects. While Greek portraiture sought to portray an idealized version of the person, Roman busts aimed to present the individual as they truly appeared, often with detailed realism that conveyed the person's social and political stature. Romans also excelled in monumental sculpture, creating larger-than-life statues and reliefs that commemorated military victories and celebrated imperial power. The Column of Trajan, for instance, features a continuous relief that tells the story of Emperor Trajan's victory in the Dacian Wars, demonstrating both technical skill in relief carving and a narrative style that would influence later art. In terms of materials, both Greek and Roman sculptors worked primarily in marble and bronze, though Romans also utilized other materials like terracotta for smaller works. Greek sculptures were often cast in bronze, but many of the surviving examples are Roman copies in marble, showcasing the Romans' admiration for Greek art. In conclusion, Greek and Roman sculpture played a crucial role in the development of Western art. Greek artists focused on idealism, proportion, and harmony, while Roman artists embraced realism, individualism, and a focus on historical and political context. The technical innovations and artistic ideals established by these civilizations continue to influence sculpture and visual art to this day. The influence of classical art on later cultures. The art of ancient Greece and Rome has had a profound and lasting impact on later cultures, shaping the development of Western art and architecture for centuries. Classical art, with its emphasis on proportion, harmony, and idealized human forms, laid the foundation for artistic standards that continue to influence contemporary aesthetics. From the Renaissance to the neoclassical movement and beyond, the principles established by Greek and Roman artists resonated across time, informing both the content and the techniques of later art. During the Renaissance, which began in Italy in the 14th century, artists such as Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, and Raphael rediscovered and sought to revive the ideals of classical antiquity. This period marked a return to the study of humanism, the focus on the human body, and the use of proportion and perspective, all central to classical art. Michelangelo's David, for example, is a direct homage to the idealized male figures of Greek sculpture, drawing on the balance, anatomical precision, and elegance seen in works like Polykleitos Doriphoros. Renaissance artists also studied the works of ancient sculptors and architects, incorporating the architectural orders of the Greeks and Romans, such as the Doric, Ionic, and Corinthian columns, into their designs for churches, palaces, and public buildings. In addition to the Renaissance, the neoclassical movement of the 18th and early 19th centuries further emphasized the revival of classical forms. Inspired by the discoveries of ancient Roman ruins, such as those at Pompeii and Herculaneum, artists like Jacques-Louis David and Antonio Canova sought to return to the simplicity, balance, and rationality of ancient Greek and Roman art. Neoclassical architecture, embodied in buildings like the Pantheon in Paris and the U.S. Capitol building, embraced the symmetrical lines, columns, and grand proportions characteristic of classical structures. Classical art's influence also extended to modern culture, from the development of academic art traditions in Europe to the construction of public monuments in many Western countries. The ideals of classical beauty and heroic grandeur remain central to the portrayal of historical figures and events, from state-sponsored statues to the monumental architecture of government buildings and memorials. Moreover, classical art's emphasis on the human figure and its exploration of emotion, movement, and expression continue to inform later artistic movements, such as Romanticism and Realism. The ideal of human perfection, as explored by Greek sculptors, influenced not only visual artists, but also poets, philosophers, and architects, shaping the intellectual and cultural landscape of the Western world. In conclusion, the influence of classical art on later cultures is immeasurable. Its principles of proportion, harmony, and idealization continue to shape artistic practices and architectural design today. The classical ideal has persisted through the centuries, enduring as a symbol of human aspiration and artistic excellence, and remains a key reference point for the study and appreciation of art and culture across the globe. Art as political propaganda. Throughout history, art has been used as a powerful tool for political propaganda, shaping public perception, reinforcing power structures, and advancing ideological goals. From ancient empires to modern regimes, rulers and governments have understood the potential of visual art to influence, persuade, and control the masses. The relationship between art and politics is complex, with art often serving both as a vehicle for propaganda and as a means of challenging political authority. In its role as political propaganda, art functions not only to glorify the state and its leaders, but also to create a sense of unity and loyalty among citizens, promoting national identity and ideology. In ancient Rome, art played a crucial role in the consolidation of power and the portrayal of imperial authority. Roman emperors, such as Augustus, used sculpture, coinage, and architecture as tools of political propaganda to craft their public image and legitimize their rule. The Augustus of Prima Porta, for example, portrays the emperor as a youthful and idealized figure, symbolizing strength, military prowess, and divine favor. This statue, along with the emperor's coin portraits, presented Augustus as both a powerful military leader and a benevolent ruler, reinforcing his image as the bringer of peace and prosperity following years of civil war. The use of art to convey such messages allowed rulers to shape their legacy and ensure their authority was recognized by citizens and foreign nations alike. During the Renaissance, art also became a means of political expression. The Medici family in Florence, for instance, commissioned works by artists like Michelangelo and Botticelli, not only to beautify their palaces, but also to assert their political dominance and align themselves with divine authority. The Medici Chapel and the Birth of Venus both reflect the family's political agenda, using art to enhance their prestige, align themselves with Roman and Christian ideals, and project their power across the city-state. In the 20th century, political propaganda in art became more overt and widespread, especially under authoritarian regimes. In Nazi Germany, Leni Riefenstahl's film Triumph of the Will used cinematic techniques to glorify Adolf Hitler and the Nazi Party, presenting them as the saviors of Germany and portraying the Führer as a near-mythical figure of power. In the Soviet Union, artists like Viktor Vasnetsov and El Lissitzky were commissioned to produce works that celebrated Soviet ideology, portraying the working class as heroic figures and promoting the communist vision of equality and progress. Socialist realism, a style enforced by the Soviet state, sought to idealize the lives of workers and peasants while depicting the state and its leaders in glorified, almost superhuman forms. Art's role as political propaganda is not limited to authoritarian regimes. It has also been employed in democratic societies to foster national unity and promote social agendas. During wartime, posters, murals, and films were used to encourage patriotism, enlistment, and support for the war effort, as seen in the United States World War II propaganda posters. The iconic "We Can Do It" poster featuring Rosie the Riveter became a symbol of women's empowerment and the contribution of women to the wartime economy, aligning social change with national needs. In conclusion, art has long been used as a tool for political propaganda, whether to consolidate power, promote ideology, or manipulate public perception. Through visual means, governments and leaders can project authority, reinforce societal norms, and shape collective memory. Whether through the glorification of rulers in ancient Rome or the mass-produced posters of modern war efforts, art has been an essential instrument for the communication of political ideas, influencing generations and leaving a lasting imprint on both history and culture. Chapter 5: Early Christian and Byzantine Art. Early Christian and Byzantine art mark a pivotal shift in the history of Western art, reflecting the transformation of religious and cultural values as the Roman Empire gave way to Christian dominance. These two periods, spanning from the rise of Christianity in the 4th century CE to the fall of Constantinople in 1453, saw the development of distinct artistic traditions that conveyed spiritual messages and the power of the church, while adapting and innovating in response to changing political, religious, and social conditions. Early Christian art developed in the context of Christianity's emergence as a religion within the Roman Empire. Initially, Christians were persecuted and forced to practice their faith in secret, which led to the creation of clandestine artwork in catacombs, burial sites, and private homes. These early Christian works were often symbolic, rather than overtly representational, as the Christian community sought to avoid association with pagan idols. Symbols like the Chi-Rho, the Good Shepherd, and the ichthys, fish, were used to communicate Christian beliefs without directly confronting Roman imperial authorities. Early Christian frescoes and mosaics in catacombs often depicted biblical stories or scenes of salvation, such as the story of Jonah or the miracle of the loaves and fishes, with an emphasis on spiritual rather than naturalistic representation. The Edict of Milan in 313 CE, which legalized Christianity in the Roman Empire, ushered in a period of open patronage by emperors and wealthy Christian patrons. During this time, Christian art became more monumental, as the Church commissioned large-scale basilicas, altars, and mosaics to celebrate the newfound power of the faith. The old St. Peter's Basilica in Rome, built under Emperor Constantine, became a central place of worship, showcasing the architectural and artistic grandeur that now defined Christian spaces. Iconography in this period focused on the glorification of Christ, the Virgin Mary, and saints, with depictions that were symbolic and often abstract in nature, conveying a sense of divine presence rather than earthly reality. Byzantine art, which followed the decline of the Western Roman Empire, emerged as the visual culture of the Eastern Roman Byzantine Empire, with its capital in Constantinople, modern-day Istanbul. Byzantine art was heavily influenced by religious themes, focusing on the depiction of Christ, the Virgin Mary, and saints through mosaics, icons, and frescoes. The Hagia Sophia, originally built as a Christian cathedral, is an iconic example of Byzantine architecture and art. Its vast dome and interior mosaics symbolize the divine order, with the use of gold and rich colors creating a sense of heaven on earth. Byzantine artists were known for their meticulous attention to detail and their focus on creating images that were not meant to depict naturalistic human forms, but to express divine truth. Iconoclasm, a significant period in Byzantine history, saw a destructive movement against the use of religious images, as some believed they violated the commandment against idolatry. This period led to the destruction of many religious artworks, but in the end, the veneration of icons was restored, and Byzantine art continued to thrive. The enduring legacy of Byzantine art is its emphasis on spiritual representation, abstract iconography, and architectural splendor, which would go on to influence the development of religious art in the medieval period and beyond. In conclusion, early Christian and Byzantine art played a crucial role in the development of Western religious art, influencing both the religious and political landscapes of their time. Through the use of symbolism, abstraction, and monumental architecture, these art forms communicated the transcendent nature of Christianity and helped establish a visual language that would endure for centuries, leaving a lasting imprint on the art of the Middle Ages and beyond. The transformation of Christian imagery. The transformation of Christian imagery is a profound and complex evolution that spans from the early Christian period through the Byzantine era, reflecting changes in theological understanding, social structures, and cultural influences. Early Christian art, emerging in the wake of the Roman Empire's adoption of Christianity, was initially constrained by the need for secrecy and the struggle for Christian communities to establish a distinct visual identity. Over time, Christian imagery evolved from cryptic and symbolic representations to more overt and grandiose depictions, paralleling the growing acceptance and institutionalization of Christianity in the Roman Empire. In the earliest Christian art, particularly from the 2nd to 4th centuries, symbolism played a significant role. Early Christian artists often avoided direct representations of Christ, focusing instead on symbols like the hymnals, like the Chi-Rho, the Christian monogram, or the Good Shepherd, which alluded to Christ's role as a savior and protector. These symbols allowed early Christians to communicate their faith without provoking the attention of Roman authorities, who viewed Christianity with suspicion. Additionally, the use of symbols, such as the fish, ichthys, or the lamb, reflected the importance of hidden meaning, as Christians saw their religion as a secret, often underground movement that was at odds with pagan traditions. These images were meant to subtly convey spiritual truths rather than depict the literal figure of Christ or sacred events. The transformation of Christian imagery became more visible with the Edict of Milan in 313 CE, which legalized Christianity and allowed the faith to flourish openly. With this newfound acceptance, Christian art began to adopt a more recognizable iconography, influenced by the grandeur of Roman imperial art and the growing wealth of the Church. The depiction of Christ evolved from symbolic representations to more humanized forms. In early Christian frescoes, such as those found in the catacombs of Rome, Christ was depicted as a youthful and non-threatening figure, often shown as the Good Shepherd or as a teacher, a figure that emphasized Christ's pastoral and protective nature. By the time of the Byzantine period, Christian imagery had become more highly stylized and theological. Christ was often portrayed in a more solemn and divine manner, with a focus on his authority and majesty rather than his humanity. The Christ Pantocrator icon depicting Christ as the ruler of the universe became one of the most iconic images in Byzantine art. Christ's features were typically rendered in an abstract, almost otherworldly manner, with emphasis on the eyes, which were often large and expressive, symbolizing his omniscience. This period also saw the development of a more formalized iconography, with saints, angels, and biblical events depicted in highly stylized forms that adhered to specific conventions, meant to evoke a sense of divine truth and eternal presence, rather than realistic human emotion. In addition to theological changes, the transformation of Christian imagery was also influenced by political and social factors. With the establishment of Constantinople as the capital of the Eastern Roman Empire, Christianity became deeply intertwined with imperial power, and the Church's visual language was used to reinforce the authority of the emperor and the Church itself. The use of mosaic art in churches like the Hagia Sophia in Constantinople illustrated this relationship, with intricate depictions of Christ, the Virgin Mary, and emperors emphasizing both the spiritual and political authority of the Church. In conclusion, the transformation of Christian imagery is marked by a gradual shift from symbolic and abstract representations of faith to more iconic and monumental depictions of Christ, saints, and sacred events. This evolution reflects not only theological developments, but also shifts in political power, cultural influences, and the institutionalization of Christianity. The Christian imagery of the early and Byzantine periods laid the foundation for the religious art that would continue to evolve in the medieval and Renaissance periods, leaving a lasting legacy in the history of Western art. The iconography of Byzantine art. The iconography of Byzantine art is a key component of the Eastern Christian tradition, characterized by its religious themes, symbolic representations, and strict adherence to theological principles. Rooted in the legacy of early Christian art, Byzantine iconography became more formalized as the Byzantine Empire developed its distinct cultural and religious identity. This form of art was deeply intertwined with the Eastern Orthodox Church, and its images were not merely decorative, but were regarded as sacred objects that played a role in the spiritual life of the faithful. Icons, mosaics, and frescoes were created not to represent the physical world as it is, but to depict the divine, often in symbolic or abstract forms, reflecting the heavenly realm and the eternal nature of the divine. One of the most defining features of Byzantine iconography is the portrayal of Christ. The image of Christ Pantocrator, depicting Christ as the ruler of the universe, became one of the most iconic representations of Christ in Byzantine art. In this type of icon, Christ is typically shown with a solemn and majestic expression, his right hand raised in blessing and holding a book of the Gospels in his left. His gaze is often directed directly at the viewer, creating a sense of divine presence and authority. This image emphasizes the dual nature of Christ as both fully divine and fully human, but the focus is on his divinity, representing Christ not as an earthly figure, but as a transcendent, eternal being. In addition to Christ, Byzantine iconography places great importance on the Virgin Mary. The Theotokos, or Mother of God, is depicted in a range of forms, but the most significant is the Hodegetria icon, where the Virgin holds the child Christ in her arms and points to him as the source of salvation. The Eleusa type, which shows the Virgin tenderly holding Christ to her cheek, conveys a sense of compassion and maternal love. These depictions of Mary highlight her role as an intercessor and protector, a central figure in Byzantine devotion. Saints and angels also occupy a central place in Byzantine art. The saints are often depicted in icons with distinct attributes that help identify them, such as Saint George with his horse and spear, or Saint Peter with keys to heaven. Angels are shown in a stylized ethereal form, often with large wings and flowing robes, symbolizing their divine nature and heavenly realm. These figures are not intended to represent historical individuals in a realistic manner, but to convey their spiritual significance and divine role. The use of gold backgrounds and rich colors in Byzantine art further enhances the otherworldly quality of these images. The gold symbolizes the divine light of heaven and the eternal nature of the subjects depicted, creating an aura of transcendence. The formalized, stylized nature of Byzantine iconography reflects the belief that these images were windows to the divine, allowing the viewer to connect with the heavenly realm. The faithful were encouraged to venerate these images as a means of accessing divine grace, rather than viewing them as simple representations. In conclusion, the iconography of Byzantine art is characterized by its symbolic, abstract, and spiritual representations. It emphasizes the divine nature of Christ, the Virgin Mary, saints, and angels, with a focus on conveying eternal truths rather than earthly realities. Through its use of strict conventions, rich symbolism, and ethereal forms, Byzantine art provided a visual language that connected the faithful with the divine, playing a central role in the religious and spiritual life of the Byzantine Empire and beyond. Early Christian architecture, basilicas, and catacombs. Early Christian architecture represents a significant departure from the classical styles of ancient Roman and Greek architecture, reflecting the spiritual and functional needs of a growing Christian community. As Christianity evolved from a persecuted sect to an established religion, the spaces in which Christians worshiped and buried their dead transformed to accommodate the new faith's needs and theological values. Two key forms of early Christian architecture that emerged were the basilica and the catacombs, both of which played essential roles in the development of Christian religious practices and art. The basilica was adopted by early Christians as a place for communal worship, influenced by Roman civic buildings that had long been used for public assemblies. Unlike traditional pagan temples, which were focused on the worship of gods through offerings and rituals, the basilica was designed to facilitate Christian liturgical practices, which centered around the reading of scripture, prayer, and the Eucharist. Early Christian basilicas were typically rectangular buildings with a central nave flanked by aisles with a semicircular apse at one end where the altar was placed. The layout of the basilica emphasized the congregation's participation in the service, with the focus on the altar as the heart of the building where the celebration of the Eucharist would take place. The Old St. Peter's Basilica in Rome, commissioned by Emperor Constantine in the 4th century, is one of the most famous examples of early Christian basilica architecture. Its design, with its grand nave and monumental proportions, was a precursor to the large basilicas that would later dominate Christian architecture throughout Europe. These basilicas were often adorned with vibrant mosaics, frescoes, and inscriptions, many of which depicted biblical stories, saints, and Christ. The use of natural light, which filtered through clerestory windows, created an ethereal atmosphere that symbolized the presence of the divine, further enhancing the sacred nature of the space. In contrast to the public basilica, the catacombs served as hidden spaces for Christian worship and burial during the early years of Christianity, when the faith was still illegal in the Roman Empire. The catacombs, typically located outside city walls, consisted of subterranean networks of tunnels and chambers used for the burial of Christian martyrs and the faithful. These spaces were essential not only for the protection of Christian bodies, but also as secret places for Christians to gather and worship in safety. The catacombs of Rome, for example, contained thousands of tombs and early Christian frescoes, which often included symbols like the Good Shepherd, Jonah and the whale, and the fish, as well as scenes from the Bible. These works of art were not only acts of veneration, but also served as a means of expressing Christian beliefs in an environment where open public worship could lead to persecution. The catacombs played a critical role in the development of Christian iconography. Since early Christians were forbidden from making images of God, many of the frescoes and carvings within the catacombs are symbolic, employing images like the Chi-Rho or the cross, which could be understood by the faithful, but would not draw unwanted attention from Roman authorities. These early Christian artworks emphasized themes of resurrection, salvation, and eternal life, core concepts of Christian faith, reflecting the faith's belief in life after death. In conclusion, early Christian architecture, particularly the basilica and catacombs, was integral to the development of Christian religious practices and artistic traditions. The basilica, as a place of public worship, symbolized the shift toward an open and formalized Christian identity, while the catacombs, with their secretive and symbolic nature, preserved early Christian rites of burial and worship during a time of persecution. Both architectural forms left a lasting legacy that would influence the design of Christian churches and cemeteries for centuries to come, playing a crucial role in the establishment of Christianity as a major religious and cultural force. Mosaics and the revival of religious art. Mosaics played a central role in the development and expression of religious art, particularly in the Byzantine period. These intricate and vibrant artworks were used to decorate churches, basilicas, and other religious buildings, serving not only as decorative elements, but also as vehicles for spiritual communication. Mosaics, composed of small pieces of colored glass, stone, or ceramic set in plaster or mortar, were a medium that allowed for the creation of elaborate, visually striking images that conveyed theological and sacred messages. Their revival in Christian architecture during the early Byzantine period marked a significant shift in religious art, reinforcing the divine and eternal nature of religious subjects and connecting the viewer to the spiritual realm. The revival of religious mosaics in early Christian and Byzantine art began in earnest with the establishment of Christianity as the official religion of the Roman Empire under Emperor Constantine. Early Christian mosaics were often employed to decorate the interior of basilicas, particularly the apse and the walls around the altar, which were the focal points of worship. The use of mosaics to depict religious scenes allowed the church to communicate the sacred stories of the Bible to a largely illiterate population. These mosaics depicted figures such as Christ, the Virgin Mary, saints, and biblical narratives, presented in a highly stylized and symbolic manner. The divine light emanating from the mosaics, created by the reflective qualities of the glass tesserae, was meant to evoke a sense of heavenly illumination, reinforcing the notion of the eternal and otherworldly presence of God. One of the most iconic examples of early Christian mosaics is found in the Basilica of San Vitale in Ravenna, Italy, built in the 6th century. The mosaics in this church include striking depictions of Christ as the Pantocrator, ruler of the universe, as well as scenes from the life of the Virgin Mary and Emperor Justinian. These mosaics are characterized by their brilliant colors, intricate detail, and their use of gold tesserae, which contributed to the ethereal quality of the work. The gold used in these mosaics not only created a sense of divine light, but also symbolized the heavenly realm, emphasizing the transcendent nature of the figures depicted. Mosaics were not only used in churches, but also in imperial palaces and public spaces, where they continued to serve as expressions of religious and political power. The Hagia Sophia in Constantinople, modern-day Istanbul, is another famous example of mosaic art, where the mosaics serve as a visual manifestation of the Christian faith's relationship with imperial authority. The mosaics in the Hagia Sophia are famous for their majestic portrayal of Christ and the Virgin Mary, as well as the imperial family, reflecting the idea of divine rule and the sanctity of the emperor. These mosaics, while overtly religious, also reinforced the authority of the Byzantine emperor, illustrating the close connection between religion and political power in the Byzantine Empire. The revival of religious mosaics in the Byzantine Empire represented a broader trend in Christian art to emphasize the sacred over the secular and the divine over the earthly. The vibrant colors, intricate designs, and spiritual symbolism of these mosaics were not merely decorative. They were meant to elevate the viewer's experience of worship and draw them closer to the divine. The use of mosaics allowed for the creation of a visual language that was both universally accessible and deeply theological, serving as an essential tool in communicating Christian beliefs to the faithful. In conclusion, mosaics played a pivotal role in the revival of religious art during the early Christian and Byzantine periods. These stunning works of art not only adorned religious spaces, but also communicated theological ideas and reinforced the sacred nature of the Christian faith. Through their use of light, color, and symbolism, mosaics helped create a spiritual environment that transported the viewer beyond the earthly realm and into the divine, leaving a lasting legacy in the history of Christian art. The role of art in Christian rituals. Art has played an integral role in Christian rituals, serving as both a tool for worship and a means of conveying spiritual truths. From the earliest days of Christianity, art has been used to express theological concepts, aid in the spiritual experience of the faithful, and enhance religious ceremonies. As Christianity grew from a small, persecuted sect to a dominant force in the Roman Empire, the role of art within Christian rituals expanded, becoming deeply embedded in the practices of the Church. Through visual representations, art helped bridge the gap between the material and spiritual worlds, offering believers a way to engage with the divine and the sacred. One of the most significant ways art has been used in Christian rituals is through the decoration of churches and the creation of sacred spaces. Early Christian basilicas, for example, were designed to reflect the presence of the divine, with mosaics, frescoes, and sculptures adorning the walls and ceilings. These images were not merely ornamental, but were intended to elevate the worship experience. They depicted scenes from the Bible, such as the Last Supper, Christ's crucifixion, and the resurrection, offering a visual narrative that helped the faithful meditate on the central tenets of Christian faith. Art within the church was seen as a form of sacred storytelling, guiding worshipers through the mysteries of Christianity and fostering a deeper connection to God. The Eucharist, or Holy Communion, is one of the most important rituals in Christian worship, and art has been central to its celebration. In the early church, Christian art was used to depict the symbolism of the Eucharist. The image of the Lamb of God was often used to represent Christ's sacrifice, linking the Eucharist to Christ's body and blood. During the Middle Ages, the Eucharistic imagery evolved to include intricate altarpieces and illuminated manuscripts that depicted the Last Supper and the act of communion itself. These images reinforced the sacredness of the ritual and helped believers focus on the spiritual significance of the Eucharist as the means by which they received grace and drew closer to Christ. Art also played a crucial role in the Christian ritual of baptism, which symbolizes the initiation of an individual into the Christian faith. Early Christian baptismal fonts were often adorned with Christian symbols, such as the fish, the Good Shepherd, and the dove, all of which represent key aspects of Christian theology. These symbols helped reinforce the theological significance of baptism as both a purification and a spiritual rebirth. In later periods, scenes from the life of Christ, particularly his own baptism in the River Jordan, were depicted in baptismal artwork to highlight the importance of this sacrament in the life of the believer. Another key ritual where art has played an essential role is in the celebration of the Liturgy of the Hours, the cycle of prayers and psalms recited by clergy and monks throughout the day. In many Christian monasteries and churches, illuminated manuscripts were created to aid in the recitation of these prayers. The intricate illustrations within these manuscripts served as both devotional aids and reminders of the sacred texts being recited. These artistic works elevated the spiritual practice, making the act of prayer and worship a visual and meditative experience. Finally, the veneration of saints and the use of icons in Eastern Christianity further demonstrate the role of art in ritual. Icons were not only devotional objects, but were seen as a means of connecting the worshiper to the divine. The careful and deliberate creation of these sacred images, often painted on wood, was believed to invite the presence of the saint or divine figure into the worship space. In this sense, icons were seen as more than just art. They were vehicles of divine grace, allowing for a deeper encounter with the holy. In conclusion, art has always played a crucial role in Christian rituals, enhancing the worship experience, reinforcing theological teachings, and facilitating a deeper connection to the divine. From the decoration of churches to the creation of sacred objects for rituals such as the Eucharist and baptism, Christian art has served as a powerful tool for the faithful, guiding them through the mysteries of their faith and fostering a spiritual environment where they can encounter God. Chapter 6, Islamic Art and Architecture. Islamic art and architecture developed over centuries, shaped by the cultural and religious practices of the Islamic world. Unlike many other religious traditions, Islamic art is not centered around the direct representation of the divine or human figures. Instead, it focuses on intricate patterns, geometric designs, and calligraphy, as well as stylized representations of nature, reflecting the belief in the transcendence and oneness of God. From the 7th century onward, Islamic art flourished across the vast territories of the Islamic Empire, which stretched from Spain and North Africa to the Middle East, Central Asia, and South Asia. The diversity of regions and cultures within the Islamic world contributed to the rich variety and evolution of Islamic art and architecture. The religious foundations of Islamic art are rooted in the belief in the absolute unity of God, or Tawheed, which emphasizes that God is beyond human comprehension and should not be represented in physical form. As a result, Islamic art avoided depictions of divine or human figures, especially in sacred contexts, and focused instead on abstract, non-figurative art. This led to the development of arabesque designs, which featured intricate, repeating patterns that symbolized the infinite nature of God's creation. These designs were often composed of intertwining floral, geometric, and vegetal motifs, demonstrating the complexity and order inherent in the natural world. This emphasis on abstraction in Islamic art reflected the desire to move beyond material representations and engage with the divine through symbolic forms. One of the most significant forms of Islamic art is calligraphy, which holds great spiritual and artistic significance in the Islamic tradition. Arabic script is not only a means of communication, but is also considered an art form in itself. The Quran, the holy book of Islam, is written in Arabic, and as the word of God, it holds immense spiritual power. As a result, calligraphy became a primary method of conveying the divine message. In addition to Quranic verses, calligraphy was used to adorn mosques, palaces, and other important structures, elevating the beauty of these spaces. Cursive scripts, such as Diwani and Thuluth, are particularly famous for their flowing, elegant forms, while Kufic script, with its angular and geometric shapes, is often seen in early Islamic manuscripts and architecture. In terms of architecture, the mosque became the central building in Islamic cities and communities, reflecting both religious and social functions. The Dome of the Rock in Jerusalem, built in the late 7th century, is one of the most iconic examples of early Islamic architecture. It features a magnificent golden dome, intricate mosaics, and geometric patterns, and it is a key pilgrimage site for Muslims. The mosque is designed to facilitate communal prayer and worship, with a spacious prayer hall and a mihrab, a niche indicating the direction of Mecca. Another important feature of Islamic architecture is the minaret, a tower used to call the faithful to prayer, often adorned with geometric patterns and decorative elements that complement the building's overall design. Islamic architecture also features grand palaces and monumental structures, such as the Alhambra in Spain and the Taj Mahal in India, which showcase the opulence and artistic creativity of the Islamic world. The use of courtyards, fountains, and gardens in these structures reflects the Islamic concept of paradise, where water, greenery, and beauty are abundant. The designs of these buildings often incorporate muqarnas, stalactite-like decorative elements, and elaborate tile work, contributing to the ethereal, otherworldly atmosphere that characterizes much of Islamic architecture. In conclusion, Islamic art and architecture are marked by their distinct approach to representation, focusing on abstraction, geometric patterns, and calligraphy rather than human figures. This artistic tradition developed over centuries, influenced by a wide range of cultures and regions, and played an essential role in expressing the spiritual and cultural values of the Islamic world. The rich variety of designs, from intricate tiles to monumental mosques, reflects the diverse interpretations of Islamic teachings and the beauty found in the divine creation. The emergence of Islamic art. The emergence of Islamic art can be traced back to the 7th century, following the birth of Islam and the subsequent expansion of the Islamic Empire across the Arabian Peninsula and beyond. As the religion spread from its roots in the Hijaz region, it encountered diverse cultures, traditions, and artistic styles, which it absorbed and transformed into a distinctive artistic expression. The early development of Islamic art was deeply tied to the religious, cultural, and political changes that the Islamic community underwent, particularly during the Umayyad and Abbasid periods. At the core of Islamic art is the idea of representing the divine through abstract and non-figurative means. Early Islamic artists and craftsmen adhered to the Islamic principle of aniconism, which discouraged the depiction of human and divine figures, especially in religious contexts. This religious restriction on representational art led to the rise of calligraphy, geometric patterns, and arabesque designs as the primary forms of artistic expression. These forms, which appeared in both secular and religious art, were seen as ways to reflect the infinite nature of God and the unity of the universe. The emphasis on abstraction and symbolism became central to the identity of Islamic art and influenced its development across regions and periods. The early Umayyad period, 661 to 750 CE, marked the first significant phase in the emergence of Islamic art. During this time, Islamic artists drew upon the artistic traditions of the Byzantine Empire, Sasanian Persia, and pre-Islamic Arabian cultures to create new forms of art. One of the key features of early Islamic art was the use of arabesque motifs, which consisted of intricate repeating patterns that often included stylized representations of plants and foliage. These designs reflected the belief in the unity of creation, where nature was a manifestation of divine order. The Dome of the Rock in Jerusalem, completed in 691 CE, is an exemplary early example of Islamic architecture and artistry, blending Christian, Jewish, and Persian influences while introducing Islamic design principles. Its mosaics, featuring abstract floral motifs and Quranic inscriptions, marked a clear departure from figurative religious art and set the stage for the development of Islamic art. During the Abbasid period, 750 to 1258 CE, Islamic art became more diverse as the empire expanded and incorporated a wide range of cultural influences. The Abbasids encouraged the flourishing of Islamic art in their capital, Baghdad, where artists from across the empire converged to create new styles and techniques. This period saw the refinement of calligraphy, particularly the development of the Kufic script, which was used in manuscripts, coins, and architectural inscriptions. Islamic calligraphy became a form of sacred art, conveying the divine word of the Quran and representing a link between the earthly and the divine. The use of gold leaf, intricate geometric patterns, and the addition of Arabic inscriptions to art objects became common during this time, infusing art with a sense of spiritual significance. In addition to calligraphy and geometric design, tile work and mosaics emerged as key features of Islamic architectural decoration. Mosques and palaces were adorned with colorful, intricate tiles and frescoes, often featuring abstract patterns, Quranic verses, and stylized depictions of nature. These elements were not only decorative, but also conveyed religious meaning, as the intricate designs symbolized the infinite nature of God and the order of creation. By the time of the Seljuk and Mamluk periods, 11th to 16th centuries, Islamic art had evolved further, with regional variations emerging across the Islamic world. The art and architecture of Persia, Turkey, Spain, and India each developed distinct styles while retaining core elements of Islamic artistic traditions, such as the use of geometric patterns, calligraphy, and the emphasis on abstraction. In conclusion, the emergence of Islamic art was a gradual process shaped by religious, cultural, and political factors. The prohibition of figurative representations led to the development of highly refined and symbolic forms of art, such as calligraphy, geometric patterns, and arabesques. These artistic expressions conveyed deeper theological meanings and became integral to the religious and cultural identity of the Islamic world, influencing the arts for centuries to come. Geometric and calligraphic patterns. Geometric and calligraphic patterns are two of the most defining characteristics of Islamic art. These forms emerged as central elements in the visual language of the Islamic world, not only because of their aesthetic appeal, but also due to their spiritual and theological significance. Both geometric and calligraphic designs served as ways to transcend the limitations of human representation, reflecting the infinite nature of the divine and reinforcing the unity of God, a core principle in Islamic thought. Geometric patterns are one of the most ubiquitous and identifiable features of Islamic art and architecture. They are based on mathematical precision, symmetry, and repetition, and often involve intricate tessellations that can be endlessly expanded or contracted. These patterns are used to decorate a wide range of art forms, including tile work, carpets, architecture, and manuscripts. The complexity of geometric designs in Islamic art symbolizes the infinite and unchanging nature of the universe, which is governed by divine order. These patterns are not merely decorative. They have deep philosophical and spiritual connotations. The repetition of shapes such as squares, circles, and stars serves to represent the idea of an infinite, harmonious universe, reflecting the eternal and indivisible nature of God's creation. The use of geometry also reflects the Islamic principle of unity and interconnectedness. The interlocking shapes often create a sense of continuity and flow, mirroring the idea that all elements of the universe are interconnected and come from a single divine source. In Islamic architecture, geometric patterns can be found in the intricate tilework of mosques, palaces, and public buildings, where they enhance the spiritual atmosphere by drawing the viewer's eye upward or inward, emphasizing the divine and transcendent qualities of the space. Calligraphy, particularly Arabic calligraphy, is another vital aspect of Islamic art, with a special emphasis on the written word. Since the Quran, the holy book of Islam, is regarded as the literal word of God, writing in Arabic holds profound spiritual significance. As a result, calligraphy was elevated to the status of a high art form in the Islamic world. The beauty of the script, rather than the content of the words, became a way to communicate divine presence. Calligraphy was often used to decorate the walls of mosques, palaces, and tombs, as well as on manuscripts, coins, and objects of daily life. One of the most important types of script is Kufic, which is characterized by its angular, geometric shapes. Kufic calligraphy was often used in the early centuries of Islamic art, especially in the decoration of Quran manuscripts and architectural inscriptions. Over time, more fluid and cursive scripts such as Naskh and Diwani were developed, used for a range of artistic and functional purposes, from religious texts to personal correspondence. Calligraphy's aesthetic qualities made it ideal for integration with geometric patterns, creating a harmonious fusion of form and function. Arabic script is often woven into the intricate patterns of architecture, transforming written words into visual art that conveys both spiritual meaning and beauty. The combination of geometric and calligraphic patterns is a hallmark of Islamic art, representing both the intellectual and spiritual values of the Islamic world. These patterns work together to create an atmosphere of contemplation, where the viewer is drawn into a visual dialogue with the divine. Through their symmetry, repetition, and balance, geometric calligraphic designs invite reflection on the nature of God, the cosmos, and the relationship between humanity and the divine. They serve as constant reminders of the infinite, the sacred, and the unity that lies at the heart of Islamic thought. In conclusion, the development of geometric and calligraphic patterns in Islamic art was both an aesthetic and philosophical response to the religious teachings of Islam. These patterns, whether used in the decoration of buildings, the creation of sacred manuscripts, or the design of everyday objects, are imbued with spiritual meaning, symbolizing divine order, infinity, and the unity of God. Through these visual languages, Islamic art transcended the limitations of figurative representation, providing a means for believers to engage with the transcendent and the eternal. Islamic architecture, mosques and palaces. Islamic architecture, with its unique blend of function, symbolism, and beauty, is a reflection of the cultural, religious, and political values of the Islamic world. Two of the most iconic architectural structures in Islamic tradition are the mosque and the palace, both of which embody the aesthetic principles and spiritual beliefs that shaped the Islamic Empire from the 7th century onward. These buildings not only served as spaces for worship and governance, but also as expressions of divine order, power, and the cultural exchange between various regions. The mosque, as the central institution in the life of a Muslim community, has been one of the most significant forms of Islamic architecture. The design of the mosque is centered around the need for communal worship, particularly the 5 daily prayers. A typical mosque includes several key features, most notably the Qibla wall, which faces Mecca, the direction towards which Muslims pray. This wall is often marked by a mihrab, a niche that indicates the direction of prayer. Adjacent to the mihrab, the minbar, a pulpit from which the imam delivers sermons, is another essential element of mosque design. The courtyard, or san, often with a central fountain for ablutions, is another important feature, symbolizing spiritual purification and creating a tranquil environment for reflection and prayer. The architectural layout of the mosque is designed to emphasize simplicity and harmony, avoiding distractions and focusing on the communal and individual connection to God. The aesthetic elements of mosque architecture reflect key principles of Islamic design, particularly the emphasis on geometric patterns, arabesques, and calligraphy. Intricate tilework, domes, and arches often decorate the interior and exterior of mosques, with spaces designed to inspire awe and reverence. One of the most famous examples of mosque architecture is the Great Mosque of Cordoba in Spain, which features an expansive prayer hall with a forest of columns and intricate horseshoe arches. Another prominent example is the Blue Mosque in Istanbul, Turkey, with its massive dome, cascading semi-domes, and elaborate tilework that creates a sense of divine presence. Mosques, while adhering to certain core principles, often reflect regional and historical variations, influenced by the unique cultural and political contexts in which they were built. In contrast, Palaces in Islamic architecture were grandiose structures that served as the residences of rulers and the centers of political power. The palace was a space for both governance and leisure, often symbolizing the authority and wealth of the Islamic ruler. Like mosques, palaces were designed with a strong emphasis on symmetry and beauty, but they also incorporated elements that reflected the ruler's divine right to govern. A notable feature of Islamic palaces is the use of courtyards and gardens, inspired by the Islamic concept of paradise. The palaces were often surrounded by lush gardens, fountains, and flowing water, reflecting the ideal of an earthly paradise that mirrored the divine. The Alhambra, a palace complex in Granada, Spain, is one of the most renowned examples of Islamic palace architecture. It features intricate muqarnas, stalactite-like decorations, ornamental stucco work, and exquisite tile mosaics. The Taj Mahal in India, although technically a mausoleum, also demonstrates the aesthetic principles of Islamic palace design, with its symmetrical layout, reflective pools, and elaborate gardens. Both palaces and mosques were not just places of function, but also works of art designed to inspire reverence, awe, and a connection to the divine. In conclusion, both mosques and palaces in Islamic architecture reflect the values of the Islamic world: spirituality, unity, and beauty, through their design and decoration. While mosques are sacred spaces dedicated to worship, emphasizing simplicity, purity, and spiritual reflection, palaces symbolize the power and authority of Islamic rulers, designed to impress and showcase the wealth of the empire. Despite their differing purposes, both share a commitment to harmony, symmetry, and beauty, grounded in the Islamic principles of divine unity and order. Miniature paintings and manuscript illumination. Miniature paintings and manuscript illumination are key artistic traditions in the Islamic world, flourishing particularly during the medieval period. These art forms developed as part of the broader cultural and intellectual movements across the Islamic Empire, encompassing Persia, the Ottoman Empire, India, and Central Asia. They are celebrated for their exquisite detail, vibrant colors, and intricate designs, often enhancing the visual experience of religious, literary, and historical texts. Both miniature paintings and illuminated manuscripts reflect the deeply intertwined relationship between art, literature, and the transmission of knowledge in Islamic societies. Miniature painting, a form of small-scale, detailed artwork, was particularly prominent in Persian and Mughal art. These paintings were used to illustrate manuscripts, often of religious, poetic, or historical texts, adding a visual dimension to the written word. One of the most notable genres of miniature painting in the Islamic world is the Persian Shahnameh Book of Kings, which recounts the mythical and historical history of Persia. The illustrations in these manuscripts captured moments of epic battles, courtly life, and divine encounters, rendered with extraordinary attention to detail. The use of vivid colors and delicate brushwork created scenes that were not only narratively rich, but also visually captivating, with figures, landscapes, and architectural elements depicted in a style that fused realism with stylization. The development of miniature painting was heavily influenced by the art of manuscript illumination, which is the decoration of books with intricate designs and ornamental borders. Manuscript illumination was used primarily in religious texts such as the Quran, but it also adorned poetry, historical accounts, and scientific treatises. Illumination involved the use of gilded lettering, floral patterns, arabesques, and geometric designs, enhancing the manuscript's visual appeal and reflecting the reverence placed on written works. Islamic manuscripts, especially those created during the Ilkhanid and Timurid periods, featured decorated pages where every detail, from the lettering to the borders, was carefully crafted to combine form and function. One of the key characteristics of both miniature painting and manuscript illumination in the Islamic tradition is the emphasis on abstraction and the avoidance of human figures, particularly in religious contexts. While Persian miniature painting occasionally featured human forms, they were often stylized or depicted in a manner that emphasized beauty and emotion rather than exact likeness. In contrast to Western art traditions, where the human body was central to artistic representation, Islamic miniature painters focused on creating mood, atmosphere, and symbolism. The figures, often surrounded by lush gardens, palatial architecture, and symbolic motifs, conveyed a sense of the divine and the sublime rather than realism. In the Mughal Empire, the art of miniature painting reached new heights, blending Persian, Indian, and Central Asian influences. The Mughal emperors commissioned elaborate illustrated manuscripts, often combining Persian-style miniatures with Indian themes and landscapes. These works depicted royal portraits, court scenes, and illustrations of classical Indian texts such as the Ramayana and Mahabharata. Mughal miniature paintings are known for their vibrant colors, intricate detailing, and the way they convey the luxury and refinement of the Mughal court. In conclusion, miniature paintings and manuscript illumination played a crucial role in the cultural and intellectual history of the Islamic world. They served as both functional and decorative elements in the transmission of knowledge and religious teachings, with their intricate designs elevating the written word to an art form. Whether in Persian manuscripts or Mughal court commissions, these works remain important symbols of Islamic cultural heritage, demonstrating the fusion of art, literature, and spirituality in the Islamic tradition. The influence of Islamic art on the West. The influence of Islamic art on the West is a testament to the cultural exchanges that took place over centuries, driven by trade, conquest, and intellectual curiosity. From the early medieval period through the Renaissance and beyond, Islamic art significantly shaped Western aesthetics, inspiring artistic techniques, design elements, and architectural innovations that continue to resonate today. The West's engagement with Islamic art can be seen in both the direct adaptation of motifs and methods, as well as in the indirect transmission of knowledge and creative ideas. One of the most profound areas of influence was the introduction of geometric patterns and arabesque designs. As the Islamic Empire expanded across the Mediterranean, the visual language of Islamic art, characterized by intricate, repeating patterns, was introduced to Europe through Spain, Sicily, and the Crusader states. Islamic geometric patterns, with their emphasis on symmetry, abstraction, and mathematical precision, resonated deeply with European artists and architects. These designs found their way into Western architecture and decorative arts, especially during the Gothic period, where stained glass windows, floor tiles, and ceiling decorations often featured similar motifs, albeit adapted to local tastes. In addition to geometric abstraction, Islamic calligraphy had a lasting impact on Western art, particularly during the Renaissance. The Islamic emphasis on the beauty of the written word, coupled with its avoidance of figurative representation, led to the flourishing of calligraphic art. While Western cultures did not adopt Islamic calligraphy in its entirety, the Renaissance saw an increased interest in the visual appeal of letters, leading to the development of ornate script and illuminated manuscripts. Islamic calligraphy, with its flowing, organic forms, influenced Western typographic design, particularly in the creation of decorative fonts and the integration of script into artistic compositions. Islamic architectural innovations also left an indelible mark on Western structures. One of the most influential contributions was the dome and the use of vaulting techniques. The majestic domes of mosques, such as the Dome of the Rock in Jerusalem and the Süleymaniye Mosque in Istanbul, demonstrated advanced engineering and architectural designs that were later adopted and adapted by Western builders. The Romanesque and Gothic cathedrals of Europe, for example, incorporated vaulted ceilings and large open spaces reminiscent of Islamic architecture. The Alhambra in Spain, with its intricate tilework, arches, and courtyards, became a model for the use of decorative surfaces and integration of architecture with the surrounding landscape, influencing Western designs for gardens and public spaces. Moreover, The transmission of scientific knowledge from the Islamic world to the West, including advances in mathematics, astronomy, medicine, and optics, indirectly shaped Western artistic practices. Islamic scholars preserved and expanded upon classical Greek and Roman knowledge, later transmitting it to Europe, where it spurred the intellectual awakening of the Renaissance. This exchange of ideas, which included the preservation of classical texts, contributed to the humanistic approach to art that emphasized naturalism and the human form, elements that eventually influenced the development of Western art during the Renaissance. In conclusion, the influence of Islamic art on the West is a multifaceted phenomenon that spans visual arts, architecture, and intellectual history. The exchange of artistic techniques, decorative motifs, and architectural innovations profoundly shaped Western artistic traditions, enriching them with new ideas and methods. While this influence was often subtle and indirect, it nonetheless played a crucial role in the evolution of Western art and culture, leaving a legacy that continues to be celebrated and studied today. Chapter 7: Art in Asia, India, China, and Japan. Art in Asia has a rich and diverse history, deeply rooted in cultural traditions, spiritual beliefs, and regional expressions. From the ancient civilizations of India to the classical dynasties of China and the refined aesthetics of Japan, the artistic practices of these countries have contributed immensely to the global artistic heritage. The art of Asia reflects its society's philosophical outlooks, religious practices, and interactions with other cultures over centuries, producing works that are both visually stunning and spiritually significant. In India, art has been intrinsically linked with religious and philosophical ideas, particularly those rooted in Hinduism, Buddhism, and Jainism. The earliest forms of Indian art were influenced by the spiritual purpose of representing divine beings and concepts. Hindu temples, for example, are adorned with intricate sculptures depicting gods, goddesses, and mythological figures, which serve both as offerings and as a means to connect the divine with the human realm. Buddhist art, on the other hand, began as simple aniconic symbols, like the Buddha's footprints or a wheel, and evolved into detailed representations of the Buddha and Buddhist teachings. The Ajanta caves in Maharashtra, with their stunning frescoes and reliefs, showcase the intersection of religious devotion and artistic expression. Indian miniature paintings, which flourished in the Mughal and Rajput courts, often depicted courtly life, religious stories, and landscapes, using vibrant colors and intricate details to create miniature, visually rich narratives. In China, art evolved through dynastic changes, each period contributing unique styles and themes. Early Chinese art, particularly during the Shang dynasty, was characterized by bronzeware and ritual vessels used for religious ceremonies. As the dynasties progressed, so too did the artistic techniques, with the Tang dynasty being known for its vibrant Buddhist murals and sculptures. Chinese landscape painting, particularly developed during the Song dynasty, is one of the most influential art forms in East Asia, emphasizing nature, spirituality, and the harmony between man and the natural world. Artists like Fan Quan and Li Cheng used brush techniques to capture vast, often idealized landscapes, symbolizing the Taoist belief in the unity of humanity and nature. Chinese porcelain, another hallmark of Chinese artistry, was perfected over centuries and became a global commodity, admired for its delicate beauty and craftsmanship. Japanese art has a distinctive aesthetic, combining elements of Chinese influence with indigenous Shinto and Buddhist beliefs. Early Japanese art was influenced by the Asuka and Nara periods, where Buddhist imagery and decorative arts like Kofun tombs and temple murals became prevalent. The Heian period saw the rise of courtly art, particularly in painting, with the creation of the Tale of Genji scrolls, which vividly depicted court life, romantic relationships, and nature in a highly stylized and emotional manner. The concept of wabi-sabi, the appreciation of beauty and imperfection, has been a core theme in Japanese aesthetics, especially seen in Japanese tea ceremony utensils, ink wash paintings, and the design of Zen gardens. The art of woodblock printing, particularly during the Edo period, became widely popular, with famous artists like Hokusai and Hiroshige producing iconic prints of landscapes, scenes of daily life, and kabuki actors, which later influenced Western art in the 19th century. In conclusion, the art of India, China, and Japan reveals the deep cultural values, spiritual beliefs, and rich histories of these civilizations. Each region developed its own distinct artistic traditions, yet shared themes of nature, spirituality, and human experience. The influence of these art forms has reached far beyond Asia, leaving a lasting legacy that continues to inspire and inform global artistic practices today. Early Indian art and the influence of Hinduism and Buddhism. Early Indian art is deeply intertwined with the religious and philosophical traditions of the subcontinent, especially Hinduism and Buddhism. These belief systems not only shaped the artistic expression of the time, but also dictated the purpose and style of many artworks, with the aim of depicting the divine, promoting spirituality, and instructing the viewer in moral and philosophical teachings. From ancient sculptures and cave paintings to monumental temples and intricate frescoes, Indian art reflects the enduring influence of these two major religious traditions. Hinduism, as one of the oldest religions in the world, has had a profound impact on the development of Indian art. The visual representation of Hindu deities and mythological stories form the core of Hindu artistic expression. Early Hindu art, especially from the Maurya period, 3rd century BCE, focused primarily on monumental sculptures and carvings, with the Ashokan pillars being notable examples. These pillars, carved with inscriptions and symbolic motifs, marked significant events in the life of Emperor Ashoka and were often inscribed with edicts promoting Buddhism. In the subsequent Gupta period, considered a golden age of Indian art, Hinduism flourished with the development of stunning temple architecture and sculpture. The temples were designed as divine residences, with intricately carved figures of gods, goddesses, and mythological creatures adorning their walls, columns, and facades. Notable examples include the Kailasa Temple in Ellora and the Khajuraho group of monuments, where detailed sculptures represent the divine world, depicting both deities and celestial beings engaged in symbolic gestures and poses that conveyed specific spiritual meanings. In parallel, Buddhism profoundly influenced early Indian art, particularly in the representation of the Buddha and Buddhist teachings. The first depictions of the Buddha were aniconic, symbolized through symbolic motifs such as the lotus, the wheel of Dharma, and footprints, emphasizing the spiritual and philosophical nature of his teachings. Over time, the Gandhara and Mathura schools of art introduced anthropomorphic depictions of the Buddha, showing him in meditative postures with serene expressions and symbolic hand gestures, or mudras. These early Buddhist sculptures, often crafted in stone or clay, reflected a blend of Indian traditions with Hellenistic influences, particularly from the Greco-Bactrian kingdom. Buddhist art, with its emphasis on simplicity, serenity, and spiritual awakening, inspired not only India but also neighboring regions, spreading the iconography of the Buddha and Buddhist philosophy across Central Asia, China, and Southeast Asia. Buddhist cave art, such as the Ajanta caves in Maharashtra, further exemplifies the fusion of art and religion in early Indian culture. The murals in these caves depict scenes from the life of the Buddha, as well as stories of Jataka tales, which recount the previous lives of the Buddha and his path to enlightenment. These paintings, along with sculptures, reflect the didactic function of art in promoting Buddhist values such as compassion, nonviolence, and the pursuit of inner peace. The artistic tradition of early India reflects a profound connection between spiritual belief and visual representation. Both Hinduism and Buddhism influence the way artists approach their craft, using symbolism and iconography to convey complex religious and philosophical ideas. Art in India was not only a form of visual expression, but a means of engaging with the divine and the cosmos, helping to transmit religious teachings to both the elite and the common people, leaving an enduring legacy that continues to inspire artists and viewers around the world. Chinese art, calligraphy, painting, and ceramics. Chinese art is one of the oldest and most influential artistic traditions in the world, with a rich history that spans thousands of years. Central to Chinese artistic expression are three key mediums: calligraphy, painting, and ceramics. These art forms not only reflect the aesthetic sensibilities of Chinese society, but also embody the philosophical, spiritual, and cultural values that have shaped China's identity over millennia. Calligraphy, painting, and ceramics are deeply intertwined with one another, often informing and enhancing each other within Chinese art. Calligraphy holds a uniquely revered place in Chinese culture, often considered the highest form of artistic expression. For centuries, it was seen as both an intellectual pursuit and a visual art, requiring mastery of brushwork, technique, and the ability to convey beauty through written characters. The earliest forms of Chinese calligraphy emerged with the development of Chinese writing during the Shang Dynasty, 1600 to 1046 BCE, evolving over time into different styles, from the formal seal script to the more fluid and expressive cursive script. Calligraphers not only sought to master the technical aspects of brushstrokes, but also aimed to embody the harmony of the Tao, the way, reflecting an inner balance between mind and body. The importance of calligraphy is reflected in its integration with other art forms, especially in the form of painted scrolls, where artists often combined calligraphy with brush painting to create harmonious works of art that reflected both their intellectual and aesthetic prowess. Chinese painting is characterized by its focus on nature, spirituality, and the philosophy of balance. Early Chinese painting was often influenced by Taoist and Confucian principles, which emphasized harmony between humanity and the natural world. Landscape painting, in particular, flourished during the Tang Dynasty, 618 to 907 CE, and reached its pinnacle during the Song Dynasty, 960 to 1279 CE. Artists like Fan Quan and Li Cheng created monumental landscapes that sought to capture the vastness and tranquility of nature. These works often used minimalistic brushstrokes and ink washes to convey the essence of mountains, rivers, and trees, demonstrating the artist's ability to capture both the external world and their own internal response to it. Chinese paintings were often accompanied by poetic inscriptions or calligraphy, which further integrated the written word with the visual representation. Ceramics have been a major form of artistic production in China since the Neolithic period, with Chinese pottery gaining global recognition for its fine craftsmanship and decorative elegance. Porcelain, particularly, became a hallmark of Chinese ceramics, highly prized both within China and across the world. During the Tang and Song dynasties, porcelain reached its peak, with exquisite pieces such as the blue and white Ming vases becoming highly sought after in Europe and the Middle East. The process of making Chinese ceramics involved a high degree of technical skill, particularly in the creation of glazes and the use of intricate patterns and motifs. Ceramics were used not only for utilitarian purposes, but also for religious and symbolic ones, with the shapes and decoration of objects often carrying deep meanings related to prosperity, longevity, and harmony. The interplay between calligraphy, painting, and ceramics in Chinese art reveals a profound integration of intellect, philosophy, and creativity. These mediums were not seen as isolated disciplines, but as complementary forms of expression that together formed the bedrock of Chinese artistic culture. The pursuit of beauty, balance, and spiritual insight through these art forms continues to influence artists and collectors worldwide, preserving the timeless legacy of Chinese art. Japanese art, the aesthetic of simplicity. Japanese art is renowned for its unique aesthetic, one that emphasizes simplicity, subtlety, and a deep connection to nature, Rooted in Shinto, Zen Buddhism, and Confucianism, these spiritual traditions profoundly shape the visual culture of Japan, fostering a refined appreciation for imperfection, transience, and the beauty found in everyday life. The Japanese aesthetic, often referred to as wabi-sabi, is centered on the appreciation of simplicity, asymmetry, and the natural aging process, where beauty is seen in the humble and the fleeting. This philosophy permeates many forms of Japanese art, from painting and sculpture to ceramics and gardens, and continues to influence the contemporary art world. One of the most prominent forms of Japanese art is ink wash painting, or sumi, which originated in China and was later adapted by Japanese artists. This form of painting is characterized by the use of a few brushstrokes to create landscapes, flowers, birds, and figures. The brushstrokes are often bold, yet minimalist, capturing the essence of the subject rather than its precise details. The use of negative space and the careful application of ink reflect the Zen Buddhist ideals of simplicity and meditation, where the act of painting itself is seen as a spiritual practice, fostering mindfulness and clarity. The mu emptiness in sumie emphasizes the importance of what is not painted, drawing attention to the balance between presence and absence, stillness and movement. In addition to painting, Japanese ceramics have long been celebrated for their understated elegance. Japanese pottery, especially during the Momoyama and Edo periods, is marked by simplicity in form and a natural, often rough texture. The influence of Zen Buddhism on Japanese ceramics led to an emphasis on handmade, organic shapes that reflect the imperfection of nature. Rakuware, a type of pottery that originated in the 16th century, embodies this aesthetic with its uneven glazes and irregular shapes. The process of creating raku involves removing the pottery from the kiln while still hot, allowing the glaze to crack and develop an unpredictable texture. This embrace of chance and imperfection reflects the wabi-sabi ideal, which finds beauty in the transient and imperfect aspects of life. Japanese gardens also exemplify the aesthetic of simplicity and harmony with nature. Zen gardens, or karasansui, consist of carefully arranged rocks, gravel, and minimal vegetation, creating landscapes that evoke a sense of tranquility and contemplation. The simplicity of these gardens is meant to encourage meditation and reflection, providing a space where one can experience the beauty of nature in its most serene and stripped-down form. The dry landscape gardens of Kyoto, such as those at the Ryoanji Temple, feature a minimalist design where the arrangement of rocks and sand creates a spiritual and meditative environment, fostering an inner sense of peace. In conclusion, Japanese art is distinguished by its reverence for simplicity, nature, and imperfection. Whether through painting, ceramics, or gardens, the aesthetic of wabi-sabi continues to resonate deeply within Japanese culture, offering a unique perspective on beauty that is grounded in mindfulness, humility, and the appreciation of the fleeting nature of life. This aesthetic has influenced not only traditional art forms, but also contemporary design and philosophy, leaving a lasting legacy in both the art world and beyond. The role of religion in Asian art. Religion has played a central role in shaping the artistic traditions of Asia, with its profound influence seen across the diverse cultures and regions of the continent. Whether through the intricate sculptures and temples of Hinduism and Buddhism in India, the spiritual symbolism in Chinese art, or the Zen-inspired simplicity of Japanese works, religious beliefs have provided not only the subject matter, but also the conceptual framework for much of Asian art. Religion in Asian societies was not merely a belief system, but a way of life, closely intertwined with artistic expression, creating works that were meant to inspire, instruct, and elevate the spiritual experiences of the viewer. In India, the development of Hindu, Buddhist, and Jain art can be traced directly to religious practices. Hinduism, with its pantheon of gods and goddesses, provided the themes for vast numbers of sculptures, temples, and religious paintings. The intricate carvings of deities, such as Shiva, Vishnu, and Lakshmi, often adorn temple walls, serving both as objects of devotion and as metaphysical representations of divine power and cosmic order. Buddhism, on the other hand, influenced the creation of stupas, Buddha statues, and painted mandalas, which embodied the spiritual journey toward enlightenment. These artworks were meant to guide followers, offering them a visual representation of key spiritual concepts such as karma, the cycles of life, and the quest for liberation from suffering. The art of India, thus, was inseparable from religious practice, with art functioning as both a meditative tool and a way to reinforce religious teachings. In China, religious practices like Taoism, Confucianism, and Buddhism have also shaped its rich artistic heritage. Taoist philosophy, with its emphasis on harmony with nature and the balance of opposites, deeply influenced Chinese painting and landscape art. The idealized depictions of mountains, rivers, and natural scenes were not just representations of the physical world, but reflections of the Taoist pursuit of spiritual harmony. Similarly, Buddhism brought new iconographies, including the depictions of the Buddha and Bodhisattvas, which served as visual aids in the teaching of Buddhist principles such as compassion, mindfulness, and enlightenment. The development of Chinese calligraphy was also linked to the philosophical underpinnings of Confucianism and Taoism, where the act of writing itself was seen as an expression of one's moral integrity and personal cultivation. Japan's religious traditions, particularly Shinto and Zen Buddhism, have been integral to its artistic development. In Shinto, the belief in kami, or spirits, residing in nature influenced the creation of sacred spaces such as shrines and sacred objects. The art of Japan was often created with the intention of honoring these spirits and maintaining the harmony between humans and the natural world. Similarly, Zen Buddhism emphasized simplicity, contemplation, and mindfulness, influencing Japanese arts such as ink painting, tea ceremonies, and gardens. Zen's focus on the beauty of imperfection and the importance of meditation on the natural world led to the development of minimalist art forms, where the focus was on creating serene, harmonious compositions that encouraged introspection and spiritual growth. Throughout Asia, religion has provided the context for the creation of art that is not only aesthetically beautiful, but also deeply symbolic. The role of religion in Asian art goes beyond mere decoration or illustration. It serves as a vehicle for spiritual expression, guidance, and contemplation. Through visual forms, religious ideals were communicated to a broad audience, helping to shape cultural identities and inspire devotion, while simultaneously creating an enduring legacy that continues to influence contemporary artistic practices across the globe. Interactions between Asian art and the West. The interaction between Asian art and Western art has been a long and complex process, shaped by trade, exploration, colonialism, and cultural exchange. While there has always been some level of influence between the two regions, the most significant exchanges occurred from the 16th century onward, when global trade routes and imperial expansion opened up new avenues for artistic interaction. These interactions, initially driven by the West's fascination with the exotic, gradually evolved into a deeper appreciation of Asian art's unique aesthetic and spiritual qualities. As a result, both Asian and Western artistic traditions were transformed, and the impact of these cross-cultural exchanges is still visible in contemporary art today. One of the earliest and most notable interactions between Asia and the West occurred during the Age of Exploration and the rise of European colonialism in the 16th and 17th centuries. European traders and explorers began to encounter a wealth of Asian art, including Chinese porcelain, Japanese prints, and Indian textiles, which were highly coveted in the West for their craftsmanship and exotic appeal. The silk trade and the importation of Chinese lacquerware and spices spurred the fascination with Asian goods, particularly in Europe, where such objects were considered symbols of wealth and sophistication. The influx of these materials and the artistic traditions they represented also influenced European design, particularly in the decorative arts. Chinoiserie, a European artistic style inspired by Chinese art, emerged in the 17th and 18th centuries, characterized by the use of Chinese-inspired motifs in furniture, textiles, and porcelain. This style reflected Western attempts to emulate or adapt elements of Chinese design, though often through a highly stylized and imaginative lens. During the 19th century, as Western interest in Asia deepened, another significant moment in cross-cultural interaction took place with the emergence of Japanese ukiyo-e prints in Europe. Artists such as Vincent van Gogh, Claude Monet, and James Whistler were exposed to these woodblock prints, which featured bold compositions, vibrant colors, and a focus on everyday life and landscapes. The Japanese influence can be seen in the flattening of perspective, the emphasis on pattern and design, and the overall aesthetic of simplicity and elegance that became central to the Impressionist movement in Western art. The influence of Japanese prints on Western artists was profound, contributing to the development of modern art movements and challenging traditional Western approaches to perspective and representation. The 20th century witnessed even more direct exchanges between Eastern and Western art. Chinese artists who had relocated to the West, such as Zhao Wuqi and San Yu, brought with them traditional Chinese painting techniques and philosophies, blending them with Western modernist trends. Similarly, Indian artists like Amrita Shergill incorporated both Indian traditional art forms and Western influences into their works, creating a fusion of styles that reflected the complexity of cultural identity in a colonial and post-colonial world. As a result, the global art scene became increasingly interconnected, with the exchange of ideas, techniques, and styles creating new avenues for artistic expression. In contemporary times, the interaction between Asian and Western art has continued to evolve, with artists from both regions engaging in dialogue, collaboration, and experimentation. The rise of globalism and digital technologies has facilitated the exchange of artistic practices in ways that were not possible in previous centuries. Today, Asian artists are celebrated not only in their native countries, but also in the international art world, while Western artists continue to draw inspiration from the rich diversity and innovation of Asian art traditions. In conclusion, the interactions between Asian and Western art have been transformative, enriching both traditions and fostering greater cross-cultural understanding. The shared exchange of ideas, materials, and techniques has created a dynamic and evolving artistic landscape, where the influence of both regions continues to shape and inspire the art of today. Chapter 8, African Art and Sculpture. African art, with its rich diversity and deep cultural roots, represents a vast array of traditions and practices that have evolved over millennia. This art is often intertwined with the daily lives, rituals, and spiritual beliefs of African communities, reflecting a profound connection between artistic expression and societal function. Sculpture, in particular, holds a central place in African artistic traditions, with each region and ethnic group offering distinct styles, materials, and purposes for their works. Whether used in religious ceremonies, as ancestral representations, or as symbols of power, African sculpture reveals a profound understanding of the human form, spirituality, and community. One of the most iconic aspects of African art is its emphasis on sculptural forms that represent both the human body and the spirit. Traditional African sculptures often focus on stylized, exaggerated features such as elongated necks, large heads, or intricate body markings, all of which carry specific symbolic meanings. In many African cultures, these features are not intended to reflect naturalistic representations, but rather to embody the spiritual essence of the subject. For example, the Benin bronzes from the Kingdom of Benin, modern-day Nigeria, feature detailed and stylized portraits of royalty, celebrating the power and authority of the rulers. These sculptures, created in bronze and brass, were used to commemorate important events or ancestors, reinforcing the ruler's divine connection and the strength of the kingdom. Another significant aspect of African sculpture is its role in rituals and ceremonies. Many African sculptures are crafted to serve specific spiritual or ceremonial purposes, such as in ancestor worship, initiation rites, or healing practices. Sculptures are often thought to embody the spirit of the subject or represent deities and ancestral figures. In West Africa, particularly among the Yoruba people, carved masks and figures play a crucial role in ceremonies designed to communicate with the spirit world. These masks, often worn during ritual dances, are thought to enable the wearer to channel the energy of gods, spirits, or ancestors. The intricate design of these masks, with their geometric patterns and exaggerated facial features, is intended to convey the power and identity of the spiritual entities they represent. The materials used in African sculpture also speak to the close relationship between the artist, the community, and the environment. Common materials include wood, ivory, bronze, clay, and stone, each chosen for its cultural significance and spiritual power. Wood is particularly important, as it is seen as a living material that can embody the spirit and life force of the figures it represents. The process of carving wood into a sculpture is often seen as a sacred act, with the artist channeling ancestral spirits through the medium. In many cases, the artist is not just a craftsman, but a spiritual leader or shaman, responsible for ensuring that the artwork serves its intended purpose within the community. Beyond ritual, African sculpture also serves to express the values, social structures, and identities of different communities. Through symbolic use of form, material, and scale, African sculptures communicate ideals of beauty, wisdom, power, and protection. They often portray themes of fertility, strength, and connection to the earth, reflecting the beliefs and practices of the people who create them. African sculpture, then, is not just art for art's sake. It is deeply embedded in the fabric of life, tied to the spiritual, social, and cultural well-being of the community. In conclusion, African art, particularly sculpture, offers a profound insight into the worldviews, spiritual beliefs, and societal values of the continent's diverse cultures. Through stylized representations of the human form, the use of symbolic materials, and its integration into ritual and ceremony, African sculpture continues to inspire awe and admiration around the world, both for its beauty and its deep connection to the African way of life. The diversity of African art forms. African art is known for its remarkable diversity, reflecting the continent's vast array of cultures, languages, traditions, and histories. From intricate beadwork and textiles to large-scale sculptures and vibrant paintings, African art forms have evolved over centuries, shaped by the unique practices, rituals, and beliefs of different ethnic groups. This diversity is evident in the materials used, the styles employed, and the functions that art serves within African societies. While there are regional and cultural variations, certain themes and principles bind African art together, such as the central role of spirituality, community, and symbolism. One of the most significant aspects of African art is its deep connection to ritual and spirituality. Art is often created for specific religious, ceremonial, or social purposes, and it is frequently integrated into rituals meant to communicate with the spiritual world. In many African societies, art is not merely decorative, but serves as a tool for healing, protection, and transformation. Masks, for example, play a central role in many African cultures, particularly in West Africa, where they are used in initiatory rituals, harvest celebrations, and performances. These masks, made of wood, ivory, or metal, are thought to embody ancestral spirits or deities, and when worn during ceremonies, they are believed to give the wearer access to supernatural powers. The Dogon people of Mali, for instance, are famous for their sculptural masks that represent mythical creatures or ancestral figures, creating a spiritual connection between the living and the divine. Beyond masks, textiles and beadwork are also important in African art, particularly in regions such as Central Africa, where beaded jewelry is used to convey social status, personal identity, and spiritual beliefs. Beads made from glass, shells, or seeds are often used to create intricate patterns that are both visually striking and symbolically rich. These pieces are worn during important ceremonies such as weddings, rites of passage, or dances, and they serve as indicators of wealth, power, and lineage. Similarly, woven fabrics, including the famous kente cloth of the Akan people in Ghana, are symbols of cultural pride and are used in ceremonies to mark significant life events. Sculpture, one of the most recognized and celebrated African art forms, varies greatly in style and material across the continent. The Yoruba people of Nigeria are known for their bronze heads, created to commemorate rulers and other important figures. These sculptures are highly stylized, with exaggerated facial features that convey the divine power and wisdom of the person represented. Similarly, the Bamileke people of Cameroon are known for their ceremonial masks and figures that represent their kings and ancestral spirits. These sculptures, often adorned with feathers, beads, and textiles, serve as powerful symbols of leadership and social order. Wood carving is another widespread medium, particularly in Central and West Africa, where it is used to create sculptures that represent deities, ancestors, and important cultural figures. In addition to sculpture and textiles, African painting has gained international recognition, particularly in the 20th century, as African artists began to combine traditional practices with Western techniques. The influence of colonialism and the introduction of new materials and methods led to the emergence of modern African art that incorporates both indigenous motifs and Western styles. Artists like Benin from Nigeria and Gerard Sekoto from South Africa used painting to express social and political themes, giving voice to the struggles and triumphs of African communities in the modern world. Finally, architecture in Africa is another important art form that reflects the diversity of cultures and environments. Traditional African architecture often incorporates local materials such as mud, thatch, and wood, and is built to accommodate communal living, spiritual practices, and environmental needs. In the Sahel, the mud mosques of Mali, such as the famous Great Mosque of Djenné, demonstrate a blend of African, Islamic, and colonial influences, showcasing the adaptability of African architecture across time and space. In conclusion, the diversity of African art forms speaks to the continent's rich cultural heritage, showcasing a wide range of artistic practices that serve practical, spiritual, and social functions. From sculpture to textiles, beadwork, and architecture, African art continues to evolve while remaining rooted in the traditions and beliefs that have shaped its development over thousands of years. Through this diversity, African art remains a powerful expression of identity, creativity, and community. The importance of ritual objects and masks. Ritual objects and masks hold profound significance in many African cultures, acting as essential tools for spiritual communication, societal order, and the embodiment of cultural values. These items are much more than decorative or artistic objects. They serve as vital conduits between the physical and spiritual realms, enabling individuals to access divine forces, honor ancestors, and engage in communal rituals that reinforce social structures. The creation and use of ritual objects and masks are deeply embedded in African belief systems and reflect a profound understanding of the interconnectedness between art, spirituality, and society. In African societies, masks are among the most important ritual objects, often used in religious ceremonies, initiations, and communal celebrations. They are typically worn by performers who embody gods, spirits, ancestors, or animals, channeling the energies and powers of these entities during rituals. Masks are frequently created for specific occasions, such as the Yoruba people of Nigeria, whose elaborate masks are worn during sacred ceremonies to honor deities and ancestors. These masks are believed to possess spiritual power, and through them, the wearer can communicate directly with the spiritual world. In many cultures, masks represent more than mere representations of deities or spirits. They are thought to be inhabited by the very essence of the being they represent. For instance, the Dogon people of Mali use masks to embody cosmic and ancestral spirits during their elaborate dances and rituals. These performances are intended to establish harmony between the living and the dead, reinforcing the collective identity of the community. In addition to masks, other ritual objects, such as sculptures, figurines, and amulets, hold special significance. These objects often represent divine forces or ancestors and are used in various ceremonies to invoke blessings, protection, and healing. In West Africa, figures crafted by the Fon people are used to represent spirits or to ensure fertility and prosperity. Similarly, ivory sculptures created by the Benin Kingdom served as royal symbols of power and divinity, reinforcing the ruler's connection to spiritual authority. Ritual objects are often created by highly skilled artisans who are deeply involved in the religious and spiritual practices of the community, ensuring that these objects are imbued with the necessary power and symbolism. The use of these ritual objects and masks also plays a crucial role in maintaining social order and community cohesion. Many African rituals are designed to uphold societal norms, transmit cultural values, and provide individuals with guidance through life's transitions, such as birth, initiation, and death. Through these objects, individuals can connect with their ancestors, the divine, and their community, reinforcing collective identity and continuity. The Abudu masks of the Bamana people in Mali, for example, are used in male initiation rituals and help young men transition into adulthood, symbolizing the transfer of knowledge and wisdom from the elder generation. Ritual objects and masks also reflect the aesthetic sensibilities of African art. While their spiritual and cultural functions are paramount, these objects are often created with great artistic skill, using materials that are both meaningful and significant. Materials such as wood, ivory, bronze, and clay are often chosen for their symbolic associations with life, death, and the spiritual world. The visual language of African ritual objects, characterized by abstract forms, geometric patterns, and exaggerated features, also serves as a powerful means of expression. Through these objects, African artists convey complex ideas about identity, power, and cosmology. In conclusion, ritual objects and masks are fundamental to African cultures, serving not only as artistic expressions, but as powerful tools that connect the physical and spiritual worlds. They are used to communicate with ancestors, honor deities, and ensure the well-being of individuals and communities. More than just cultural artifacts, these objects carry deep symbolic meaning, reflecting the values, beliefs, and social structures of the communities that create and use them. Through their use in rituals, masks, and other ritual objects continue to play an essential role in the spiritual and social life of many African societies. African sculpture, materials and techniques. African sculpture is renowned for its rich diversity and intricate craftsmanship, with each region and ethnic group employing unique materials and techniques to create works that serve both aesthetic and spiritual purposes. Unlike Western traditions that often prioritize naturalism, African sculpture places greater emphasis on symbolism, abstraction, and the conveying of spiritual and social meanings through the manipulation of form and material. Whether used in religious rituals as symbols of power or to honor ancestors, African sculptures are deeply embedded in the cultural, spiritual, and social fabric of the communities that produce them. One of the most common materials used in African sculpture is wood, which is seen as both a living material and a medium capable of holding spiritual energy. Wood is traditionally chosen for its malleability and ability to convey the fluidity of life, as well as its connection to the natural world. Sculptors work with different types of wood, depending on the availability of resources in the region, but hardwoods are often favored for their durability and the smooth finish they can achieve. The process of carving wood into a figure or mask is often a spiritual act, with the artist believing that they are channeling ancestral or spiritual forces through their work. The Yoruba people of Nigeria, for example, are known for their carved wooden figures that represent deities or ancestors, which are often used in religious ceremonies. Bronze and brass are also common materials in African sculpture, especially in regions such as West Africa and Central Africa. These metals are used to create highly detailed, durable sculptures, often for royal or ceremonial purposes. The Benin bronzes, created in the Kingdom of Benin, modern-day Nigeria, are among the most famous examples of African metal sculpture. These works were cast using the lost wax casting technique, a method in which a model is made from wax, covered in clay, and then heated to melt the wax, leaving a hollow mold that is filled with molten metal. This process allows for intricate designs and high levels of detail, making it ideal for creating representations of kings, deities, and important events. In addition to wood and metal, African artists often use ivory, clay, and stone to create sculptures. Ivory was historically prized for its smooth texture and beauty, and it was often used to craft figurines, combs, and masks, particularly in West Africa. Clay, on the other hand, is used in both functional and sculptural works, with many African cultures producing clay masks and figurines used in religious rituals or as representations of ancestors. Stone, while less commonly used due to its hardness and difficulty to carve, is still found in some regions where it is employed to create large, durable sculptures and ceremonial objects. The techniques used in African sculpture vary significantly depending on the materials, but a common thread among all African sculpture is the use of abstract and symbolic forms. For example, many sculptures emphasize exaggerated facial features, such as enlarged heads or elongated limbs, which are meant to symbolize wisdom, spiritual power, or connection to the divine, rather than aiming for naturalistic accuracy. Geometric patterns and symbolic motifs also feature prominently in African sculpture, often conveying deeper meanings related to identity, power, and belief systems. Sculptors in various regions also utilize techniques such as piercing, engraving, and painting to add further layers of meaning to their works. In addition to the technical skill involved in the creation of African sculpture, the artist's role is often imbued with spiritual and cultural significance. In many African societies, sculptors are seen not only as craftsmen, but also as spiritual leaders or healers, tasked with channeling the power of the spiritual world into their work. This spiritual responsibility elevates the art form beyond mere craftsmanship, turning the act of sculpting into a sacred endeavor. In conclusion, African sculpture is characterized by its use of diverse materials, including wood, metal, ivory, clay, and stone, each chosen for its symbolic and practical properties. The techniques employed by African sculptors are varied and highly skilled, with an emphasis on abstraction, symbolism, and spiritual meaning. Through these sculptures, African artists communicate not only artistic expression, but also the deeper spiritual, social, and cultural values of the communities they represent. The materials and techniques of African sculpture are a testament to the continent's rich artistic heritage and its enduring connection to spirituality and community life. African art and its relationship with spirituality. African art is deeply intertwined with spirituality, serving not only as an aesthetic expression, but also as a conduit for connecting the physical and spiritual realms. The role of art in African societies is often seen as a means of engaging with the divine, invoking ancestral spirits, and maintaining harmony between the living and the supernatural. Unlike many Western art traditions, where art is often separated from daily life, African art is integral to the spiritual and social fabric of the community. The creation, use, and display of art are guided by religious beliefs and rituals, making the artistic process a sacred activity that transcends mere decoration. In African cultures, art is not only created for aesthetic purposes, but also as a spiritual tool. Sculptures, masks, and other ritual objects are designed to embody the presence of spirits or gods, acting as intermediaries between the human world and the divine. Masks, for example, are commonly used in rituals that involve spirit possession, ancestor worship, or healing ceremonies. When worn by ritual practitioners, masks are believed to channel the power and presence of deities or ancestors, enabling the wearer to become the embodiment of that entity. These performances, which may include dance, chanting, and prayer, are central to the spiritual life of many African communities, as they bring the unseen world into the visible realm and reaffirm the connection between the physical and spiritual planes. Another key aspect of African art's relationship with spirituality is the role of ritual objects in religious practices. These objects, whether carved figurines, amulets, or altars, are thought to hold spiritual power and are used to protect, heal, and bless individuals and communities. In many African cultures, art is seen as a means of invoking divine protection and ensuring prosperity, fertility, and the well-being of the community. For instance, the Fon people of Benin create powerful ritual figures, such as masks and statues, that represent spirits, kings, or ancestors, and these figures are used in ceremonies to safeguard the community and promote social stability. The art itself is believed to contain the life force, or chi, of the spirit or deity it represents, making it a sacred tool for achieving spiritual balance. The creation of art in African societies is often viewed as a sacred act, performed by artists who are regarded as spiritual mediators. In many cases, artists are seen as possessing unique abilities to channel the divine through their work. This view of the artist as a spiritual leader or intermediary is particularly evident in the West African tradition, where artists are sometimes trained in religious and cultural practices that inform their craft. For example, a carver in Yoruba culture may receive spiritual guidance from elders or diviners before beginning a project, ensuring that the final work aligns with the community's spiritual beliefs. Moreover, African art is often used to celebrate life's important transitions, such as birth, adulthood, and death. During these rites of passage, artistic objects and performances are used to mark the spiritual significance of these moments, reinforcing the connection between individuals and the ancestral world. Sculptures and masks that represent gods or ancestors are often present at these ceremonies, helping to guide individuals through these transitions with the support of the spiritual world. In conclusion, African art is deeply connected to spirituality, serving as a vital means of communication with the divine, honoring ancestors, and ensuring the well-being of the community. The process of creating and using art is sacred, with artists acting as intermediaries between the physical and spiritual worlds. Whether through masks, sculptures, or ritual objects, African art is a dynamic expression of the belief that the material and spiritual realms are interconnected, with art serving as a bridge that brings the two together in meaningful and transformative ways. Through its spiritual function, African art remains a powerful tool for maintaining balance, harmony, and connection with the divine. The influence of African art on global movements. The impact of African art on global movements is profound and far-reaching, shaping the development of modern and contemporary art in ways that continue to resonate today. From the early 20th century to the present, African art has played a significant role in influencing a wide range of artistic practices and cultural movements around the world. The influence of African aesthetics, styles, and ideologies has been particularly noticeable in Cubism, Surrealism, Modernism, and Feminism, among other movements, as artists and thinkers sought inspiration from the continent's rich artistic traditions. One of the most notable and transformative effects of African art on global movements occurred in the early 1900s when Western artists, particularly in Europe, became captivated by the boldness, abstraction, and symbolic qualities of African sculptures, masks, and textiles. Artists such as Pablo Picasso, George Braque, and Amedeo Modigliani were heavily influenced by African art in their exploration of abstraction and the deconstruction of the human form. The rise of Cubism, which rejected traditional perspectives and representation, can be seen as a direct response to African art's emphasis on geometric shapes, abstraction, and symbolic representation. Picasso's famous work, La Demoiselle d'Avignon, 1907, for instance, demonstrates how African art deeply influenced the way Western artists approached representation, particularly in terms of the human figure and space. In addition to Cubism, Surrealism was another movement that drew inspiration from African art. Surrealist artists such as André Breton and Max Ernst sought to break away from rational thought and explore the unconscious mind. African art, with its dreamlike, symbolic qualities and emphasis on spirituality, resonated with these artists who sought to tap into the primal and irrational aspects of the human psyche. The artifacts and masks from African cultures, often representing ancestors, spirits, and deities, provided a gateway to the irrational and the mysterious, which surrealists sought to represent in their own works. African art also played a crucial role in shaping the identity and goals of various global political movements, particularly in the context of African American culture. In the early 20th century, African American artists and intellectuals began to recognize the importance of African cultural heritage as a means of asserting their identity and challenging racial stereotypes. The Harlem Renaissance, a cultural movement that celebrated African American art, literature, and music, was heavily influenced by African art's aesthetic and symbolism. Artists like Aaron Douglas and Lois Mailou Jones incorporated African-inspired forms and patterns into their works, celebrating African heritage as a source of pride and empowerment. In the post-colonial era, African art became a symbol of resistance and independence for newly formed African nations. Pan-Africanism and movements for decolonization embraced African art as a tool for asserting cultural identity and rejecting colonial narratives. Artists from across the continent began to reclaim traditional art forms, often blending them with modern techniques to create powerful statements about African identity and self-determination. For example, Wangechi Mutu, a contemporary Kenyan artist, blends traditional African motifs with modern and feminist concerns, demonstrating how African art continues to influence global movements, particularly in the context of post-colonialism and gender identity. In conclusion, African art has had a lasting and transformative impact on global artistic movements. From the revolutionary shift in Western art during the early 20th century to its continued influence on contemporary global issues such as identity, race, and post-colonialism, African art has played a crucial role in shaping the artistic and cultural landscape. Its abstraction, symbolism, and spiritual depth continue to resonate with artists, scholars, and activists worldwide, reinforcing its significance as not only a reflection of African culture, but also a source of universal inspiration and empowerment. Chapter 9: The Art of the Americas. The art of the Americas is as diverse and rich as the continents themselves, reflecting the multitude of indigenous cultures that have thrived in North, Central, and South America for thousands of years. From the ancient civilizations of the Maya, Aztec, and Inca, to the artistic traditions of Native American tribes and the influence of European colonization, the art of the Americas offers a unique window into the history, beliefs, and worldviews of these societies. The continent's art spans an immense range of materials, styles, and purposes, all of which reveal deep connections to the natural world, spirituality, and the expression of identity. In Mesoamerica, the cultures of the Olmec, Maya, Aztec, and Zapotec developed highly sophisticated artistic traditions that were often closely linked to their religious and political systems. Mesoamerican art is characterized by its use of stone carving, ceramics, murals, and jewelry, with many works depicting deities, rulers, and symbolic motifs. The Maya, for example, are renowned for their exquisite stone reliefs and stelae, which commemorated historical events and honored the gods. Aztec art, on the other hand, was often monumental in scale, seen in massive stone sculptures and grand ceremonial objects, including the famous Stone of the Sun, a colossal calendar stone that reflected their complex understanding of time and the cosmos. In the Andean region of South America, the Inca civilization left behind remarkable works of art, most notably in the form of textiles and pottery, which played an essential role in both daily life and religious practice. Inca weavings, for instance, were not only considered artistic achievements, but also vehicles for encoding information about political power and lineage. Gold and silver work, particularly in the form of ceremonial objects and jewelry, were used to represent divine power and to honor the gods and ancestors. The Incas' craftsmanship and architecture is also noteworthy, with sites like Machu Picchu showcasing advanced engineering and artistic ingenuity in their use of stone. Native American art across the North American continent similarly reflects a wide range of cultural beliefs and practices. In the Pacific Northwest, indigenous peoples such as the Haida and Tlingit are known for their intricate totem poles, masks, and wooden carvings which depict ancestral spirits, animals, and mythological figures. These objects were often used in ceremonial contexts, reaffirming connections between the human, animal, and spiritual worlds. In the Southwest, Navajo and Hopi peoples are known for their vibrant textiles and pottery, which often incorporate symbolic motifs and geometric patterns tied to the spiritual beliefs of their respective communities. The arrival of Europeans in the Americas significantly impacted the indigenous artistic traditions, with new materials, techniques, and cultural exchanges shaping the development of art in the colonial period. European colonizers brought oil painting, printmaking, and new forms of sculpture, blending these with indigenous styles to create hybrid artistic expressions. In the New World, colonial art began to reflect the complexities of European, African, and indigenous cultures, resulting in the development of Baroque and Rococo styles in regions such as Mexico, Peru, and Brazil. Today, the art of the Americas continues to evolve, with contemporary artists drawing on indigenous traditions while engaging with modern artistic practices. The resurgence of Native American art in the late 20th and 21st centuries highlights the importance of preserving cultural heritage while also addressing current social and political issues. The art of the Americas, both past and present, offers a vivid and multifaceted portrait of the continent's peoples, showcasing the power of creativity as a means of expression, resistance, and identity. Pre-Columbian art, Mesoamerica and the Andes. Pre-Columbian art from the Americas, particularly from Mesoamerica and the Andes, reveals the profound cultural, spiritual, and political complexity of the civilizations that flourished long before European contact. These regions were home to some of the most advanced societies in the world, including the Olmec, Maya, Aztec, and Inca, whose art reflected their religious beliefs, social structures, and connection to the natural world. From monumental stone sculptures to intricate ceramics and textiles, pre-Columbian art serves as a powerful testament to the creativity and ingenuity of these ancient cultures. In Mesoamerica, the art of the Olmec, often considered the mother culture of later Mesoamerican societies, laid the foundation for many artistic traditions that would follow. The Olmec are best known for their colossal stone heads, which represent rulers or gods and demonstrate a high level of technical skill. This focus on large-scale sculpture continued with the Maya and Aztec, two of the most dominant civilizations in Mesoamerica. The Maya, for example, created detailed stela and altars that commemorated significant events, often depicting rulers and gods in highly stylized forms. Maya art was also evident in the construction of grand pyramids and temples, where relief carvings, murals, and painted scenes depicted creation myths, rituals, and celestial phenomena. The Aztec civilization, with its capital at Tenochtitlan, produced some of the most iconic works of pre-Columbian Mesoamerican art. The Aztec stone of the sun, or calendar stone, is perhaps their most famous piece, symbolizing the civilization's complex understanding of time and the cosmos. Aztec sculptures were often monumental, made from basalt or other stones, and were designed to serve religious and ceremonial functions. The Quetzalcoatl, feathered serpent, and other deities were frequently represented in elaborate stone carvings and ceremonial masks, showcasing the Aztecs' reverence for their gods. In the Andean region of South America, the Inca Empire dominated from the 15th century until the Spanish conquest in the 16th century. Inca art was largely utilitarian, but deeply symbolic, with a focus on ceremonial objects, textiles, and pottery. Inca textiles, renowned for their intricate patterns and vibrant colors, were often used to convey messages about social status, religious affiliation, and the natural world. Pottery, too, was highly symbolic, often depicting animals, gods, and ancestral figures, with moche ceramics from earlier Andean cultures standing out for their detailed and expressive forms. These objects were used in both daily life and ritual contexts, serving as offerings to the gods or as tools for communication between the human and spiritual realms. The Andean emphasis on gold, silver, and precious stones set their art apart from other regions. Inca goldwork, such as intricate jewelry, ceremonial masks, and ritual items, was crafted with astonishing skill and often imbued with deep spiritual significance. The Inca believed that gold was the sweat of the sun, and it was used in various forms to honor their deities and the natural forces that governed their world. Similarly, the Andean people constructed awe-inspiring structures, such as the Machu Picchu Citadel, where stonework and architecture were designed to align with celestial events and honor the gods. While the indigenous cultures of Mesoamerica and the Andes were distinct in their artistic practices, there were shared themes in their art, including the representation of the human body, deities, animals, and the cosmos. Pre-Columbian art was often deeply connected to religion, with art serving as a means of communicating with the gods, celebrating rulers, and maintaining harmony with the natural world. Through their sophisticated techniques, symbolism, and materials, the artists of these civilizations created works that remain influential and awe-inspiring to this day. The art of Native North America. The art of Native North America is as diverse as the cultures and peoples who created it, ranging from the Arctic regions of Alaska to the deserts of the Southwest, and from the Great Plains to the woodlands of the Northeast. Native American art encompasses a broad range of materials, forms, and functions, from intricate beadwork and woven baskets to monumental totem poles and painted hides. Deeply connected to the land, the natural world, and spiritual beliefs, Native American art served as a means of cultural expression, social identity, and religious devotion, reflecting the unique histories and worldviews of indigenous peoples across North America. In the Pacific Northwest, the art of the Haida, Tlingit, and Kwakiutl peoples is renowned for its striking totem poles, masks, and carved wood objects. These works often depict family lineage, ancestral spirits, and mythological creatures, playing an important role in ceremonial life. Totem poles were erected as both monumental art and genealogical markers, with each figure carved into the pole representing different elements of a tribe's history, beliefs, and familial connections. The masks were used in potlatch ceremonies where they often transformed the wearer into a spirit or deity, reflecting the deep spiritual connection these communities had to their ancestors and the natural world. The intricate form-line design, characterized by flowing curves, sharp angles, and stylized animal motifs, became a hallmark of Northwest Coast art. In the Great Plains, the artistic traditions of the Lakota, Cheyenne, and other nomadic tribes were centered around mobility and daily life, with a strong emphasis on hide painting and beadwork. The buffalo was central to their economy, and its image appeared frequently in their artwork, symbolizing strength and spiritual power. The Plains Indians also created stunning teepee designs, often painted with symbols that represented important events, personal achievements, and connections to the spiritual world. The beaded adornments of these peoples, including necklaces, bracelets, and earrings, were not only beautiful, but also imbued with meaning, often used to signify social status, tribal affiliation, or individual accomplishments. In the Southwest, Native American art was influenced by the landscape and the demands of desert life. The Navajo, Hopi, and Zuni peoples excelled in creating highly detailed pottery, textiles, and kachina dolls, which held great ceremonial importance. Navajo rugs, made from wool woven into intricate patterns, were symbols of both personal and tribal identity, often used in ceremonial practices. Similarly, Hopi pottery was renowned for its geometric patterns and symbolic representations of animals, plants, and deities, reflecting the intimate relationship between the people and the land. Kachina dolls, carved from wood, represented spirits of the natural world and were used by the Hopi to teach young children about their beliefs, offering them both spiritual and educational value. In the woodlands, the Iroquois and Algonquian peoples created vibrant wampum belts and birch bark scrolls that were used to record histories, treaties, and stories. These works were often highly symbolic, serving as visual representations of important events or narratives, and were used in storytelling and ceremonial rituals. Wampum beads made from shell were also used as a form of currency and social contract, often exchanged during important negotiations or treaties. Across all of Native North America, art was not just for aesthetic pleasure. It was a language of communication, a medium through which people connected with their ancestors, their communities, and the spiritual forces of the world. Native American art continues to evolve today, blending traditional practices with contemporary influences while maintaining its deep connection to identity, heritage, and spirituality. Despite centuries of disruption, Native art remains an essential part of cultural preservation and the expression of indigenous peoples' enduring resilience. Architecture and urban planning in ancient Americas. The architecture and urban planning of the ancient Americas reflect the ingenuity and sophistication of the civilizations that flourished across North, Central, and South America long before European colonization. The cities and structures built by the Maya, Aztec, Inca, and other indigenous cultures were not only functional, but also deeply symbolic, intricately designed to reflect spiritual beliefs, political power, and connections to the natural world. These societies displayed a profound understanding of engineering, astronomy, and resource management in their construction of monumental buildings, urban centers, and ceremonial sites. In Mesoamerica, the Maya civilization is known for its impressive urban planning and architecture, particularly in cities like Tikal, Palenque, and Copan. Maya cities were often arranged around central plazas or courtyards, with large ceremonial pyramids and temples serving as focal points. These temples were constructed using massive limestone blocks and were often designed with astronomical precision, aligning with celestial events like solstices and equinoxes. Maya pyramids, such as the one at El Castillo in Chichen Itza, were not just architectural feats, but also served as astronomical observatories, reflecting the Mayas' advanced understanding of time and the cosmos. Urban planning in Maya cities also included ball courts, palaces, and residential areas, each designed with both functionality and symbolic meaning in mind. The Aztec capital of Tenochtitlan, built on an island in the middle of Lake Texcoco, was a marvel of urban engineering. The city was carefully planned with a grid system of streets and canals, reflecting the Aztecs' sophisticated understanding of water management and infrastructure. The temple complex of the Templo Mayor at the city's center was the heart of Aztec religious and political life, where ceremonies dedicated to their gods were held. The Templo Mayor itself was a massive pyramid with twin shrines, each dedicated to Huitzilopochtli and Tlaloc, the gods of war and rain, respectively. The Aztecs also constructed expansive marketplaces, residential districts, and chinampas, floating gardens for agriculture, all contributing to the city's thriving economy and intricate social structure. In the Andean region, the Inca Empire demonstrated remarkable expertise in both architecture and urban planning. The Inca capital of Cusco was designed in the shape of a puma, symbolizing strength and dominance. The city's layout was organized into distinct sectors, each with specific functions, such as religious, administrative, and residential areas. The Sacsayhuan complex, located near Cusco, is famous for its massive stone walls, which were built without mortar and fit together so precisely that not even a blade of grass could fit between the stones. This advanced stonework, seen in temples and fortresses across the empire, was not only aesthetically impressive, but also functionally designed to withstand earthquakes, a common natural disaster in the Andean region. The Inca also developed impressive agricultural terraces, including the famous terraces of Machu Picchu, which were carved into the mountainsides to maximize arable land. These terraces, combined with sophisticated irrigation systems, allowed the Incas to thrive in the challenging mountainous terrain. The Inca built roads that connected their vast empire, including Capacñan, an extensive network of roads and bridges that facilitated trade, communication, and the movement of armies. The architecture of the ancient Americas, whether in the monumental cities of the Maya, the island city of the Aztecs, or the mountain citadels of the Inca, demonstrates a remarkable blend of functionality, beauty, and symbolism. These civilizations' architectural and urban planning achievements were not merely a reflection of their technical skill, but also of their profound relationship with their environment, spirituality, and societal structures. The legacy of these ancient cities continues to influence and inspire contemporary architecture today. Symbolism and religious themes in Native art. Symbolism and religious themes are deeply woven into the fabric of Native American art, reflecting the spiritual, cultural, and social beliefs that guided the lives of indigenous peoples across North America. For these communities, art was not merely a form of aesthetic expression. It was a sacred language that conveyed complex ideas about the relationship between humans, the natural world, and the divine. Whether through masks, paintings, sculptures, or textiles, Native American artists used symbolic imagery to communicate messages about spirituality, ancestry, and the forces that governed life and nature. One of the most prominent themes in Native American art is the depiction of animals, which often represent spiritual guides, ancestors, or totemic ancestors. Many tribes believe that animals, such as the bear, eagle, wolf, and buffalo, were imbued with spiritual power and wisdom. The Iroquois, for example, revered the wolf as a symbol of loyalty and strength, while the Hopi associated the eagle with the ability to transcend the earthly realm and communicate with the gods. These animals were not just depicted in art for their physical characteristics, but also as representations of human qualities, emphasizing the interconnectedness of all living beings in the natural world. Totem poles of the Northwest Coast tribes, such as the Haida and Tlingit, provide another powerful example of symbolism in Native art. These towering wooden sculptures are rich with symbolic meaning, often featuring a variety of animal figures, ancestral faces, and supernatural beings. Each figure on a totem pole represents a specific mythological story or family lineage, serving as both a visual record of history and a spiritual connection to the ancestors. The raven, for example, was a central figure in many Northwest Coast cultures and was seen as a creator and a trickster, while the bear symbolized strength and healing. In the Great Plains, the buffalo held significant religious and symbolic importance for many nomadic tribes. The buffalo was not only a source of sustenance, but was also viewed as a spiritual being. Plains tribes often created buffalo hide paintings and beadwork that depicted the sacredness of the buffalo in their rituals, prayers, and stories. The Lakota believed that the buffalo represented abundance and protection, and their imagery of the buffalo reflected a deep respect for its role in sustaining both the physical and spiritual well-being of the tribe. The use of geometry and abstract patterns is also prevalent in Native American art, particularly in the Southwest. For example, The Navajo are known for their intricate sand paintings, weavings, and pottery, all of which are rich in symbolic meaning. The whirling log design, common in Navajo weaving, is believed to represent the cyclical nature of life and the movement of the universe. Kachina dolls, created by the Hopi, are another example of symbolic art, used to represent the spirits of nature, ancestors, and deities in religious ceremonies. These dolls, often carved from wood and painted with vibrant colors, serve as intermediaries between the physical and spiritual worlds, aiding in rituals that ensure the well-being of the community. In woodland art, particularly among the Iroquois and Algonquians, wampum belts and birch bark scrolls were often used as ceremonial objects to record important treaties, myths, and spiritual beliefs. The use of shell beads in wampum was not only a form of communication, but also carried symbolic meaning related to the cycles of the seasons, life, and the cosmos. Overall, the symbolism and religious themes in Native American art reveal a profound understanding of the world as a spiritual place, where the physical and metaphysical realms are intertwined. Art served as a powerful tool for communicating and preserving the values, beliefs, and histories that were central to Native American communities. Through the intricate use of symbols, colors, and materials, Native American artists created works that not only had aesthetic value, but were deeply embedded with spiritual and cultural significance. The role of art in indigenous cultures. In indigenous cultures across the globe, art holds a deeply significant and multifaceted role, serving not only as a means of expression, but as a core aspect of cultural identity, spiritual practices, and community life. Far beyond decoration or aesthetics, indigenous art is a living tradition that reflects the values, history, and worldview of the people who create it. The role of art in these societies is inseparable from the broader fabric of daily life, offering insight into how these communities understand their connection to nature, ancestors, and the divine. One of the most important functions of indigenous art is its role in cultural preservation. Art provides a tangible connection to the past, serving as a vessel for transmitting stories, traditions, and rituals across generations. In many cultures, oral traditions are supplemented with visual representations in the form of petroglyphs, masks, paintings, and sculptures that preserve myths, genealogies, and sacred knowledge. For instance, among the Aboriginal peoples of Australia, rock art tells the stories of the dream time, the time when ancestral beings shaped the land and its creatures. Similarly, the art of Native American tribes, such as the Navajo and Hopi, carries sacred symbols and designs that communicate cultural knowledge and cosmology to future generations. In addition to preserving history, art in indigenous cultures plays a central role in spirituality and religious rituals. Art is often viewed as a means of bridging the human and spiritual worlds. In many African cultures, ritual masks and sculptures are used to invoke ancestral spirits, honor deities, or facilitate communication with supernatural forces. In the Pacific Islands, intricate tattoos are worn as symbols of spiritual identity and social status, marking rites of passage and establishing a deep connection to the divine and the ancestral realm. The use of art in religious contexts helps reinforce social cohesion and provides individuals with a sense of belonging and continuity within their community and cultural heritage. Art as a social and political tool also plays an essential role in many indigenous cultures. Art is often used to mark important social events such as births, marriages, and funerals, while also serving as a means of documenting and memorializing conflicts or interactions with neighboring tribes or colonizers. In times of colonialism and oppression, art became an important form of resistance, allowing indigenous peoples to assert their identity, record their experiences, and reclaim power. For instance, the Inuit people used printmaking and sculpture as a form of self-expression and cultural resistance, while the Maori of New Zealand have used carving and tattooing as a means of preserving their traditions and asserting their cultural heritage in the face of European colonization. Art in indigenous cultures is also intrinsically connected to the land and natural world. Landscapes, animals, and plant life are often depicted in ways that express reverence for the environment and the creatures with whom these communities coexist. For many indigenous groups, art is a form of environmental storytelling, reinforcing a deep-seated respect for the earth as a living, sacred entity. This relationship between art and nature is not only aesthetic, but philosophical, rooted in a holistic worldview where all things, human, animal, and plant, are interconnected. Ultimately, the role of art in indigenous cultures is as diverse as the cultures themselves, but it shares a common thread of deep cultural significance. Whether as a medium of storytelling, spiritual practice, social commentary, or resistance, art functions as a vital tool for expressing identity, connecting to the past, and shaping the future. The enduring nature of indigenous art is a testament to its power to convey the richness, complexity, and resilience of these cultures throughout history. Chapter 10, Renaissance Art. The Renaissance, spanning roughly from the 14th to the 17th century, marks one of the most transformative periods in the history of Western art. Beginning in Italy and gradually spreading across Europe, it represented a cultural rebirth that emphasized the rediscovery of classical antiquity, humanism, and the exploration of new artistic techniques. During this era, artists began to break away from the medieval conventions of religious-centric works, instead focusing on the human experience, the natural world, and the potential for human achievement. Renaissance art embodies a renewed interest in the classical ideals of Greek and Roman art and philosophy, with an emphasis on balance, proportion, and the study of human anatomy. At the heart of the Renaissance was the development of new artistic techniques that revolutionized the way art was created. One of the most significant innovations was perspective. Artists like Filippo Brunelleschi and Leonardo da Vinci pioneered the use of linear perspective, which allowed artists to create the illusion of depth and space on a two-dimensional surface. This breakthrough made paintings appear more realistic and three-dimensional, shifting away from the flat, symbolic depictions of the Middle Ages. The use of chiaroscuro, or the contrast of light and shadow, became another hallmark of Renaissance art. Artists like Caravaggio perfected this technique, adding a sense of realism and drama to their works. The focus on humanism, the belief in the potential and dignity of the individual, also had a profound influence on the art of the Renaissance. Artists began to portray more lifelike and expressive human figures, with an emphasis on realistic proportions and movement. The study of anatomy and the use of live models allowed artists to understand and depict the human body in more naturalistic ways. This shift is evident in works such as Michelangelo's David and Leonardo da Vinci's Vitruvian Man, which celebrated the human form as a reflection of divine beauty and perfection. The Renaissance also saw the rise of portraiture, as wealthy patrons sought to immortalize their own likenesses. Artists like Jan van Eyck and Albrecht Dürer created detailed and sophisticated portraits that captured not only physical features, but also the inner character of the subject. Religious themes continued to be significant, but Renaissance artists expanded their repertoire to include mythological and historical subjects, demonstrating an increasing interest in classical literature and philosophy. The works of artists like Raphael, Botticelli, and Leonardo depicted scenes from both Christian and classical mythology, creating a harmonious blend of religious and secular themes. The Renaissance also saw the flourishing of artistic patronage, as the Catholic Church, monarchs, and wealthy families like the Medici played a critical role in commissioning works of art. This period gave rise to some of the most iconic masterpieces in history, such as Leonardo da Vinci's Mona Lisa, Michelangelo's Sistine Chapel ceiling, and Raphael's School of Athens. These works, along with many others, embody the ideals of the Renaissance, innovation, humanism, and a celebration of both the divine and human potential. Overall, Renaissance art laid the foundation for much of Western art that followed, influencing generations of artists and shaping the trajectory of art history. Its legacy continues to resonate today, as the works of the period remain revered for their technical mastery, profound beauty, and exploration of the human experience. The revival of classical ideas. The Renaissance was marked by a profound revival of classical ideas from ancient Greece and Rome. This period, often referred to as a rebirth, saw a renewed interest in the philosophy, art, literature, and science of classical antiquity. The collapse of the Roman Empire had led to a long period of intellectual stagnation in Europe, often referred to as the Dark Ages. But with the Renaissance, scholars, artists, and thinkers began to look back to classical sources for inspiration and knowledge. The shift was not simply a return to classical styles, but a revitalization and adaptation of these ancient ideals in ways that reflected the evolving cultural and intellectual climate of the time. At the heart of the Renaissance's revival of classical ideas was humanism, an intellectual movement that emphasized the potential of human beings, the importance of individual achievement, and the study of classical texts. Humanists believed that the ideals of ancient Greece and Rome, such as reason, logic, and virtue, could be applied to contemporary society to improve it. This led to a renewed focus on education, particularly in the liberal arts, with scholars seeking to recover and translate ancient Greek and Latin texts. Petrarch, often considered the father of humanism, sought out the works of ancient Roman writers, such as Cicero and Virgil, and promoted their study. His efforts were central in reawakening interest in classical literature and its application to modern life. The revival of classical art and architecture during the Renaissance was equally significant. Artists, inspired by the sculptures and buildings of ancient Rome and Greece, began to embrace classical ideals of proportion, balance, and harmony. The Renaissance saw the rediscovery of techniques that had been lost during the medieval period, such as perspective, which allowed artists to create more realistic and three-dimensional representations of the human form and space. Artists like Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, and Raphael looked to ancient Greek sculptures like the Laocoon group and Discobolus, the discus thrower, for inspiration, striving to replicate their graceful forms and idealized proportions. Classical ideals were also influential in the Renaissance's exploration of mythology. Ancient Roman and Greek myths were often reinterpreted through the lens of contemporary Christian thought, or were used to explore universal themes of love, heroism, and human frailty. Artists like Botticelli, Titian, and Raphael painted mythological figures such as Venus, Apollo, and Jupiter, blending classical mythology with Renaissance humanism to create works that celebrated both the divine and the human experience. These works celebrated the body, beauty, and idealized figures, drawing heavily on the classical concepts of perfection. Architecture, too, embraced classical revival. The use of columns, arches, and domes that had been central to ancient Roman architecture reappeared in the grand designs of Brunelleschi, Michelangelo, and Palladio. St. Peter's Basilica in Rome, designed by Michelangelo, incorporated classical elements into its construction, merging ancient Roman architectural styles with Renaissance innovation. The revival of classical ideas was not limited to the visual arts and humanities. It extended into the realm of science as well. The Renaissance saw a return to empirical observation, the study of nature, and the application of reason to understand the universe, ideas rooted in the ancient philosophy of Aristotle and Plato. This period also saw groundbreaking scientific achievements by figures such as Copernicus, Galileo, and Leonardo da Vinci, who combined classical ideas with new, innovative approaches to study and understand the natural world. In conclusion, the revival of classical ideas during the Renaissance laid the intellectual, cultural, and artistic foundations for the modern world. By re-engaging with the works of ancient Greece and Rome, Renaissance thinkers and artists sparked a period of unprecedented growth and exploration. These classical influences continue to resonate today, shaping Western thought, art, and science for centuries to come. Masterpieces of the Italian Renaissance. The Italian Renaissance produced some of the most iconic and influential works of art in Western history. This period, characterized by a revival of classical ideals and an emphasis on humanism, brought about profound changes in artistic techniques, subject matter, and style. Artists in Italy, driven by the patronage of powerful families such as the Medici, as well as the Catholic Church, created works that celebrated the human form, religious themes, and the beauty of the natural world. The masterpieces produced during this time continue to define the Western art canon and are celebrated for their technical innovation and emotional depth. One of the most renowned masterpieces of the Italian Renaissance is Leonardo da Vinci's Mona Lisa, painted between 1503 and 1506. This portrait, famous for the subject's enigmatic smile and the use of sfumato, a technique that creates a soft, gradual transition between colors, epitomizes the Renaissance ideal of capturing the essence of human emotion. Leonardo's deep understanding of anatomy and his innovative use of light and shadow imbue the painting with an unprecedented sense of realism and psychological depth, making it a quintessential work of Renaissance portraiture. Another cornerstone of Renaissance art is Michelangelo's David, created between 1501 and 1504. This marble sculpture represents the biblical hero David just before his battle with Goliath. Michelangelo's mastery of anatomy and his ability to convey both the physical strength and inner determination of the figure marked a radical departure from earlier representations of the subject. The sculpture celebrates the Renaissance focus on human potential, perfectly embodying the ideals of balance, proportion, and the beauty of the human form. David became an enduring symbol of Florence's strength and independence. The Sistine Chapel ceiling, painted by Michelangelo between 1508 and 1512, is another monumental achievement of the Italian Renaissance. This vast fresco, which covers over 5,000 square feet, depicts scenes from the Book of Genesis, including the iconic creation of Adam, where God extends his hand to give life to Adam. The use of vivid colors, dynamic compositions, and the depiction of human figures with extraordinary emotional intensity showcase Michelangelo's genius. The Sistine Chapel ceiling stands as one of the most significant works of Western art, influencing countless artists in the centuries that followed. Raphael's School of Athens, painted between 1509 and 1511, is a masterpiece of intellectual and philosophical representation. Located in the Vatican, this fresco depicts an assembly of great thinkers from classical antiquity, such as Plato, Aristotle, and Socrates, alongside Renaissance philosophers like Michelangelo and Leonardo da Vinci, whom Raphael painted as figures in the scene. The painting is celebrated for its perfect use of perspective, balanced composition, and the harmonious representation of the ideal of intellectual exchange. It reflects the Renaissance belief in the power of reason and the blending of classical knowledge with contemporary thought. The Birth of Venus by Sandro Botticelli, painted around 1486, is another iconic Renaissance masterpiece. This mythological scene, depicting the goddess Venus emerging from the sea on a shell, exemplifies the Renaissance celebration of beauty, both divine and earthly. The soft, flowing lines of Venus's form and the graceful movement of the figures surrounding her demonstrate Botticelli's skill in capturing the elegance and idealized beauty of the human body. The painting also reflects the growing interest in classical mythology and the merging of pagan themes with Christian ideals. These masterpieces, along with many others, help define the Italian Renaissance as a period of unprecedented artistic achievement. They not only demonstrated technical brilliance, but also embodied the cultural and intellectual spirit of the age, with an enduring focus on humanism, the rediscovery of classical antiquity, and the pursuit of beauty and truth. The influence of these works continues to shape art and culture today, securing the Italian Renaissance as one of the most important periods in the history of Western art. The role of patronage in art development. Patronage played a central role in the development of art throughout history, particularly during the Renaissance period, when art blossomed into one of the most revered expressions of culture and human achievement. Patrons, often wealthy individuals, powerful families, or institutions such as the church, provided the financial support necessary for artists to create their works. In return, the patrons gained prestige, recognition, and the opportunity to display their wealth, power, and cultural sophistication through the artworks they commissioned. During the Renaissance, one of the most notable patrons was the Medici family, whose support of artists, scientists, and philosophers helped make Florence the heart of the Renaissance. The Medici not only funded the creation of art, but also directly shaped its direction. Figures like Lorenzo de' Medici, known as Lorenzo the Magnificent, were instrumental in commissioning some of the era's most iconic works. Artists like Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, and Sandro Botticelli created masterpieces under Medici patronage. For instance, Botticelli's The Birth of Venus was likely commissioned by the family, symbolizing their desire to align themselves with the classical ideals of beauty and intellectual pursuits. In addition to wealthy families, the Catholic Church was a major patron of the arts during this period. The Church's power and influence, particularly in Italy, allowed it to commission an immense number of religious artworks, from altarpieces to frescoes to sculptures. The Vatican became a focal point of artistic activity, with artists like Michelangelo and Raphael working on some of the most iconic commissions in history. Michelangelo's work on the Sistine Chapel ceiling and Raphael's frescoes in the Vatican rooms were both direct results of the Church's patronage, as they were commissioned by Pope Julius II. These works not only served religious purposes, but also aimed to affirm the power and glory of the Church, illustrating biblical stories with grandeur and detail. Patronage was not just about the exchange of money for art. It was also a means of intellectual and cultural influence. Patrons would often shape the subject matter and style of a work according to their preferences or personal beliefs, encouraging artists to explore certain themes or techniques. Humanism, which focused on the potential and dignity of the individual, was a central philosophy promoted by patrons like the Medici, and this had a significant impact on the evolution of Renaissance art. Many commissions featured mythological or historical themes, reflecting the interests of the patrons in classical antiquity and the broader intellectual climate. The relationship between patron and artist was complex. While the patron provided the means for creation, artists still exercised considerable creative freedom, which allowed for innovation in style, technique, and subject matter. The patronage system allowed artists to work on a larger scale with the security of financial backing, and often enabled them to explore their creative boundaries without the immediate pressure of making a living through private sales. In conclusion, patronage was not only a practical necessity for artists, but also a driving force in shaping the development of art. It provided the resources needed for artists to achieve new heights of technical skill and intellectual expression. Through patronage, art became an essential means of conveying power, beauty, faith, and knowledge, influencing the trajectory of art for centuries to come. The legacy of these patronage relationships is still visible today, as the great masterpieces of the past continue to be admired and studied around the world. Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, and Raphael. The trio of Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo Buonarroti, and Raphael Sanzio represents the pinnacle of Renaissance art. These three towering figures shaped not only the artistic landscape of their time, but also left legacies that continue to influence Western art and culture to this day. Each artist brought a unique style and approach to their work, but together They embodied the Renaissance ideals of humanism, classical learning, and the celebration of the human form. Leonardo da Vinci, 1452 to 1519, is often regarded as the archetype of the Renaissance genius. His contributions extended far beyond the canvas. He was a painter, sculptor, architect, engineer, and scientist. Leonardo's fascination with anatomy, nature, and light made his works stand out for their realism and psychological depth. His most famous painting, Mona Lisa, is celebrated for its enigmatic expression, achieved through the masterful use of sfumato, a technique that blends colors and tones to create soft transitions. Leonardo's other renowned work, The Last Supper, reveals his extraordinary ability to capture human emotion and psychological complexity in a single moment. Leonardo's contributions to the study of anatomy, motion, and perspective also had a profound impact on future generations of artists, and his notebooks, filled with sketches and scientific observations, remain an enduring testament to his multifaceted genius. Michelangelo Buonarroti, 1475 to 1564, was another Renaissance polymath, though he is perhaps best known for his sculptures. His most famous work, the Statue of David, captures the heroic ideal of the human form, showcasing his unparalleled skill in depicting anatomy. Michelangelo's mastery of marble brought life to stone, making his figures appear to almost breathe with energy. His frescoes on the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel are a monumental achievement, with the creation of Adam being one of the most iconic scenes in art history. Michelangelo's ability to convey the divine and the human, often intertwining them, set his work apart. Despite his initial resistance to painting, the Sistine Chapel ceiling solidified his place among the greatest artists of all time. His ability to blend theological themes with intensely human expressions gave his works a unique depth and complexity. Raphael Sanzio, 1483 to 1520, the youngest of the three, was admired for his harmony, grace, and the perfect balance he achieved between form and composition. His works were deeply influenced by his study of Leonardo and Michelangelo, but Raphael's unique contribution was his ability to create an idealized beauty and serenity in his figures. One of his most celebrated works, The School of Athens, is a fresco that represents the great philosophers of ancient Greece and Rome, beautifully blending classical ideals with Renaissance humanism. Raphael's ability to combine perspective, architecture, and figure painting with effortless grace made him a master of composition. His works exude calm and clarity, and his ability to humanize the divine in religious subjects, such as in the Sistine Madonna, further cemented his reputation as one of the greatest artists of the era. While each artist had his own distinct approach and style, their works collectively shaped the Renaissance's emphasis on the potential of the human being and the exploration of human emotion. Leonardo, Michelangelo, and Raphael exemplified the Renaissance's commitment to rediscovering the classical ideals of proportion, perspective, and beauty. They were not only extraordinary artists, but also key figures in the intellectual and cultural movement that defined the period. Their legacy continues to inspire artists, scholars, and audiences worldwide, making them enduring symbols of human creativity and achievement. The spread of Renaissance art across Europe. The Renaissance, which began in Italy in the late 14th century, quickly spread across Europe, profoundly influencing art, culture, and intellectual life. The movement's emphasis on humanism, classical antiquity, and the exploration of naturalism inspired artists and thinkers throughout Europe. The spread of Renaissance art was driven by a combination of factors, including the rise of powerful patronage systems, the development of printing technology, the movement of artists between courts and cities, and the increasing importance of trade and travel. The movement began in Florence, with figures such as Giotto, Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, and Raphael leading the charge in creating works that sought to combine classical ideals with a fresh, human-centered approach. As the influence of the Italian Renaissance grew, Italian art began to filter into other European courts and cities. Flanders, in present-day Belgium, became one of the first regions outside Italy to embrace Renaissance ideas. The Northern Renaissance artists, such as Jan van Eyck and Albrecht Dürer, were influenced by the Italian Renaissance but adapted it to local traditions, creating highly detailed, realistic paintings and engravings that focused on everyday life, landscapes, and religious subjects. Van Eyck's use of oil paint allowed for greater depth and luminosity, which was emulated by other artists across Europe. The rise of printing in the mid-15th century, most notably through the work of Johannes Gutenberg, played a pivotal role in spreading Renaissance art and ideas. The printing press allowed for the mass production of books, including illustrated texts that featured classical themes, humanist ideals, and art theories. These printed works helped spread the ideas of Leonardo, Vitruvius, and Ptolemy, as well as artistic techniques like perspective and proportion, beyond Italy to Northern Europe. The printed works not only made art more accessible, but also facilitated the exchange of ideas between artists across Europe, creating a more interconnected artistic community. As the movement spread, the courts of France, Spain, England, and Germany became increasingly influenced by the Italian Renaissance. In France, King Francis III was a major patron of the arts and sought to establish French art as a rival to Italy's dominance. He invited Italian artists, including Leonardo da Vinci, to his court, where they helped establish a distinctive style that blended Renaissance ideals with French traditions. In Spain, Isabella and Ferdinand's patronage contributed to the integration of Renaissance ideas into Spanish art and architecture, leading to works like the Royal Monastery of San Lorenzo de El Escorial, which reflected Renaissance principles of symmetry and order. In England, the Renaissance was slower to take root, as the country was focused on internal conflicts and political change. However, the reign of Henry VIII marked a period of artistic flourishing as the king's court began to embrace Renaissance ideals, with artists like Hans Holbein the Younger creating portraits that exemplified the humanist focus on individual identity. The spread of Renaissance art also coincided with increased trade and exploration, which connected Europe in new ways. As artists traveled and exchanged ideas, they brought Renaissance techniques to different parts of the continent. The impact of the Renaissance was not limited to painting and sculpture. Architecture, philosophy, literature, and science all flourished during this time, contributing to a cultural revolution that would lay the foundation for the modern world. In conclusion, the spread of Renaissance art across Europe was a complex process influenced by the movement of artists, the expansion of patronage, the dissemination of printed materials, and the increasing interconnectedness of European courts and cities. Through these factors, Renaissance art evolved and took on different regional characteristics while still retaining its foundational ideals of humanism, classical learning, and the celebration of the human form. The legacy of the Renaissance continues to resonate across Europe and the world, with its art shaping the trajectory of Western culture for centuries to come. Chapter 11, Baroque and Rococo Art. The Baroque and Rococo periods, though often discussed together due to their proximity in time, represent two distinct artistic styles that emerged in response to the cultural, political, and religious changes of the 17th and 18th centuries. Both styles sought to evoke emotion and engage viewers, but they differed in their approaches to composition, subject matter, and overall tone. The Baroque period, which began around the early 1600s and lasted into the mid-1700s, emerged in Italy and spread across Europe. It was characterized by dramatic, emotional expressions and a strong emphasis on movement, contrast, and detail. Baroque art was influenced by the Catholic Church's desire to reassert its authority following the Protestant Reformation, leading to the Counter-Reformation, a religious movement aimed at reinvigorating Catholic faith. As a result, Baroque art became a tool for religious propaganda, often depicting grand, intense scenes meant to inspire awe and devotion. Artists like Caravaggio, Peter Paul Rubens, and Rembrandt used powerful contrasts of light and shadow, known as chiaroscuro, to enhance the emotional impact of their work. Caravaggio's use of realism and dramatic light contrasts in paintings like The Calling of St. Matthew revolutionized the visual language of religious art, while Rubens's dynamic compositions and vibrant color palette brought an exuberant energy to both religious and mythological subjects. Baroque architecture also mirrored the dramatic quality of its visual arts. Architects like Gian Lorenzo Bernini and Francesco Borromini created monumental, expansive buildings that conveyed movement and energy. Bernini's design for St. Peter's Square in the Vatican, with its grand colonnades, symbolized the embrace of the church, drawing visitors into the monumental space and providing a sense of unity with the divine. By the mid-18th century, the exuberance of the Baroque began to soften and evolve into the Rococo style. Originating in France, Rococo was a response to the grandeur of the Baroque and reflected the more playful, lighthearted nature of French aristocracy during the reign of Louis XV. Rococo art is marked by its use of light, pastel colors, ornate details, and a focus on themes of romance, pleasure, and leisure. Artists such as Jean-Honoré Fragonard and Antoine Watteau epitomized the Rococo style, often depicting scenes of courtly love, frivolous gatherings, and idyllic landscapes. Fragonard's The Swing, with its sensuous depiction of a young woman being pushed on a swing, embodies the carefree, flirtatious spirit of Rococo art, which appealed to the tastes of the aristocracy. While Baroque art sought to engage the viewer with its grandiosity and deep emotional resonance, Rococo art took a more whimsical, decorative approach, focusing on elegance and refinement. In Rococo architecture, the emphasis was on creating an intimate, luxurious environment, as seen in the Palace of Versailles, where the interiors were designed to reflect the tastes of the French elite, with intricate details, mirrors, and soft, flowing lines. Despite their differences, both the Baroque and Rococo periods played significant roles in shaping the trajectory of Western art. Baroque art brought the viewer into a dramatic, emotional world, often focused on religious themes, while Rococo art celebrated the pleasures of life, love, and beauty. Together, these movements reflected the changing social and political dynamics of their time, from the religious fervor of the Baroque to the opulence and decadence of the Rococo. The dramatic shift, the Baroque era. The Baroque era, spanning roughly from the late 16th century to the mid-18th century, marked a profound shift in artistic expression, moving away from the serene and idealized forms of the Renaissance to a more dramatic, emotional, and dynamic style. Originating in Italy, the Baroque style soon spread across Europe, reflecting the era's complex interplay of religious, political, and social upheaval. It emerged as a response to the Protestant Reformation and the subsequent Catholic Counter-Reformation, which sought to reaffirm the power of the Catholic Church and inspire religious devotion through art. At the heart of the Baroque style is the emphasis on movement, emotion, and grandeur. Baroque artists sought to evoke intense emotional responses from their viewers by incorporating dramatic contrasts of light and shadow, known as chiaroscuro, and using complex compositions that suggested action rather than stillness. The aim was not merely to represent reality, but to elicit a deep emotional reaction, whether awe, fear, or reverence. Artists like Caravaggio exemplified this approach by depicting religious subjects with raw realism and dramatic light effects, turning the viewer's gaze to the emotional core of the scene. Caravaggio's work, such as The Calling of St. Matthew, brought religious subjects into the everyday world, making the divine seem immediate and accessible to the viewer. The Catholic Church embraced the Baroque style as a tool for religious propaganda. The Counter-Reformation's drive to renew faith among its followers relied heavily on art to communicate religious ideals. Churches were adorned with large, awe-inspiring works that depicted saints, biblical scenes, and the power of God. In this environment, the work of artists like Peter Paul Rubens, flourished. Rubens' exuberant, action-filled compositions, with their rich use of color and texture, conveyed both religious fervor and the material wealth of the church. His monumental works, such as The Elevation of the Cross, were designed to captivate the viewer and emphasize the glory of divine figures. Baroque architecture mirrored the emotional intensity of its visual arts. Architects such as Gian Lorenzo Bernini and Francesco Borromini used sweeping curves, intricate ornamentation, and bold forms to create a sense of movement and grandeur. Bernini's design for St. Peter's Square in the Vatican is one of the most iconic expressions of Baroque architecture, with its embracing colonnades symbolizing the church's welcoming arms to the faithful. The Baroque era was also a time of political consolidation, particularly in countries like France and Spain, where monarchs like Louis XIV used art to promote their authority. In France, Louis XIV's court at Versailles became the center of Baroque culture, with architecture and decoration reflecting the king's absolute power and divine right to rule. In conclusion, the Baroque period marked a dramatic departure from the artistic norms of the Renaissance. It embraced the chaotic, emotional, and dramatic qualities of life, which reflected the political and religious tensions of the time. Through its bold use of light, space, and composition, Baroque art made the viewer an active participant in the emotional and spiritual experience, laying the foundation for the future development of Western art. Baroque painting, Caravaggio, Rubens, and Rembrandt. The Baroque period, characterized by drama, emotion, and realism, brought about a major shift in painting, emphasizing movement and intensity. Among the artists who defined the Baroque style, Caravaggio, Peter Paul Rubens, and Rembrandt van Rijn stand out as key figures, each contributing unique approaches to painting that resonated with the cultural and religious currents of the time. Caravaggio, 1571 to 1610, revolutionized Baroque painting with his raw realism and use of chiaroscuro, the dramatic contrast of light and dark. His works were groundbreaking not only in their stark realism, but also in their emotional intensity. Unlike the idealized figures of the Renaissance, Caravaggio's characters appeared grounded in everyday life, often portrayed in moments of deep emotional or spiritual crisis. In works such as The Calling of St. Matthew, Caravaggio portrayed religious figures as ordinary men, their divine experiences grounded in the reality of human nature. His use of light was central to his compositions, directing the viewer's eye to focal points of action or emotion, enhancing the drama of the scene. This stark realism was controversial at the time, but helped define the Baroque style, particularly in its ability to bridge the gap between the spiritual and the mundane. Peter Paul Rubens, 1577-1640, a Flemish Baroque artist, was known for his grandiose, energetic compositions that often depicted historical, religious, and mythological subjects. Rubens' style was characterized by vibrant color, sensuality, and dynamic movement. His large-scale works, like The Elevation of the Cross and The Descent from the Cross, combine powerful muscular figures with dramatic gestures, conveying a sense of urgency and grandeur. Rubens was also an incredibly skilled diplomat and teacher, and his studio became a hub for producing works that reflected both his personal style and the demands of his aristocratic patrons. His depictions of the human body were voluptuous and full of life, and his influence helped establish the standard for Baroque art, particularly in Catholic countries, where his work reinforced the Counter-Reformation ideals of beauty, power, and divine intervention. Rembrandt van Rijn, 1606 to 1669, a Dutch painter, was deeply influenced by the religious and cultural shifts of the Protestant Reformation and the rise of bourgeois society in the Netherlands. His style was marked by psychological depth and a focus on light and texture rather than dramatic narrative. Rembrandt's most famous works, such as The Night Watch and Self-Portrait with Two Circles, showcase his mastery of light, using it not only to model form, but also to express the inner life of his subjects. His portraits are known for their introspective quality, capturing the essence of his subjects' personalities. Rembrandt's work differed from that of his contemporaries by focusing less on grandiose historical or religious subjects and more on the complexities of human emotion and character. His innovative use of impasto, thick layers of paint, created a sense of texture and depth that added to the emotional impact of his works. In conclusion, Caravaggio, Rubens, and Rembrandt were three of the most influential figures in Baroque painting, each contributing unique styles and themes that helped shape the artistic landscape of the period. Caravaggio's raw realism, Rubens's dynamic energy, and Rembrandt's introspective depth continue to inspire artists and resonate with viewers to this day, embodying the power and passion that define the Baroque era. Rococo style, ornamentation, and excess. Emerging in France in the early 18th century, the Rococo style represented a sharp departure from the grandeur and drama of Baroque art, shifting towards a more playful, lighthearted, and ornate aesthetic. As a reaction to the formal religious intensity of the Baroque period, Rococo was a reflection of the French aristocracy's desires for a style that symbolized their growing wealth, leisure, and indulgence. It became synonymous with the lavishness and excesses of the French court, especially under the reign of Louis XV. At the heart of Rococo art is its emphasis on ornamentation. The style is characterized by intricate, delicate details, often involving swirling, curving forms, and asymmetrical designs that create a sense of movement. Pastel colors, such as soft pinks, blues, and creams, replace the deep, intense tones of the Baroque, evoking a sense of lightness and charm. Rococo works frequently depict scenes of love, flirtation, and pleasure, drawn from both the courtly life and mythological themes. The style celebrated a world of romance, leisure, and fantasy, far removed from the more serious religious undertones of the earlier Baroque period. One of the most prominent figures associated with Rococo painting is Jean-Honoré Fragonard, whose work epitomizes the light, sensual nature of the style. His painting, The Swing, is an iconic example of Rococo's playful spirit, depicting a young woman on a swing, surrounded by lush greenery and playful figures. The image captures the essence of Rococo, combining eroticism, innocence, and a sense of carefree indulgence. Fragonard's use of soft, flowing lines and delicate light further enhances the sense of intimacy and frivolity that Rococo artists sought to convey. In addition to painting, Rococo extended to furniture, architecture, and interior design, where the same emphasis on curvaceous, decorative forms dominated. The Salon de la Princesse at the Hôtel de Soubise in Paris, designed by architect Germain Beaufrand, is a prime example of Rococo architecture, where ornate plasterwork, mirrors, and gold leaf create an environment that exudes opulence and elegance. Rococo furniture also featured delicate carvings, elaborate moldings, and a focus on comfort, with softer, more rounded shapes replacing the rigid classical forms that characterized earlier periods. However, the Rococo style was not without its critics. By the mid-18th century, its association with the excesses of the French aristocracy made it a target for revolutionaries. The Enlightenment philosophers, who emphasized reason and simplicity, saw Rococo's excesses as a symbol of the moral decay of the nobility. This critique eventually led to the decline of Rococo as a dominant style in the late 18th century, giving way to the more restrained neoclassical style. In conclusion, Rococo was a period marked by a spirit of excess, ornamentation, and indulgence. Its playful themes and decorative nature reflected the opulence of the French court and the desires of an aristocracy detached from the growing political unrest of the time. While Rococo's influence waned with the rise of neoclassicism, its legacy as a style that celebrates beauty, excess, and the pleasures of life remains a significant chapter in art history. Architecture in the Baroque and Rococo styles. The architectural styles of the Baroque and Rococo periods were integral to the cultural and political climates of 17th and 18th century Europe. Both styles, though distinct in their aesthetics, were shaped by the need to communicate power, emotion, and grandeur, albeit in different ways. The Baroque style, emerging in the early 1600s, was characterized by dramatic forms, grandeur, and a sense of movement, while the Rococo style that followed in the early 18th century reflected a lighter, more decorative approach to architecture. Baroque architecture, which developed primarily in Italy, was designed to evoke awe and communicate the power of both the church and the monarchy. Key to Baroque design was the use of dynamic shapes, bold curves, and a sense of theatricality. Buildings often featured complex facades with sweeping curves and dramatic use of space, making them appear larger than life. An example of this is St. Peter's Basilica in Vatican City, designed by Michelangelo, Carlo Maderno, and Gian Lorenzo Bernini. The grand scale and monumental colonnade of St. Peter's create a sense of divine embrace, welcoming visitors into the sacred space. The use of light and shadow through large windows and clever placement was a hallmark of Baroque architecture, intended to create dramatic effects inside churches and palaces. One of the most notable features of Baroque architecture was the central oval or circular plan, often used in churches. This design was meant to symbolize the eternity of God. Bernini's St. Peter's Square is a prime example of this, where the colonnades create a sense of inclusion and unity, enclosing the visitors as they approach the church. Another important aspect was the opulent decoration in churches, with rich marble, gilded stuccos, and elaborate altars that combined architecture, sculpture, and painting into a unified whole. The Rococo style, which arose in the early 18th century, took many of the elements of Baroque architecture and refined them, focusing more on decorative finesse and lightness. Rococo architecture moved away from the heavy, imposing forms of the Baroque and introduced more delicate, curvaceous designs. This style was most commonly seen in the design of palaces, salons, and interiors for the aristocracy. Rococo buildings were often characterized by asymmetry, delicate ornamental motifs, and an overall playful lightness. The interiors featured elaborate frescoes, intricate moldings, and pastel-colored walls. The Palace of Versailles, under the influence of the Rococo, underwent many changes, with rooms like the Salon of Mirrors, designed by Jules Hardouin-Mansart, showcasing the elegant, light-filled spaces that epitomize the Rococo aesthetic. Rococo was not as focused on creating monumental, awe-inspiring structures like Baroque architecture. Instead, it was more concerned with the aesthetic pleasures of the viewer, offering a sense of intimacy and grace. The Hôtel de Soubise in Paris is an excellent example of Rococo architecture. It features soft, curving lines, delicate ornamentation, and airy rooms designed to create a sense of comfort and pleasure, as opposed to the imposing nature of earlier Baroque structures. In summary, Baroque and Rococo architecture reflect two very different approaches to artistic expression. Baroque architecture was grand, monumental, and dramatic, intended to inspire awe and convey power, especially for religious and royal institutions. Rococo, in contrast, was lighter, more decorative, and focused on elegance and intimacy, embodying the tastes of the French aristocracy. Both styles, however, remain enduring symbols of the cultural and political landscapes of their time. The global reach of Baroque art. The Baroque period, which spanned from the late 16th century to the early 18th century, had a profound and lasting impact on art and architecture across Europe and beyond. Characterized by its dramatic use of light, emotion, movement, and grandeur, Baroque art transcended its Italian origins to influence a wide range of regions, including Spain, France, the Netherlands, and even parts of Latin America, Asia, and beyond. The expansion of the Baroque style was closely tied to both the political and religious currents of the time, particularly the Counter-Reformation, which sought to reassert the power of the Catholic Church and its influence on the arts. In Italy, the Baroque style emerged as a tool of the Catholic Church during the Counter-Reformation to engage the viewer emotionally and inspire awe. Artists like Caravaggio and Gian Lorenzo Bernini played pivotal roles in defining the visual language of the period, with their works emphasizing dramatic contrasts of light and shadow, as well as deeply emotional and spiritual subject matter. This intense, theatrical approach was intended to make religious themes more relatable and impactful for a wide audience. The church's patronage was instrumental in shaping Baroque art, with grandiose projects like Bernini's St. Peter's Basilica and the Ecstasy of St. Teresa in Rome becoming landmarks of the era. Beyond Italy, the Baroque style spread to the rest of Europe, adapting to regional tastes and cultural contexts. In Spain, Baroque art became closely linked with the monarchy and the Catholic Church. The Spanish painter Diego Velázquez, famous for works like Las Meninas, showcased the period's emphasis on realism and psychological depth, while also emphasizing the power and prestige of the Spanish crown. In France, Baroque architecture and painting were employed by the royal court, with Louis XIV commissioning projects like the Grandeur of Versailles. The French Baroque was marked by its emphasis on order and symmetry, a more restrained counterpart to the exuberant and theatrical styles seen in Italy and Spain. In the Dutch Republic, however, Baroque art took on a distinctively different character. The Protestant emphasis on modesty and individualism resulted in Baroque artists focusing on portraiture, still life, and genre scenes rather than religious subjects. Artists like Rembrandt and Johannes Vermeer developed a uniquely Dutch Baroque style that emphasized light and realism, offering intimate portrayals of everyday life. The influence of Baroque art also extended beyond Europe to Latin America, where Spanish colonization brought the style to the New World. In cities like Mexico City and Lima, Baroque architecture and painting flourished, particularly in the decoration of churches and cathedrals, blending European Baroque aesthetics with local traditions and indigenous influences. This fusion produced a distinctive Baroque art style known as the Colonial Baroque. In Asia, the Baroque style had a more limited but still notable impact, primarily through trade routes and the Catholic missionary presence in countries like the Philippines and Japan, where Baroque aesthetics were incorporated into churches and religious art. In conclusion, the Baroque style was a global phenomenon that transcended its Italian roots to influence art, architecture, and culture across Europe and the world. Through its dramatic emotional appeal, its connection to the Counter-Reformation, and its adaptability to different cultural contexts, Baroque art left an enduring legacy that shaped the artistic landscape for centuries to come. Chapter 12, Modern Art Movements. The transition to modern art marked a dramatic shift in artistic expressions, reflecting the profound changes occurring in society, technology, and philosophy during the 19th and 20th centuries. Emerging in the wake of the Industrial Revolution, the rise of urbanization, and political upheavals, modern art signaled a break from traditional artistic conventions. Artists began to experiment with new techniques, perspectives, and subjects, pushing the boundaries of representation and meaning in art. One of the earliest movements that laid the foundation for modern art was Impressionism. Beginning in France in the 1860s, artists like Claude Monet, Pierre-Auguste Renoir, and Edgar Degas sought to capture fleeting moments and the effects of light in everyday scenes, often painting en plein air or outdoors. Their use of loose brushwork and an emphasis on color over detail marked a departure from the precise, finely detailed works of academic painting. Although initially criticized for their unconventional approach, Impressionist artists eventually gained recognition for their innovative way of portraying the world. As the 20th century unfolded, numerous other movements began to emerge, each challenging previous artistic traditions in unique ways. Cubism, pioneered by Pablo Picasso and Georges Braque, deconstructed objects into fragmented, geometric forms, allowing multiple perspectives to be viewed simultaneously. This radical approach to visual representation reflected a deeper exploration of perception and reality. Futurism, which originated in Italy, celebrated modernity, technology, and speed, with artists like Umberto Boccioni capturing the dynamic energy of the modern world through fragmented forms and motion. The Dada movement, born out of the chaos of World War I, rejected conventional aesthetics and embraced absurdity, randomness, and anti-art sentiments. Artists like Marcel Duchamp, with his ready-mades, sought to question the very definition of art itself. This rebellious spirit evolved into surrealism, which sought to express the unconscious mind through dreamlike, often bizarre imagery. Led by figures like Salvador Dalí and René Magritte, surrealism sought to explore the irrational and the subconscious, tapping into new realms of human experience. In parallel with these movements, Expressionism emerged as a response to the emotional turmoil of the modern era. Artists like Edvard Munch and Egon Schiele used distorted forms and intense color to convey raw emotion and psychological depth. Meanwhile, abstract expressionism in the United States, led by artists like Jackson Pollock and Mark Rothko, moved further away from representation, focusing on pure abstraction and the physical act of painting itself. The pop art movement of the 1950s and 1960s, led by artists like Andy Warhol and Roy Lichtenstein, brought art into the realm of consumer culture, celebrity, and mass production. Pop art blurred the lines between high and low culture, elevating everyday objects and images to the level of fine art. These movements, among many others, shaped the development of modern art, with each new wave reflecting the changing dynamics of the world. From the breaking of traditional boundaries in Impressionism to the rejection of the established order in Dada, modern art continuously sought to reflect the complexities, anxieties, and innovations of a rapidly changing world. The result was a diverse and dynamic array of artistic expressions that continue to influence contemporary art today. The emergence of modernism, a break from tradition. The emergence of modernism in the late 19th and early 20th centuries marked a dramatic departure from the artistic traditions that had dominated Western art for centuries. Rooted in a rapidly changing world, modernism reflected the effects of industrialization, urbanization, technological advancements, and philosophical shifts. As society evolved, artists began to question the established norms of representation, technique, and the very definition of art itself, pushing the boundaries of creativity and expression. Modernism was deeply influenced by the profound changes in the intellectual and cultural landscape of the time. The Industrial Revolution had transformed economies and societies, introducing new technologies that altered how people lived and interacted. In parallel, new scientific ideas, such as Darwin's theory of evolution and Freud's exploration of the unconscious mind, prompted individuals to reconsider their place in the world. Philosophical movements, such as existentialism and phenomenology, further questioned traditional ideas about truth, reality, and human experience. In the realm of art, modernism emerged as a response to the rigid conventions of academic painting and sculpture, which had long emphasized realism, idealized forms, and historical or mythological subjects. Artists sought to break free from these constraints and find new ways to express their views of the world. This desire for innovation led to the development of numerous movements that prioritized personal expression, abstraction, and experimentation. One of the defining characteristics of modernism was its rejection of traditional perspective, composition, and subject matter. In its place, artists sought to explore abstraction and subjective perception. Movements such as Impressionism, with its emphasis on capturing fleeting moments in light, and Post-Impressionism, which moved further into symbolic and emotional expression, paved the way for more radical shifts. Artists like Vincent van Gogh and Paul Cézanne began to explore the emotional and psychological aspects of color and form, while Paul Gauguin and Georges Seurat embraced non-traditional techniques to convey personal vision and symbolism. Modernism was also influenced by the rise of photography, which allowed artists to step away from the need to create realistic depictions of the world. With the advent of photography, Painters like Pablo Picasso and Henri Matisse were freed from the obligation of reproducing reality and began to explore new ways of representing the human form, space, and objects. The Cubist movement, led by Picasso and Georges Braque, fractured and reassembled objects into abstract geometric shapes, offering multiple perspectives in a single composition. In literature and architecture, modernism similarly sought to break with the past. Writers like James Joyce and Virginia Woolf embraced stream of consciousness and fragmented narratives to explore the complexities of human consciousness, while architects such as Le Corbusier and Frank Lloyd Wright embraced minimalist forms and functional design, reflecting the ideals of the modern era. Modernism's rejection of tradition and its emphasis on innovation set the stage for many of the artistic movements of the 20th century. As artists experimented with new materials, techniques, and concepts, the very nature of art itself was redefined. This break from tradition allowed for an explosion of creativity and intellectual exploration, leading to the diverse and dynamic landscape of modern art that would influence generations of artists to come. Impressionism, Cubism, and Surrealism. The late 19th and early 20th centuries saw the rise of several revolutionary art movements, each pushing the boundaries of artistic tradition in its own way. Among these, Impressionism, Cubism, and Surrealism stand out as pivotal moments in the evolution of modern art, each offering a distinct approach to visual expression and artistic representation. Impressionism emerged in France in the 1860s as a direct response to the rigid academic standards of painting that dominated the art world at the time. Artists like Claude Monet, Pierre-Auguste Renoir, and Edgar Degas sought to capture the fleeting nature of light and everyday scenes, focusing on the effects of color and atmosphere rather than fine details and precise forms. Impressionists often painted en plein air, outdoors, embracing the spontaneity of natural light and its constantly changing qualities. This movement introduced loose brushwork and a lighter palette, challenging the traditional techniques of realism. Rather than focusing on perfect composition, Impressionists sought to convey a moment in time, whether it was a sunrise, a busy street, or a tranquil landscape. In the early 20th century, Cubism revolutionized the way artists viewed and depicted space. Pioneered by Pablo Picasso and Georges Braque, Cubism fractured objects and figures into geometric shapes, representing multiple perspectives within a single composition. This radical approach broke away from the one-point perspective that had dominated Western art for centuries. By showing multiple viewpoints simultaneously, Cubist artists aimed to represent the complexity and dynamism of reality. The movement went through two phases: analytic cubism, which focused on deconstructing objects into fragmented forms, and synthetic cubism, which introduced collage and new textures into the works. Picasso's famous works like La Demoiselle d'Avignon and Braque's Violin and Candlestick exemplify this groundbreaking style that altered how space and form were conceived in art. Surrealism, which emerged in the 1920s, took a radically different approach, focusing on the subconscious mind and dreams. Influenced by the theories of Sigmund Freud, surrealist artists like Salvador Dalí, René Magritte, and Max Ernst sought to explore irrational, dreamlike images that defied logic and traditional representation. Surrealists aimed to tap into the unconscious, creating art that was rich in symbolism and mystery. Dalí's The Persistence of Memory, with its melting clocks, is one of the most iconic examples of surrealism's exploration of the bizarre and the uncanny. The movement rejected reason and embraced the illogical, with the belief that true freedom in art could only be achieved by breaking free from the constraints of rational thought. Together, these movements exemplified the dramatic shift away from traditional artistic conventions. While Impressionism sought to capture the ephemeral and subjective experience of the world, Cubism dissected and reassembled reality, and Surrealism delved deep into the subconscious and the irrational. Each of these movements played a crucial role in shaping the course of modern art, influencing countless artists and movements that followed. Expressionism and the role of emotion in art. Expressionism emerged as a powerful movement in the early 20th century, emphasizing the artist's emotional experience and personal perception of the world over realistic representation. In contrast to the earlier movements like Impressionism, which focused on capturing fleeting moments and sensory impressions, Expressionism sought to convey intense emotional states, often using distorted forms, bold colors, and dramatic lines to express inner turmoil, anxiety, and passion. Artists involved in Expressionism were less concerned with the accurate portrayal of the external world, and instead, they used their work to communicate the subjective, internal experiences that define human existence. One of the defining features of Expressionism was its desire to evoke an emotional response from the viewer. Rather than simply representing reality, Expressionist artists aimed to communicate the deeper psychological and emotional undercurrents of their subjects. This could range from the angst and alienation of modern life to a deep engagement with existential questions of identity, suffering, and death. The movement's focus on raw emotion was seen as a reaction to the alienating effects of industrialization, war, and the disillusionment with the modern world that followed the horrors of World War I. Prominent artists of the Expressionist movement, such as Edvard Munch, Egon Schiele, and Wassily Kandinsky, explored ways to express the human condition through dramatic compositions and symbolic imagery. Munch's iconic painting The Scream remains one of the most powerful visual representations of existential anxiety, capturing a moment of overwhelming emotional distress. The swirling colors and contorted figure create a sense of psychological chaos, making the viewer experience a deep sense of unease. Similarly, Kandinsky, who was a pioneer of abstract art, believed that color and form could directly evoke emotional responses. His works, full of vibrant, non-representational shapes and colors, were designed to stir the viewer's emotions in a way that was not reliant on recognizable subjects. He believed that the artist's inner state could be translated directly onto the canvas through abstraction, offering a more direct connection between the viewer and the artist's emotional world. Expressionism was not limited to visual arts. It also extended to literature, theater, and film, where it influenced works that explored the emotional depth of characters and the intensity of human experiences. In film, directors like Fritz Lang and Robert Wiene adopted expressionistic techniques to create heightened, stylized realities that mirrored the distorted psychological states of their characters. In summary, Expressionism's focus on the emotional experience was a direct response to the social and political upheavals of the early 20th century. It offered a raw, unfiltered view of the human psyche and helped to expand the possibilities of art, emphasizing subjective expression over objective realism. Through distorted forms, vivid colors, and symbolic imagery, Expressionist artists succeeded in conveying a deeper, often unsettling emotional truth, making the viewer confront the inner world of emotion, suffering, and human existence. The evolution of art in the 20th century. The 20th century witnessed one of the most dynamic and transformative periods in the history of art, marked by radical shifts in styles, techniques, and philosophies. The evolution of art during this time reflects the profound changes in society, culture, and technology. From the rejection of traditional forms in early modernist movements to the explosion of experimental styles later in the century, the 20th century was a time of bold innovation, challenging the very definitions of what art could be. At the turn of the century, art was still heavily influenced by the last remnants of 19th century movements such as Impressionism and Post-Impressionism, which had already laid the groundwork for the break from realism. In the early 1900s, movements like Fauvism, Cubism, and Expressionism began to emerge, marking a clear departure from the realistic depictions of the previous centuries. Artists like Henri Matisse, Pablo Picasso, and Edvard Munch explored new ways to represent the human experience, focusing on abstraction, color, and emotional intensity rather than accuracy and perspective. Picasso's pioneering work in Cubism, which fragmented objects into geometric forms, revolutionized visual art and redefined the way space and time could be represented. By the 1920s, Surrealism gained prominence, influenced by psychoanalysis and the exploration of the unconscious mind. Artists such as Salvador Dali and René Magritte created dreamlike, often bizarre imagery that challenged conventional perceptions of reality. Surrealism, along with Dadaism, rejected logic and embraced irrationality and spontaneity, reflecting the chaos and disillusionment following World War I. In the mid-20th century, abstract expressionism emerged in the United States, with artists like Jackson Pollock and Mark Rothko emphasizing spontaneous, gestural marks and large-scale works that conveyed raw emotion and individuality. This was followed by the rise of pop art, led by artists like Andy Warhol and Roy Lichtenstein, who turned everyday consumer goods and mass media images into high art, commenting on the commodification of culture and the changing nature of identity in a consumer-driven society. The later decades of the 20th century saw the rise of new technologies and media, further diversifying artistic practice. Conceptual art and performance art emphasize the idea or process behind the work rather than the finished product itself. Video art, installation art, and digital art began to gain traction as artists increasingly turned to new technologies and interdisciplinary practices to explore themes of identity, globalization, and technology's impact on society. Throughout the century, art became more inclusive, with greater emphasis on diverse voices and perspectives. Women, non-Western artists, and marginalized groups gained a more prominent presence in the art world, pushing for broader definitions of what art is and could be. The 20th century marked the dismantling of established artistic hierarchies and norms, allowing for an unprecedented range of styles, mediums, and ideas to flourish. It was a century defined by artistic innovation, exploration, and a continuous questioning of the boundaries of art, laying the groundwork for even more experimental and interdisciplinary forms in the 21st century. Art and politics in the modern era. In the modern era, art has increasingly become a platform for political expression, reflecting and challenging the social, cultural, and political climates of its time. From the tumult of the world wars to the civil rights movements, feminist movements, and beyond, artists have used their work as a form of activism, commentary, and protest. Art's relationship with politics has evolved dramatically as artists have navigated new political landscapes while exploring the ways art can influence public opinion, challenge authority, and even shape history. The early 20th century witnessed significant political upheavals, including the rise of fascism, communism, and the two world wars. During this time, artists became deeply engaged in political discourse, either aligning themselves with or opposing these powerful ideologies. For example, Pablo Picasso's famous painting, Guernica, 1937, stood as a direct response to the bombing of the Spanish town of Guernica during the Spanish Civil War. Picasso used distorted and symbolic imagery to express the horror of war, and the work became an iconic symbol of anti-fascist sentiment. Meanwhile, Dadaism, a movement born out of the chaos of World War I, embraced absurdity and anti-establishment sentiment, challenging traditional notions of art and social norms. Dada artists rejected logic and reason, instead using art as a vehicle for protest against the devastation and dehumanization caused by war. Hannah Hoke and Marcel Duchamp famously critiqued political power structures, creating provocative works that questioned the societal status quo. The mid-20th century saw the rise of the civil rights movement in the United States and artists such as Jacob Lawrence, Romare Bearden, and Elizabeth Catlett used their work to address issues of racial inequality, segregation, and the fight for civil rights. Art became an essential tool in raising awareness and mobilizing communities, with pieces that depicted the struggles, hopes, and resilience of marginalized groups. In the post-World War II era, as global conflicts such as the Cold War shaped political landscapes, artists continued to challenge political systems and question the role of art in society. Pop art, led by figures such as Andy Warhol and Roy Lichtenstein, critiqued the consumer culture and the commodification of art, while also commenting on the pervasive influence of mass media and advertising on political and social structures. By the late 20th century, as political movements like feminism and LGBTQ+ rights gained momentum, art continued to serve as an important tool for raising awareness about issues of gender, sexuality, and identity. Artists like Judy Chicago, Keith Haring, and Cindy Sherman used their work to confront the inequalities and prejudices faced by these communities. In today's world, art remains an essential element in political discourse, with contemporary artists engaging with issues such as climate change, immigration, racial justice, and global conflict. Through street art, social media, and new media platforms, art continues to be a powerful voice for social change, using visual language to challenge dominant narratives, reflect the struggles of society, and offer visions for a more equitable future. In conclusion, the intersection of art and politics in the modern era has seen artists push the boundaries of what is possible, using their work to both reflect and critique the world around them. As political climates continue to shift, art remains a potent tool for engaging with and shaping the conversations that define our societies. Chapter 13, Conclusion. The journey through the history of art reveals a profound and intricate relationship between culture, politics, religion, and individual expression. From the earliest depictions in prehistoric caves to the experimental and diverse movements of the modern era, art has continuously evolved to mirror the changing human experience. Throughout this exploration, we have witnessed how art serves not only as a visual language, but also as a powerful force that shapes and reflects the complexities of societies across the globe. The study of art history reveals that art is not static. It is deeply tied to the social, economic, and political contexts of the time in which it is created. Each movement, from the Renaissance to modernism, has been a response to the issues and ideas of its era, whether it be the revival of classical ideals, the exploration of new materials and techniques, or the embrace of new forms of self-expression. As we examine the rich diversity of artistic traditions, from the classical Mediterranean to Asian, African, and indigenous art, it became clear that while each culture has developed unique styles, techniques, and themes, they are all united by their capacity to express the human experience in profound and varied ways. The intersection of art and politics has been a significant theme throughout history, particularly in the modern era. In times of political upheaval and social change, art has been used to challenge authority, promote revolutionary ideas, and bring attention to issues such as racial equality, gender rights, and the human condition. Artists have acted as both creators and activists, influencing the course of history through their works. Whether through the dramatic imagery of Guernica or the mass media critiques of pop art, art has consistently had the power to confront societal norms, question prevailing ideologies, and push boundaries. At the same time, art has served as a vessel for spirituality, ritual, and identity. From the sacred imagery of ancient temples to the ornate mosaics of the Byzantine Empire, art has been central to religious practices and beliefs. In many cultures, art has been a way to connect with the divine, celebrate rituals, and preserve history. In conclusion, the history of art is not just a study of aesthetics and technique, but a reflection of the ever-changing human experience. It tells the story of how people have expressed their beliefs, emotions, and values, and how these expressions have evolved in response to the world around them. As we look toward the future, it is clear that art will continue to evolve, responding to new challenges, technologies, and ideas, but always remaining an essential part of our collective cultural legacy. The power of art lies in its ability to transcend time and place, continuing to inspire, provoke, and connect us all.